Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to the day 2 of the Global Skills Summit. It's an honor and privilege to have all of you here. We will now begin with our first keynote address, and before that, may I request the chair of the Skill Committee, Mr. Ramakrishna, to please set the welcome remarks.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for that new burst of energy, enthusiasm, even though it's day 2. I'm sure many of you attended day 1 yesterday also. We had about 350 people attending the program yesterday. We were very honored and happy to have Sri Atul Kumar Tiwari, the Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, with his opening remarks, which was very enlightening. And we could understand what are the new initiatives the government has in mind to make India a skill hub of the world. We also had the privilege of having Dr. Kalsi of NCVT, and he shared very useful thoughts about what NCVT is doing for future jobs and other key areas in the skilling ecosystem. We had Dr. Usha Titus from ASAP Kerala sharing her thoughts on the overall skilling scenario and the challenges. We also had Manish Kumar Vimal, Director Niti Ayog, and industry stalwarts like Shailendra Katyal from Lenovo. Very inspiring talk by Abhiraj Singh Bahel, the founder of Urban Company. It was really motivating to hear how they started and the vision they had for not only the household people who need the services, but also to the workforce that was trying to that was given a platform to do something better and earn a livelihood, and more importantly, respectability in society. Then we had Sanjay Gupta from the Electronics and Advanced Technologies Minda Corporation, who is also chairman of the India Electronics and Semiconductor Association, on the future of the chip industry, semiconductors. In that panel, we also had Rodney Revier from GIZ India. We also had international speakers like Professor Chi from Melbourne and Brad from the Skill Council Canada. We also saw participation from industry, Sector Skill Council, training partners, and all key people associated with the skilling ecosystem yesterday, and we are seeing a full house today, and I'm sure today also will be a very interesting day. We are happy and grateful that we had participation from organizations like Nestle, US Green Building Council, Honeywell, Schneider Electric, Asian Paints. Ladies and gentlemen, let me assure you, day 2 is also going to be as exciting and interesting as day 1, or even better. We are having a dedicated session on the best practices of skilling across the country, and then we talk about traditional clusters, and which is in line with what the PM announced recently, the Vishwakarma project, that is going to promote the activities and the livelihood of our traditional entrepreneurs. The second half is dedicated to the youth of India. We'll have a fireside chat with 4 World Skill Competition winners, which will be very interesting because you'll hear from the horse's mouth how they handled the World Skills Competition and came back with flying colors. Then we have a very interesting session for the youth, but you know, even the adults are welcome and will find it useful on employability skills, which is a new module introduced in the ITIs and other skilling institutions, which gives a flavor of what the youth should imbibe in terms of competencies to become ready to be employed and to qualify for the employment tests, interviews, etc. So it's a very interesting topic that's been developed for the benefit of the youth, and UNICEF and Magic Bucks will be taking us through this session. The day is going to begin with, can I say, mind-blowing session on Mind AI. You know, we have heard of AI, but here we have Dr. Lee from Seoul, Korea, who's the founder and CEO of Mind AI. And I think he's going to share with us something new. We all know AI, but Mind AI is something we haven't heard. So That's going to be, as I said, mind-blowing, mind-opening, and I think it will really and truly set the context for the day. Thank you very much. Happy session attending today, and I'm sure, like yesterday, we'll have a lot of interaction, because it's not only the people on the dais, but those off the dais who can contribute a lot to make this whole session very meaningful, interactive, and something that we can take forward for implementation in the coming days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Dr. Jung Hwan Lee, the founder and CEO for Mind AI. He has flown all the way from South Korea to address us. Welcome.
This is the clip. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, first of all, to FICCI for having us, and it's an honor and a privilege to be able to speak in front of you today. Thank you for making the time today, and good morning to you all. So, my name is Paul Lee. I'm a medical doctor as well as a scientist, and I've created and sold companies since the age of 20. So, I'm a serial entrepreneur. But today I wanted to talk a little bit about the future of work in AI and what kind of skills do the youth actually need in order to work for AI and AI companies and bring forth the workforce that is needed in the future. And also, I want to be able to talk about some policies as well as government projects that was happening in South Korea that allowed companies like Mind AI to come about. And right now, Mind AI is considered and has been voted as the next unicorn of the startup industry in Korea. And we won the National Grand Prize in Artificial Intelligence in South Korea, but also in 2020, we won the AI competition of Asia and Australia, and the one in Silicon Valley in 2021. So I want to share with you some of my thoughts in AI, but also some of my thoughts in how we can really get the workers and the team involved and skilled in this sector of AI, how we can improve. Because the way I see it, and this is coming straight from my experience as well, but India has some of the smartest and the brightest people that I've ever seen. And all I think is needed is a little push into digitization, a little push in terms of policies to allow companies to form naturally, whether that's from the SMEs, whether that's from the startup world. But I would like to share my experiences that I experienced in Korea. I was brought up in the UK, as you can see from my accent, but I also have my heritage in South Korea and want to improve the startup industry in South Korea. And so I would like to share a few things today. So starting off, future of work in AI. Now, AI, as everyone knows, is a huge industry. In 2030, it's going to be over 1.6 trillion US dollars in market cap. Now, what we know today as AI, in my opinion, okay, is not that much of an intelligent machine. Okay, it's very fast. It can do a lot of calculation very, very quickly. Okay, but it also has a lot of problems. So that means there's a lot of room still to innovate, to come in, and lots of startups from India or anywhere else in the world to come in and join in that $1.6 trillion market cap. Okay. Now, let me share with you a little bit about the history of AI. So in the 1950s, the term artificial intelligence was coined. Okay. At the time, it wasn't machine learning. It wasn't deep learning. It started off with symbolic, rule-based models. Okay. The problem with that was they didn't account for context in natural language. Whether it's Hindi, whether it's Korean, whether it's Arabic, every language needs context. Without context, you have no meaning of what people are talking about. Okay? So context was not there. So what evolved is, with the advent of more high supercomputing powers and social media and a lot of data, people started to create AI in terms of data and supercomputers, meaning they were crunching numbers. So the data, in terms of artificial intelligence, was more on the line of how can we see patterns? How can we see pattern recognition and pattern management, basically? Okay. And with the supercomputing powers, now it can compute trillions and trillions of data points. But the problem there is it doesn't actually understand what it's doing. And in order to use that in a business setting or even healthcare, that is very, very difficult. Because if a doctor was given an advice from an AI, but the doctor cannot trace how this engine, this machine, came to its answer, then it's very difficult to rely upon it. Okay? So the problem of transparency, the problem of hallucination, and also the problem of not actually understanding what it's talking about. Those are very, very big problems that we face today. Okay? And that's what I want you to think about in my presentation today. So, what is the future of work in the AI sector? First of all, AI is going to be dominant. It's going to be bigger than the internet. Okay? It's going to be everywhere. It's going to be in government institutions. It's going to be in the private sector. It's going to be in the public sector. It's going to be on your phone. So, what is the future of work? That means, first of all, you need to understand how to use it. Right? That's the first thing. You don't need to understand the ins and outs or the gritty-nitty, but you need to know how you can use it usefully in your everyday lives. Okay? And also, policies need to be made so that the young workers, as well as the youth who are growing up, who are going to university, who are going to be the first leaders or the future leaders, they need to know what to do with this AI. And that's why Skills India, in my opinion, is a massive, massive undertaking which needs to happen now. Okay. So what are the skills-related issues that young workforce face? First of all, what other criteria do you need to understand artificial intelligence? To be honest with you, artificial intelligence is not some kind of a monster. It's something that we already know, something that we already use very, very readily. We use the calculator, right? We use Excel. It's not, well, to be honest with you, the ML, the machine learning and the deep learning technologies is a complicated way of using Excel and a calculator, okay? But if we know how to use it, then we know how to adapt to it, and we know exactly where and how to operate it. The three things are very, very important. You need to know and have the general elementary knowledge of what AI is. That's the first thing. The second thing is the analytical skills. And this is something that you need to learn in education, in higher education, but also in primary and secondary schools as well. Analytical skills is the most important part of AI, because you need to understand why and how this AI is working in this way. Also, in order to program computational language as well as AI, critical thinking is the utmost important quality. So how do we train these things? How do we train? First of all, introducing general and elementary knowledge is easy, right? Playing around with your phone, even playing games on the phone teaches you how to use AI very, very naturally. But critical thinking as well as analytical skills need to be taught. And this should be more like a public service that is available to everyone around the world. Whether it's mass open online courses, whether it's Coursera, for example, it has to be something that is open, have criterias, have licenses, have tests, so that people can work up their levels and be ready and skilled to be employed by other companies, or even have the ability to create their own companies. Now, a little bit about the Korea national strategy. First of all, the most important thing is the literacy level as well as the skill level in Korea is by far the best in the world. The reason that is because of two things, in my personal opinion, without even looking at the numbers. The first one is because we are in Asia. And to be honest with you, I don't think it's very different from India either. India parents, Korea parents, they're very, very similar. Okay? They like their kids to do well in school. They encourage them to become doctors, bankers, lawyers. But that guidance is also very, very important. But what can the government or SMEs and startups do to help them? It's providing these courses. Okay? What Korea did very, very well was they went into policy making. They were supporting SMEs. They were supporting startups. They spent billions of dollars in curating and helping semiconductor companies such as Samsung to become number one. Samsung did not do that on its own. Despite the fact that my father worked for Samsung for 35 years, and that's the reason I was there. He was the president of Samsung Electronics. But it wasn't just Samsung that was, a genius in becoming number one in semiconductor business. They needed the help from the government. They needed that extra push. And I think that's exactly where India is going as well. Also, if you look at the literacy level of Korea, it says 67% or 69% over there in the slide, but what I realized is it's 97% of the workforce is skilled. Okay? And that's a huge number. So higher education, even in the compulsory service of the military in Korea, the soldiers have access to online courses that they can skill up within the 2 years. So when they come out of the military, they have new skills that they can apply and really go after other jobs. Now that's very, very important because those 2 years, some might say that's a waste of time. Because despite the fact that Korea is still in the wartime, no one really thinks the war is happening imminently, right? So going to the military for 2 years, that's a very long time for someone in their 20s or early 20s. But if they can learn something, if they can learn a new skill, if the military is helping them guide through what kind of occupational costs as well as occupational guides, that is very, very beneficial. Okay? And that's exactly what is needed. Presidential incentives as well as initiatives, despite the fact that Conservative Party is changing to Labour Party and then changing to the Conservative Party, the initiative of digitization in Korea has never changed. So that theme continued to grow for 20 years. And that's the only way that can really bring the country to that digitization level. Let me give you an example. In hospitals in Korea, everywhere in Korea is digitized. So I can pull my health records, healthcare data, from one doctor to another doctor very, very easily. This doesn't happen in the US, this doesn't happen in the UK. But this needs to happen in India with, the most populated country in the world, but the most populated country with the brightest people and a potential that is second to none. So digitization, in my opinion, is the most important thing. When you go to CSC, for example, you need to be able to have these services on your mobile phone. You need to be able to get your licenses, your passport renewed. You need to be able to pay your utility bills on your mobile phone. In order to get administration, papers from CSCs or any of the administration in your village, in Korea, it takes less than 15 minutes. There is no waiting time. You can do it alone with your face recognition, with your biomedical or biomarker. That's all you need. So that process needs to be adopted very, very quickly. And I think India can do that immensely quickly. Now, some curricula. So, in terms of AI, in Korea, AI has been divided into different levels, okay? So that it can be educated in different levels for different standards. For example, our company, Mind AI, was considered one of the pioneers. So we had support from the Ministry of SMEs and Startup to focus on, don't focus on what's already out there, but please focus on what has not been developed yet. Because if you just follow the footsteps of the big techs and the trend, there is not going to be a big bang. You're always going to be a fast second. But fast second is good when you're following the footsteps. But if you want to lead, you need to think about something else. And that's the only way that we believe you can become a unicorn and dominate the AI industry. So the curricula and the system, also training to nurture the AI experts, is also very, very important. And you need to nurture them by stages and by levels. You can't teach AI to high school students in a totally professional level. It's just not possible, right? It's not in higher education either. It has to be a separate curriculum for specialists, and that needs to be divided into license forms. So the policies, the curricula, the system, also the initiatives of the policymakers to help SMEs grow, help startups in new technologies be able to work with government, to work with public sectors, to work with private sectors. That bridge is essential. Without that bridge, none of the SMEs or startups will be able to grow. It's not just money. Funding is one thing, but introducing and being the bridge between the SMEs, the startups, and the government is the key in adopting new technologies. And I think that is where we need to focus on. Now, I want to show you a quick video before I go into Mind AI. It's basically a Facebook executive talking about what is now, okay? What is happening now in the AI, machine learning, and deep learning technologies, okay? Oops. There's no sound. Okay, so let me just explain what this guy is saying. So what he's basically saying is, if you provide 10,000 data points to Facebook or Meta, Amazon, Google, or Baidu in China, or Naver in Korea, the result is going to be exactly the same. So the machine learning algorithm, the deep learning algorithm that you have today is exactly the same. But this has a lot of problems. So what he's saying is there needs to be some kind of a secret sauce, right? If you're a chef and you have 3 ingredients that are exactly the same, it depends on what the data set is, but at the end of the day, the outcome is going to be very, very similar, right? You need something else to boost this AI into the next level. Because right now, ChatGPT, I'm sure everyone has heard of, and some may have used it already. But it's like, right now, it's like a drunk uncle on a celebration anniversary day, talking about something he does not know anything about with 100% of confidence. Okay? Now, that's funny, but it's also very, very dangerous if it comes to businesses. Okay? If it comes to healthcare, if it comes to finances. Imagine an AI like a drunken uncle managing your money. Would you be able to trust it? That's why a deterministic model is needed. And that's where Mind AI comes in. This is, I'm not sure whether you can see this, but the AI experts today, what they're saying is, the algorithm that you see today in machine learning and deep learning technologies, they have not been innovated for the last 50 years. Okay? The only thing that has happened is more data, more supercomputing power, But that's also a problem because you're basing it on a very brittle fundamentals. It's like building something very, very high with the fundamentals being very, very weak. Okay? So they need some kind of a reinforcement to help this grow, to help it go into the next level. Now, the market opportunities, as everyone knows, is huge. 1.6 trillion, but that's an understatement. It's going to be more like $6 trillion by 2030. We need to focus on three things: the conversational AI. The next thing is RPA, the human logic intelligence. The next thing is machine reasoning comprehension. Machine reasoning comprehension, what that means is a machine is going to be able to read a manual, be able to understand it, and be able to tell you what it is. It's going to be able to read a scientific journal, compare scientific journals, and come up with its own theory. That's called meta-theoretics. And that is now possible. This is the beauty of the inventions of new technology coming from SMEs and startups. That's why we have to be able to embrace these. Now, a little bit about Mind AI. This, if you see this triangular structure, this triangular structure is a new algorithmic form that understands natural language. This took 13 years to build. Just this triangular structure alone took 13 years. And obviously, millions and millions of dollars went in. But now it's got the potential to be billions and billions of billions. But what this is, it allows three reasoning processes to happen exactly like how human beings think: abduction, deduction, and induction. Those three processes are how us as human beings reason. Artificial intelligence actually has to be intelligent. Okay. So the definitional term for intelligence is the ability to reason. If a machine can reason, that means it can mimic the process of the logical thinking that human beings will be able to do. If that is possible, then it becomes interesting. Combining this with machine learning is where the magic happens. The drunken uncle becomes much more educated. He becomes more logical. He becomes an expert in different fields, which means he's not just a drunken uncle anymore. He becomes a doctor of something. And that's where this technology fits in. Now, right now, Mind AI is going to be working with CSC, the Common Service Centers, here in India. We're going to be deploying it to all 500,000 CSCs with the help of our partner, Abraham Kumar, the chairman of Prototech India. Now, this is a very big undertaking because there are so many languages in India. We're going to start off with English and Hindi, but also we're going to be able to introduce regional languages as well. The reason is because this model is a symbolic model, which means it doesn't matter if it's Korean, Arabic, Hindi, Punjabi, it doesn't matter. So we can add in multiple different languages, and this is going to help immensely. So I'm going to finish the slide with this in mind. What only mind expression can do, and what the machine learning and deep learning technologies lack today. First of all, as mentioned before, is transparency. There is no transparency in machine learning and deep learning technologies today. That means they have no idea how this result came about. If this result is wrong, what they need to do is they need to go back, untrain this data, and then train it again. Then it takes months and months. So that's a very big problem. It's like educating a child. If a child understands something wrong, then you need to have the ability to teach it right, and then it will be able to adaptively learn on the spot, and then interact immediately. That needs to be possible. Another thing is context hopping. Human beings, we don't talk in a linear way. just as the developer developed this thing, okay? It has to be able to context hop. Another thing is transfer of knowledge. It needs to be able to hop from domain to domain after domain. I know this is a lot to chew. Please come and talk to us. We'll be more than happy to talk to you and explain this in depth. But thank you for your time and thank you for listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. I think it was a very important talk, although it is in a brief you have said, but very interesting. I think all of us would like to talk to you more about this and understand. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Sir?
Can we take one question?
Sir?
Good morning, Dr. Paul. I am a medical doctor too, and I am a hospital administrator. Recently, there was a session on legal and ethical issues of the use of AI in healthcare, and the biggest barrier to ethics while using AI is the lack of transparency. So I would like you to explain to the House how your system achieves that transparency in an otherwise very, very opaque system. Thank you.
That's a beautiful question because that's exactly what we've been trying to do for 13 years. And the reason I can answer this with much more enthusiasm is because I come from a medical background as well, but also the reason I went into AI was because of healthcare. Because the healthcare industry needed innovation, and the only way that I saw was to be helped by artificial intelligence. Now, the black box syndrome that we see today is never going to solve it, okay? Because you're never going to be able to trust something that tells you what to do without telling you how it came about. The beauty of the canonical model, the canonical foundational model that Mind AI has built is innately transparent, meaning you can follow exactly the process of why and how, what theses it used to come up with that reasoning theory. So if it's wrong, and sometimes it will be wrong, you can trace back and correct it with more information. Now, if that is possible, then the healthcare professional is also going to be learning from the AI. The AI is also going to be learning from the group of healthcare professionals around the world, because this is very important, because you mentioned ethics as well. In some cultures, some procedures are not allowed. The AI needs to understand the difference in cultures, it needs to be able to understand different countries' practices, and it has to be deterministic with full transparency. So the canonical network itself being transparent allows us to trace back. And that's the beauty of where AI needs to go and what we have today. Thank you.
Good morning. Thanks for your wonderful presentation. Just wanted to know about the collaboration that you have with CSCs. Because CSCs are generating millions of transactions per day, at a rural
Absolutely.
level. Yeah. So what is the collaboration you're looking at, and what's the outcome you're hoping for?
So first of all, the village entrepreneurs, as well as these physical centers, they need digital power. They need to be able to become much more efficient with their costs going down. And also, from the citizen's point of view, they have questions that may need answered immediately without the experts being on the call and not being able to answer them. So being able to have that service, customer service, 24/7, 365 days, that is something that is essential in our opinion. So the conversational AI is going to be embedded in all the CSCs in multiple different languages, but also the way the village entrepreneurs interact with the main office, the headquarters, can be automated as well. Rather than everything being manual, Some processes can be automatically wired, so there is no human intervention needed. But as we mentioned before, that process needs to be transparent. So if something goes wrong, we can go out and correct it. And if new processes come along, because sometimes processes change, that needs to be able to be corrected in 30 minutes. If that is possible, then we can keep upgrading this system as we go, and it can be individualized. So the CSC in one area, the needs is different from other CSCs in other areas. So personalization of that CSC is also possible, and it will be able to gather more information from the interactions, and it will become smarter and smarter and smarter so that it can help in multiple different ways.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lee. Let's have a huge round of applause. It's been an honor and privilege to have you, Dr. Lee. Thank you. We now move ahead with our next session, which is on skilling initiatives in India. Thank you so much. Skill initiatives in India, sharing of best practices. This session is a very special one because we are trying to discuss various models of skilling in India. And
Excellent. Thank you so much.
to moderate the session, we have Mr. Arunesh Singh, who's the CEO for Generation India. Dr. Vinod Kumar has joined us online. He's the MD and CEO of Andhra Pradesh State Skill Development Corporation for the government of Andhra Pradesh. Dr. Apurva Palkar, founding Vice Chancellor of Maharashtra State Skills University. PM Riaz, who's the General Manager at Kerala Knowledge Economy Mission. Mr. Sanjay Bhal, who's the Managing Director and CEO at Centum Learning. Dr. Ajay Bhushan, the Vice Chancellor of Global Skills University, the ISECT Group, and George C. Verghese, who's a SEMCA expert. May we have the panelists on the dais. Huge round of applause, please. Let's begin with our next session. Moderator.
Hi, can you hear me now? Good morning, everybody. I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you. We have an esteemed panel today, and we look forward to a very rich discussion. I'll give you a quick introduction of myself. I'm Arunesh Singh. I'm the CEO for Generation India Foundation. Generation is a non-profit incubated by McKinsey & Company way back in 2015, and it works across 17 countries and more than 300 cities. We work basically as a train-in-place organization across about 40 professions. Currently in India, we are working with the National Skills Development Corporation and with the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship for a project called Amber, which is an outcome-based project. And we will be talking a lot more about outcome-based skilling and how does that sort of impact the skills ecosystem. I think we have a very privileged to have a distinguished panel of experts who've been at the forefront of designing and implementing successful skills programs across various sectors and regions in India. Their experiences, insights, and best practices hopefully will be the driving force for the discussion today. The way we are going to structure this is we'll have about 2 questions each for the panelists. We'll ask them alternatively, and probably give you about 3 minutes to respond to that question, if that's okay. So let's get started.
I'd like to start with Mr. P.M. Rias. Kerala, this is an interesting, thing when you're trying to talk about understanding best practices, and then you bring up the state of Kerala, which is the front runner in implementing innovative practices in the Tibet ecosystem. In what ways does the incorporation of vocational education into higher education in Kerala, as in the case of the Kerala Knowledge Economy Mission, sort of help us understand the experiences that enhances it for students? Talk to us a bit about that, and how does it sort of contribute to the national education policy?
Thank you, Arinesh. In fact, the state of Kerala does not see skill as a different from the traditional general education itself. However, we found that, I don't know whether it is right to say that teachers are the biggest bottlenecks in implementing or integrating the skilling into the mainstream education. National education policy clearly emphasized that the integration of the vocationalized education into the mainstream education itself. We did a lot of experiment, and we started way back in 1983 in introducing the vocational higher secondary education in the school system itself. But that stand as a separate thing itself. We learned a lot. In 2012, we wrote a project called State Skill Development Program, where we divided the issue of the unemployment into two, preventive and curative itself. Preventive in sense focusing on the students on the higher education system itself. And one of the key elements we found that faculties were not willing to adopt or integrate the vocational education into the mainstream thing. Then we came up with, can we offer this as an additional program? Then we came up with a program called Additional Skill Acquisition Program, where we identified critical skill sets like teamwork, communication skills, collaboration, digital skills. And along with the domain skills, we offered this program to a large number of students. That is one experiment. The second thing we realized, and later we realized that we also need to provide opportunity for the students to experiment their ideas. We started incubation centers. There are 23 government approved incubation centers in the colleges. Along with that, 430 mini incubation centers in the higher education system. Plus, we also, with the support of the MIT, we started mini fab labs. That is another experiment. Then IoT labs. That is an institutional infrastructure side. On the policy level, we found that, say for example, to get a thing signed by a university, you won't believe that there are 17 people have to see it. Then we tried to reduce that bottlenecks. Then we introduced another interesting innovation. We allowed the faculty to come as an entrepreneur also. That is a policy level intervention. Then we also recognize that unlike in the general education system, there is no training mechanism exists in the higher education system for the teachers. So we started sending our IT instructors to countries like Singapore. This year, as part of the Kerala Knowledge Economy, so this is a larger program. We would like to send the teachers, faculty to industry immersion program. That is another area of intervention from our side. An important element is that most of the discussions we are excluding the user community, the student community. So we wanted to focus on that thing and need to introduce challenge-based pedagogy into the system itself. It will take time, but having said that, there are a couple of foundation stones or foundation steps we have taken. Say, for example, industry on campus. We started working with industry and set up the facilities within the polytechnic colleges. And another thing is that recently the industry policy has made a large amendment. We are encouraging industry to set up parks within the higher education system. That is another thing. And in the constituencies, we are going to set up the talent hubs. So multiple levels of intervention. It is not an easy task, and we should also understand this is not a homogeneous groups. We have to think about this aspect. The beautiful aspect of Kerala's model is inclusivity, affordability and accessibility. Across all the panchayats or the constituency, we have a facility in place to access vocation.
Sure. Well, thank you so much. This is very interesting, and the focus on teachers, I think very few people even talk about teachers and enhancing their capacity. I'd like to move to another interesting state. Thank you, Dr. Vinod, for joining us online from Andhra Pradesh. I'd like you to sort of, throw some light on the diverse schemes in place for vocational education in Andhra Pradesh. And, what do you consider are some of the standout features that this group could learn from, and, some of the highlights and as far as best practices are concerned? Over to you, Dr. Vinod.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for the opportunity, and I'm so sorry that I could not join in person because Andhra Pradesh Assembly sessions, monsoon sessions have started today itself. Coming to Andhra Pradesh, so two of our very standout features trying to integrate this whole ecosystem is Andhra Pradesh State Skill Cascading Ecosystem. So we basically understood that skilling is such a diverse area, and there have been bits and parts we are trying to plug in at various level and trying to do some program. However, we realized that this has to stand out as a big like a tree and a big vertical in the government. And what we have started is AP State Skill Cascading Ecosystem with Skill University at the top, which we are still conceptualizing. We are reading, studying different states, how they have done. So we have trying to do something which fits our state appropriately. So this will largely do the syllabus dynamic and try to make it much friendly to industries and corporates, they coming in and plugging in, and it will be a hub of very high-end center of excellences, which we are still contemplating. So below that are skill colleges. So we have already 26 skill colleges in each parliamentary constituencies. We have 25. So these are going to cater to level 4 to level 8 kind of courses. We already established them in 26 centers in 26 districts. Then below that we have skill hubs. These are at the level of assembly constituencies. We have already established 192. So this ecosystem is in place since last year, September. So below this, we have skill spokes. So skill spokes are basically a classroom kind of a thing, or a space which industry has dedicatedly given to us, where we provide the skilling program or we fund their programs. So this is called a skill spoke. And further, we have ICSTP, Industry Customized Skill Training Program. That is, the various industries operating in Andhra Pradesh. So we just help them how they want their HR to be recruited. So the experience is that we try to cook something and ask the industries to eat it. So they don't want to do that. So they're using different software. So they're using different hardware. So the work culture is different. So they want whatever skilling I give. Again, they have to immerse the HR into their environment, and it's taking them extra effort. So we directly plug in there and customize the skill program for them. So we have 55 of them. Those are ICSTP. Now we are empaneling all the training centers and training partners, exactly like how NSDC is doing with our own parameter. So with this, the whole ecosystem is built in a structured way, and the capacity is going to be 1.2 lakh youth to be skilled per year. So this is our first best practice I would like to share. The second one, which kind of facilitate this, and a unique innovation or a platform, I would say, rather than innovation, is a AP Skills Universe. So AP Skills Universe is a portal or a platform where three stakeholders can come together. One is the youth. So we have 21 lakh youth already registered on this. It's a app which is available in the Google Store. So youth will go and register, gives a profile of what he has educated about, and what he wants to do in life, what kind of job he wants, and what kind of skilling program he wants. As per the NSQF aligned job roles, he can select a sector, he can select a job role. Then the APSSDC, wherein the whole of APSSDC staff, we are one of the largest skill development missions. Like we have 1,000+ employees working at various levels. And the third part, which are yet to build. So, but these two parts already launched on September 5th. We are utilizing this. The third one is we want to give a login to industries where they can register and they can ask, see, I want these kind of people as my employees. I'm looking out for these. So they can ongoingly launch those kind of requests, which I will, like a matchmaking, do and kind of pull the students and match both of them and bring them on the common platform. So this we are calling as AP Skills Universe, in which, in fact, the operations of the corporation is automatized. Means if you are a training center, you're a private training center, you have 2 or 3 classrooms. I will give you a login as a coordinator, and you can raise a request to directly the MD that I want to run this kind of course. Then I will issue the work order directly in that. So everything is now going to be seamless and on an IT platform. So this reminds me that one thing I missed out in the skill ecosystem is the engineering colleges. So Andhra Pradesh is very well known worldwide for the kind of IT professionals it produces, and youth here are simply crazy about IT. So we have 247 engineering colleges. So we have operations in all of them. 103 engineering colleges, we directly have a classroom. So their program will be ongoing, and we plug in and give, so every year the kind of programs are changing. So this year it's about artificial intelligence. So just a few years ago, we were teaching them Python. Much few years before that, we were teaching them as simple as campus recruitment training, CRTs. So we have a direct presence in also. That's basically the best practice of Andhra Pradesh is the penetration. So we have penetrated wide in a structured manner, and we are able to plug in a youth's life at will. So that's from my side. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vinod. That's a very comprehensive response. Very grateful to you for that. I'll move on to Dr. Apurva. And this is another extremely interesting state. We're talking about one of the most industrialized states in the country. Your university is playing an important role in the skilling ecosystem in such an industrialized state like Maharashtra, which significantly obviously contributes to the GDP of the country. Can you elaborate on how you've been able to achieve this and the best practices there?
So I would say that we are a very small crawling baby. I'm just 1 year old in the system, and I have a huge task ahead of me because I represent a state of Maharashtra. And the state of Maharashtra, which as rightly pointed by Arunesh ji, is that we are attracting the maximum foreign direct investment. The last quarter states that we number 1 nationally in terms of FDIs. We are also a state which has the maximum number of startups in India. We also are the state which is at number 2 in terms of exports in the country. So the backbone of the country from the financial perspective and the economic perspective is the state of Maharashtra, and I am very fortunate that I'm a part of an ecosystem of Maharashtra which is trying to provide the human capital to the industry, which is the economic backbone of the country. So the initiative of the Skills University across various states, and we are one of the states which has initiated this. Fortunate we are because we are 100% NEP aligned. It's easy for me to say this. Prior to this, I was in the University of Pune, Savitribai Phule Pune University. Unlike traditional universities, we do not have any baggage with us, so we are able to implement 100% the national education policy in terms of providing all the kinds of electives that is envisaged with a 60-40 model, as well as looking at open electives, domain electives, and interdisciplinary electives, etc., etc. So we have come out with 21 programs in the universities, in the university where
The mandate for the university is to go statewide, and we are a large state. We're not a very small state. We are a large state, and considering 36 districts that we have, of which 2 may be aspirational, but at least 34 districts. I've started off with at least 3 districts to start with. And to give you a context of the university, I will just quickly give you the context of what is happening in the state as well. The state is one where we have 18 incubation centers, and the university is also been given the mandate of setting up of an incubation center. So let me also put in context that skilling and innovation go hand in hand. It may not be a great idea to only talk of skills without innovation, because thinking skills and critical thinking that we spoke of in the morning is something that the skills universities have to develop for other academic institutions as well. This is one important point that I want to drive here. So therefore, innovation and innovation hubs are becoming an integral part of the university system. Second important thing that I would like to drive here is that the government of Maharashtra has taken initiative, the first state which is setting up 500 skill centers in the rural regions. And we are announcing that the Minister Sir would announce that on 2nd of October, where the launch will happen. And this is where we are looking at sourcing people at the lowest end of the spectrum to ensure that they get skilling, which becomes very, very significant. And third important thing that I want to drive here is that where is the cascading that is happening to the universities? So the cascading to the university is happening with the ITIs, which is at the lowest end of the spectrum, where every year 150,000 ITIs get trained. So the university is looking at people who can do it, who can't do it, and who couldn't do it. So all the 3 levels is what we're looking at. So the possibility of movement, lateral movement for the students from the ITIs into the university system is one that we're really looking at. We're looking at upskilling for people in the industry. People have missed the bus in industry a lot of times. That is second important domain that our university is looking at. And third, of course, is the regular students who may want to look at getting themselves a formal degree. This is what was missing in the skilling ecosystem for a very, very long time. In India, or India is driven, our country, unfortunately, the culture that we come from, degrees become very significant. Everyone is happy with a certificate and getting a livelihood, but it is important when they go into even the marriage market, anywhere you go, so the degrees play a very significant role. From that perspective, this is what is an important role that Maharashtra State Skills University is going to play in terms of providing the degrees. And just a last important point, where we're saying that when we start from ITS, then we go to the bachelor's program, we're talking on the master's program, and we're also talking about a research which is an applied research area, and 6 innovation hubs in the state of Maharashtra, which will align to 6 different specialities of the state: manufacturing, IT, ITES, BFSI, fintech, media, and logistics. So these are the areas in which we're going to be focusing in the state, where we get the problem statements from the industry. We have the PhD scholars working on it and MTech programs around it, or probably the other courses and programs around it. And at the bottom of the pyramid is all the degree programs that we'll be doing with multiple entry exits. These were my opening remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'll shift the conversation to you, Sanjay. Wanted to understand, we know that there's been a huge change in how training happens post the pandemic, especially, when you talk about online and hybrid models.
Right.
I wanted you to talk to us about, how has your organization shifted, towards such formats, and, what are some of the best practices, even otherwise, that, you would want to talk about to this audience?
Sure. Thanks, Alrish. And while the session topic skilling initiatives in India, I think it's almost like it'll take 2-3 days if we have to start talking about it, and we'll have to summarize it in few minutes that's are given to us. Broadly, while I think I can see most of the esteemed audience, they have rich experience in this entire space. As Centum Upgrad, we've been involved with skilling in India for the past 15 years. And this is the only thing that the entire company and the group focuses on, both in India and Africa, and also now we're looking at some emerging economies. So we have, actually gone through right from policy making, in 2007-8, right from Mr. Pralad's when the mission was set up, and seen. Broadly, if I have to divide, before I come to the last one that Anurash had said, we can divide the entire phase into 3 phases. First 5 years, which was like, till about 2012-13, when the entire NSQF framework and QPs, etc. was set up, SSCs, NSDC, it was led. Then if you look at the next phase of 5 years, which was almost till about 2012-13 to 2018. I think that's where a lot of on-ground work and various centers, infrastructure, industry involvement, etc. Really came in, and also the government schemes, etc. started getting I would say very well structured at states level in this. And the third is which is that just before pandemic till now. So if you divide into 3, in terms of I would say the best practice sharing, in phase 1, what we realized is that the standardization and also the challenges looking at the vast distribution of learners and the needs across the country, which has also got multiple languages. So, that is where we started working on in phase 1, that how do we address the vast, looking at trainers quality and, right across till deep rural India, Bharat, so to say. And that is where we did several unique initiatives which really help us to take skilling to right up to the rural and tier 3-4 towns. The second phase, I would say, with the industry, we've been involved with corporate and industry, multiple sectors, because they play a very important role. If you look at where skilling initiatives have really worked well, whether we talk about Australia, Germany, and multiple forums being talked about, even yesterday's session, I think both Mr. Tiwari and Mr. Ramakrishna also were focusing on, they said that a lot of, this thing has been done. I think it's very critical that, out of all the stakeholders, if we see industry-wise, I think still a lot of ground that we need to cover. Still, it becomes, a bit of challenge to sell our skills certificate to the industry for employment and demand for, I would say premium. But I think that is where we started cracking it industry by industry. We worked with large organized sectors as a best practice and started demanding the acceptance of certificate with the premium. It worked with few, but I think the impact has to be much larger. And if coming to the last phase of, pandemic and this, I think the entire learners' behavior over the last 4-5 years, and while pandemic and COVID obviously added to it because of the online technology, adaptation. But at the same time, also, if you look at the learners' profiles have changed, significantly in the last 4-5 years. And it was a big challenge for us, especially looking at, all the skilling initiatives and the programs. So what we did was, while still maintaining those standards that were set up, assessment practices and all this in the initial phase 1 and 2, and the entire thing we converted into a digital way. So much so that, last 2-3 years, whatever skilling programs we are running, it's actually we are following now a principle of 70-20-10, looking at purely the learner. Earlier the classroom itself, used to be about 70-80%, and then, we take them to the industry for some session, orientation and some speakers. But I think gone are those days. As far as these learners are concerned, they don't have a, you have to keep them engaged. So nowadays, the theoretical piece in a, training is only 10-20% based on our experience. And then we say there's a new, learning methodology which is adapted is the peer learning. So we do a lot of exercises, which is in peer learning, which takes about 20-30% and which are for specific job roles, specific industry. And then 50-60% learning, whether in the classroom or with that, the local level industry or the place that we have tied up. We do a lot of hands-on, the projects. Now, all these 3 models are actually aligned to the NSQF framework and the QPs. So what our experience shows is that this is the model that the learners are adapting. It is also making them ready for the jobs, whether it is the organized jobs or non-organized sector, or whether it is for livelihoods. Some of them, we done program, whether it is for honeybee farming or for fisheries in Odisha. We are finding that even for these jobs, these learning methodologies and, working closely with them is working. And the last is lately we have seen last 2-3 years is the entrepreneurs which are emerging big time. I think even, Dr. Purva was talking about it while Maharashtra is one of the maximum number of startups. But here the challenge that we have seen is that even within entrepreneurship, I think there are 3 levels that we have seen. In tier 3, tier 4, the local youth or whether women or local people who are coming for skilling, they want to set up a small shop there in their area. Everyone doesn't want to shift to Delhi, Bombay and Bangalore and the metros. So we are, curating programs. So how do we help them, setting up as far as local, how do we help them in local market linkages, etc. And then the other spectrum that we have seen with Upgrade Centrum is that, the youth today, whether for, the future new generation tech skills or, Dr. Lee was just talking about entire AI machine learning. Now, there are a lot of, because this AI machine learning and future tech skills actually cut across all industry and domains for any, whether it is startup or large organization. So that is where our large focus is going on currently last 2-3 years, that how do we really make it, happen, that impact. So I don't know whether I've been able to address that briefly in this short time.
Well, thanks so much, Sanjay. I think that's very comprehensive, and I think we'll have opportunity to ask another round of questions. I wanted to move to Dr. Ajay and get your perspective and your opinion on what measures can universities and institutions take to ensure that their skill-based programs are aligned with the industry needs. I think that's a very important sort of alignment that's required. And secondly, the National Credit Framework, allows students to earn credits as they go along. These skill development programs. Your opinions and how can those be adapted?
First of all, thank you so much, and namaskar from Madhya Pradesh, Bhopal, the heart of India. तो नमस्कार इसलिए किया क्योंकि भोपाल में हम सब लोग बहुत हिंदी बोलना प्रेफर करते हैं. Although I am totally born brought up at Delhi, but since from last 6 months I am in Bhopal. So first skill university of Central India, that is Scope Global Skills University. क्या ज़रूरत थी, सर ने जैसे बोला कि NCRF के साथ में how we can align the. So first of all we have to understand one thing. See, I am not going to talk about the universities, what we are doing in skilling and all, and something like that. I just wanted to address some few points which I need attention from the house, which is very, very important. See, we have launched this policy in 2020 and we have yet not implemented the policy properly till 2023. So this is the first question, which is a very serious question which we have to focus upon. Second point of my view is that there is a lot of is the gap about the information which is not reaching rightly to the candidates. आपको उनको स्कूल में पढ़ाना होता है, you want to teach them in a school, you want to tell them your kids also tomorrow that okay fine, this is what basically you want to be, this is what you have to do, etc., etc. But there is a lot of gap which is there for the knowledge. The information gap is there. Then third point, as sir have rightly said, the major and very important question which definitely I would likely to address to Rama sir, because Ramakrishnan sir is here and Agrawal sir is here. See, there is a huge gap between the industry and academia. My very close friend is sitting here, Mr. Mahapatra, and he have taken that initiative. So not only for India, for the overseas also, where we are also becoming part of that, and we are going to run one program with them for the Nano Master for the candidates. But still, there is a lack of industry and academia tie-ups. As ma'am is here, she have started, we have heard about Kerala, we have heard about Andhra Pradesh, that the lots of skills universities are coming, but still the industry participation is required for the creating of curriculums, for the creating of content, for the creation of the skill gap analysis and the requirements which they asked for. What generally we people are doing, we are just creating a curriculum, taking out a subject, okay, fine, this is okay for the students and let's go ahead with that. So now, end of the day, when we talk about the NCRF, the new policy, which is a national credit framework, where we have to allot the credits, there now I'll come to one point that again, FICCI can play a very fantastic role in that, sir, where you have to push the authorities to come up with a concrete plan. Like AICT have just started a meeting talking about how to create the curriculum as per as 1200 hours of teaching in HAI per annum, how we have to divide it, what kind of a courses we have to adopt, whether we have to go with the 4 major courses or we have to adopt with the 5 major courses. There again, there is a big question mark, because the UGC is saying we have to opt for, we have to go with the 4, and AICT is saying we have to go with the 5. So again, we need the clarity, being the academians. I think ma'am will be definitely agree to me for that. So there is a lot of, gaps which we have to fulfill, and especially when we talk about the overseas. आज की डेट में बच्चों के लिए बहुत क्यूरियोसिटी है, बाहर जाना है, बाहर पढ़ना है. So that is very, very important. And then if that policy will be decided clearly, it will be a one standard policy nationwide, okay, how we have to provide the credits. So it's very simple. If we will create the curriculum hourly wise, subject wise, we can easily divide the credit policies. So that in that manner, and as I am again saying, there is really a lack of information, not only to the candidates, but actually if we talk about to our faculty members also. So we need lots and lots of workshop related to NEP, NCRF, time to time, to teach them, so at least they could understand where exactly is the gap. And with that, we can align the ABCs, which will be not a difficult task. Secondly, one major thing, because we have a very, very short of time. So the thing is, when we talk about the mid-age learning as per the NEP and NCRF guidelines, and then we talk about the higher education, and then we talk about the the HAI, which is a university kind of a thing. There again, these students, those dropout candidates, we have to give a focus on them. If somebody is dropped out, say in class 10th, क्या वो कभी life में graduation नहीं करेगा? Whether he'll be able to do the graduation or not? Yes, that is possible as per the new guidelines, but we have to teach them. So when we are going to do, a lot of conferences, very sorry, I am highlighting these points, on this platform. But we are doing a lot of conferences, but we are not coming up to some conclusions. So there we need, yes, a very solid committee, which FICCI is already having, can give a more and more focus on that and push to the government, especially talking about, NSDC, NCVT, Ministry of Skill Development, talking about UGC, AICT, because they all are now a common group. So if they are a common group, they have to come on a platform.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for your thoughts. Thank you. Let me move to you, Dr. Verghese. A question on, largely on media. You have a lot of expertise in the area, in the field of education. Could you share a notable example of how, educational media or technology has been effectively harnessed to enhance vocational skills? I think that's the area of expertise we wanted you to focus and give us some knowledge there.
Thank you, Aranesh. At the outset, I need to thank the organizers for this opportunity, for the Commonwealth Educational Media Center for Asia to share some of its experiences. As part of the Commonwealth of Learning, what CEMCA has been doing across the world is trying to apply media and technology such as open and distance learning can be enhanced. Now, in that context, when we were looking at into India very recently in a study, we said, how can we address the question of scale? Because when you look at India, the most important thing is the question of scale. So we said, especially in the context of the public education system, the ideas are there. We cannot write it off. Okay, if that be the case, is there a possibility of blended learning playing the role and trying to improve its efficacy, both in terms of learning outcomes and, more importantly, can it be used in such a way that people come to industry? There are small scale examples which SEMCA and the Commonwealth of Learning has from other countries. So we said, let's catch the bull by the horns. 26 lakhs seats is what is there in the ITIs. 1/3 of it is in the electrician course. And there's a jadoo of engineering. I was telling my engineering colleague, I said, we will attack that. So we'll kill this jadoo of engineering, that engineering courses, blended learning, mushkil hai. He said, let's open it out and find out what's happening. The interesting thing that we found was, number one, the possibility of introducing it. You break down the course. The course is 1,200 hours and per annum for 2 years, and another 150 hours of industry. When you break it down, it's in very simplistic term. 30% is theory, set, 70% is. It's actually a 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. 1/3 is theory. 1/3 is what can be termed as measurements. We had a doctor speaking in the morning as an industrialist. Any kind of physical science has measurements. You go to a doctor, they say, ye test, blood test leke aao. The engineer does exactly the same thing. So 1/3 of the program is application of measurements. The last third of it, and because we were looking at it in the, so you see the wireman coming with this multimeter, meter, this meter, utna hi hai. And finally, there is 2 parts in the core practical aspects. Number 1 is panel boards. Everybody has seen the panel boards in their own houses. So most sophisticated version in industry, etc., etc. Number 2 is machines. AC machine, DC machine. So this is it. 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. The good thing we found is, again, as part, one part is the new education policy. Number 2, NCVTs has excellent guidelines for blended learning. Very well structured. We said, isko bhi diagnose karta hai. We opened it out and found, and you follow the rule to the T. 80-20, anything theory, 80% can be taught online. Is bacche ko bhi jante hai. So the 80-20 rule, actually it's 90-10 is even possible. Most of it can be taught. The second one, in terms of measurements, 60% of the measurements can be done online, 40%. And finally, in terms of practical, the core practical, ulta, 20-80. 20% online, 80% practical. Now, when you apply this to the complete course of 2,400 hours across 2 years, we found that actually 50% of the course can be done online. Now you look at the policy implication of this. Can you see the 15,000 odd ITIs in this country? If the course can be reduced to half in terms of time, 5 million students per annum. It's worth it putting in whatever investment is required to get this done, because otherwise we'll never fulfill the skill gap. So the possibility once we found, we said, then let's go in deeper. When you go deeper, you start seeing what areas do you need to focus on. One thing COVID taught us, every teacher under the sun took a camera. Mera lecture dabba mein aa gaya. If you notice, there are 3 sets again here. So it's actually a 3x3 matrix. Number one is in terms of video lectures. From video lectures, the second part of it, again in this, is illustrations. So all of us have seen our teachers illustrating to us. So this is Baksa 1. Baksa 2 is the interactivity of digital. And the most important and the most expensive and the most difficult is Baksa 3, the immersive experience. Many of us who are older have watched our children and carry on watching our children immersed in their. If they can immerse them for games, why can't we have simulators for all these courses? Okay, now the problem is, and we check the material. 80-85% odd material is this useless lectures that have been converted. 10 odd % is the interactive, and frankly less than 5% immersive. The graduation, and that's where I speak, the public system cannot do it by itself. This requires collaboration of the private sector, because frankly, when I started talking to the people, the ITI system have experts in the curriculum. लेकिन ये टिक टिक करने वाला काम is lying with the youngsters in the private sector. And unless, Ramakrishnan ji, these two come together, there is no chance of this thing working. Fortunately, the policy environment is excellent at this point of time. The push that is being given by the NEP, the guidelines that is already provided by the NCVET. Incidentally, all the curriculum work also can easily be done. And the opportunities of this in terms of the assessment frameworks, all the nonsense that goes on of the bias of instructor and student, the transparency, 70% of the tests can be done online. Camera leke kar le yaar. So it's very objective. It is possible. What we are going to attempt as SEMCA is एक दो module करके दिखाएंगे, so that the trailer of the movie is available, and then tell government आप movie बना दीजिए. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think it's often that we talk about outcomes. It's rare that we talk about how the delivery happens. So this is wonderful. I wanted to sort of now bring this panel back to a sort of a rapid fire, if I may. We have about 10-ish minutes left, so I'm going to go back to each one of you and ask a very specific question, and then perhaps if you could respond to it in about 2-ish minutes, that would be great. So I'll come back to you, Mr. Yas. I just wanted to very simplistic question. Is there a message that you would like to give to this audience that sort of really stands out in your mind, or if there is an example that you would want, a huge success story that you would want this audience to be aware of? Please let us know.
I think again I would like to emphasize that we should not keep skilling separately. That is why the Kerala does not want to set up a separate skill university. What we need to do is that, focusing on the student's perspective, there are a lot of changes happening in the student's mindset. Aspiration levels are different. We should position skill as an aspirational thing. And I don't think the approach of BVOC is a great thing. We are knowingly or unknowingly, we are putting down skilling as a second grade thing. We should integrate it into the mainstream itself. And the second aspect I wanted to touch upon is that Kerala, we have created learning circle. This is what peer-to-peer students learning using the industry's problem in place. That is the one thing. And second thing, technology will play a key role. We should leverage technology. And the Kerala has created a technology platform called Digital Workforce Management System, which brings together skills, employment, and other support service. So our focus should move more than skills. We should focus on creating jobs in the country. And many people focus or believe that IT industry will bring more jobs. I don't think so. In the history of history of India says that manufacturing industry brings more jobs than the IT industry. IT industry will actually reduce the jobs. So we need to think about job creation. That is the key aspect in overall the skill ecosystem. That is what I believe.
Thank you so much. Where are the jobs? I guess that's the most important question. I don't know if Dr. Vinod is still online. Oh, he is. So Dr. Vinod, over to you for any highlight that you would like to particularly point out. I'm particularly interested to know, you've created a really comprehensive structure within your state. And if there's anything that you would want this audience to know of, or one particular example that you would like to focus on, that would be great.
Yeah. So am I audible?
Yes, you are.
So one thing I would like to highlight is also kind of a follow-up answer to a few of the panelists who also raised this concern. Is that in the state of Andhra Pradesh, we have implemented the credit framework already. So in fact, it was done 2 years ago. A government order was issued in the state of Andhra Pradesh 2 years ago to come up with a comprehensive credit framework for higher education. So we have already done this for higher education since last academic year. So we are now going to the second academic year. So admissions have recently started. So for the last academic year, we have already implemented this. The GO says like this, in the state of Andhra Pradesh, if a higher education student wants to get his degree certificate, be it BA, BSc, BCom, or engineering, then he must fulfill this credit framework. So we relaxed that for the first year because it was a huge mammoth task, but we'll be going to implement that in the future. Now, what work has happened in the last 1 year is phenomenal. For the undergraduate, we have 140 points, and for the postgraduate, we have 160 points. Out of this, 20 to 40 points, depending upon the course, are skill related. And they have further issued a GO that all the courses offered by APSSTC, Andhra Pradesh State Skill Development Corporation, will be carrying the credit framework. So the universities are recognizing the skill program done by us. And when the student is in the college, he'll be doing this program, accumulating the credits already. And we have had MOUs at very big levels, IBM, Microsoft, recently edX, and more than 2.5 lakh students have already started accumulating the credit framework. Now, under the leadership of our Honorable CM, now we are starting to work for class 9 to class 12 in the phase 2. And in the phase 3, it will be from the class 6 to class 9. So that's something, we take a lot of pride in, and you would have seen in the media also. If not, I request you to do that. Recently, our school students were in the United Nations, and they're able to speak English so well. So the education, in fact, the National Education Policy is a wonderful platform. I would agree with the other panelists who are speaking. The policy enabling environment is absolutely come together really well. It's now up to us who are the executive agency to make the best out of it. And thanks to the state of Andhra Pradesh, so all pieces came together and we were able to do that. Now, we are creating an individual student's profile, which the AP Skill Universe is also able to do that. AP State Council for Higher Education, APSHE, so which basically does the evaluation, curriculum, conduct of exam and all. They also have a module where when a student gets into degree, so he gets a unique ID. So to that, all his education, passing, failing, or the marks, certification, everything will be linked to. So these two are now going to talk to each other. And in Andhra Pradesh, 99.9% already Aadhaar, everybody is covered with the click of Aadhaar. So he can actually, his education profile will come, then his skilling profile also will come. And that we are calling it as skill credit bank. So he can see what all courses I did, and the certificate also will be readily available to him. They can just walk with that profile and appear for an interview probably, or on a click of a button, he can create a CV, and we are giving some 4-5 options of designs also. So basically, the national education policy is already in full swing in Andhra Pradesh, and we are looking for phase 2 and phase 3. Over to you, and I request Mr. Singh to permit me because I'll have to now rush to assembly. Has been a great panel discussion for me, and have a good day.
Thank you so much for your participation. Really appreciate it. I'll move to you, Dr. Purva. Your thoughts on any successful partnerships, collaborations, thoughts you'd like to give to the audience.
There are 2-3 very exciting examples where we've been able to do and have a breakthrough, and I think I'm also trying to answer a few questions which were or the points which were raised by Ajay ji in the earlier conversation. And this was within 2 months of our inception. The first engagement that we did was with Persistent System, which is a Pune-based company from Maharashtra, where we were able to develop a complete course content curriculum in partnership with them. The most unique part was the students who were taken in for the program. This was also done jointly, and this were for the people or the women who had opted out for family reasons, all techie women who were at home. And we actually brought them back into the fold with a 6 months certification program, and all of them are now getting placed in Persistent System. Was a unique example. Similarly, I've had requests that have come from Fiat for training of 400 women. Just because of my bandwidth, I'm not able to do that, but I'm going to do that next year. And third, initiative with multiple companies. One sutra for the university is that we do not launch any course unless we have an industry partner, which has been the case with many skills universities that we have observed, and that is how we differentiate ourselves from a traditional university. And with all that focus that we've had on industry and leveraging on the strength of the state this year was able to, the Employability Commissionerate has been able to strike 1,148 MOUs leading to 7 lakh jobs. So that is the strength of the state that we are trying to leverage and bring it into the ecosystem of the skills university is what we are trying to do. And this has excited World Bank to come forward and give us a funding. So we will be funded by World Bank for our initiative of the skills university. And MIT Boston has agreed to handhold the university. The point that I'm trying to make here is that the small models that we bring in and probably make them successful is what will bring in more interest from even international partners. And that has also led to something very unique that I would also like to share here. In a short span, we've been able to do multiple things, and I find this forum, the 5 minutes, 10 minutes, very difficult to share with you what we've done. Finishers platform is something that we have developed with a company called Monjin, and this is also a AI-based kind of a platform on employability. So we're doing a lot of work in terms of people who have just reached the finishing line but really not reached the destination. So this is what we are doing with Monjin as a company, which is a video-based, they were only doing video-based interviewing. So we have kind of supplemented it with a skills training associated with it, which is extremely helpful to the people at large, satisfying people at large and making them happy in their workspaces is more significant than just providing degrees to people, is what is my feeling, and that is where we are marching towards, and we are happy and excited that worldwide the topmost Ivy League university is showing interest in hand-holding Maharashtra State Skills University, which is something that we'll talk about it maybe next year to come and tell you the model that has emerged out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Purva. Over to you, Sanjay, for your thoughts.
Yeah.
Any successful example that you'd like to highlight, or any concluding thoughts that you would like to give to the audience.
So I would talk about two examples. One is, what we did was that while so many, all key stakeholders, if I say whether government, whether organization, industry, whether learners, and I would say enabling bodies or facilitating bodies that consist of NSDC, FICCI, CAI, all the training partners, because, all of us somewhere make this journey possible and bridge the gap between supply and demand. So one example what we tried is, which is a combination of government support, learner support, and also industry. What we did was that one of the requirement which was coming in some of the government schools, like just now Dr. Ajay was talking about children dropping out of after class 10th, 12th, and idea was that how do we give them new future technology skills with the no new policy needed, no new scheme needed. There is already an RMSA and NSQF framework working in schools. We have about 2,000 plus schools, with MHRD and multiple states, almost in 20 states. So we brought in our industry partners like Microsoft, who have these courses available to them. So all we did was a contribution from the industry. Our contribution was the training to, I would say all the trainers and, how to deliver the training. And all the state governments, the moment we presented, one after the other, it took us flat about, normally say that the government system takes long, but our experience showed we did in 8 states, and it took us only about 10 to 12 days to get their permission. So I think this is the kind of thing when you're saying so many things done over the last 10, 15 years. Now, how do we synergize everyone's effort? Every time we look at creating new policy, new scheme, it is not required. There are so many elements exist, so much knowledge, so much, so many stakeholders, and everyone wants to do well. It's just that somewhere we are not ready to come together, and we are not ready to use one strength into the other scheme and we say this will get violated and that will. So this was one. Second was, I think this was just immediately post-COVID. Everyone has heard about large, requirement of health workers. And while I think in most of the large cities and metros, somehow because there was so many youth and migrating population, somehow and the big hospitals were there, they could, and also a lot of training centers and skilling companies, NSDC framework was there, so people could get health workers trained and available. Most of the companies, whether online portal, Portia, and Tata's healthcare portal and Max healthcare portal, so all of them somehow arranged. The biggest challenge was in smaller towns and deeper into rural areas, and there were so many health setups were there, I would say institutes or small hospitals. So what we did is we brought in 2-3 very large banks who had funds for CSR. So it was a very simple thing, existing policy, they had to in any case spend the funds. And while we said that look, healthcare everyone is wanting, and somehow they agreed. And we did a massive program and we trained about 40,000 candidates within about 6 months, because it was needed also at a very pace, and which needed all our technology intervention, online learning, and actually the QPs and the NSQF framework came in very handy, but we converted the programs into that and we deployed in 4 states, and out of that 40,000, 29,000 actually took up jobs in all these smaller cities. So I mean, these are the 2 examples I would say where one can put together a lot of existing things which are already we've done and everyone has contributed. Thanks.
Thanks, Sanjay. I think we are running out of time, so yeah. I'm going to Dr. Bhushan, agar ek example dena chahe, aapka multiple partnerships hain.
Yes. I'll just likely to tell about, as I have discussed about the problems. So we are not here, to only discuss about the problems. We are here to discuss about the solutions also. So what we have done, we are having a group called ISET, which is almost a 38-year-old group. And the major focus for that group is to provide the maximum skilling to the candidates of each and every level. So what we have done is we are already having a 38 PMKK of our own. We have 6 universities, and keeping that in mind, we have created a first skill university in Bhopal, and rest all 5 universities are in Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh and Bihar. So there we are also giving the traditional nomenclature courses, as well as we are giving them the different skillings also. As Sanjay sir have rightly said about Microsoft, so Microsoft, IBM, they all are giving their curriculums now. The industry, more industries is coming in, more and more. And especially I would likely to tell about one more thing. When we talk about, automotive, so one thing generally came in our mind is कि अच्छा ठीक है, technician बनाना है, engine repair करना है and all. But we are running one program with Maruti, which Agarwal sir have launched, which is basically related to the retail management. So there the candidates are being coming upfront. We are teaching them, and then the second and third year they are with the partners of Maruti. They are Maruti is paying them a very handsome internship amount, which actually generally interact the or attract, I can say the word, to the candidate. Ki yes, I can, when I am learning, I am earning also. And some time of programs are also being launched where when the candidate is coming in the university, he is having an appointment letter in their hands. So keeping all these things in mind, yesterday I would likely to just take 1 minute that we have launched a 8th Kaushal Yatra, Pan India, which we are doing every year. So this time also we have started, just flagged off yesterday only, where this time we are going to touch more than 270 districts pan India, where we are going to, the focus of that is only to provide them the skill knowledge, how they can be participate in skilling and how they can make their career. So, and talking about rest, sir have said, we have now the collaboration with German University, Maruti, Lucas Nule, it's a German German collaboration. Then we have Hyundai, Hero Motorcorp, and more are coming up. We have also created one full-fledged studio in our campus. So the more candidates, those who want to go for a AVGC and all, so they are most welcome over there. So on behalf of ISET and Scope Global Skill University, I'll invite everybody to Madhya Pradesh. Please do come over, have a look at what we want to do. We need your suggestions and your guidance to improve further. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Varghese, over to you, sir.
Sorry,
I'm having to rush all of you, but
no problem. I'll just leave a final thought. I'll just give you an observation. Over the last 35 years, I've been involved in a lot of development initiatives, both in India and overseas. One thing I've noticed, when they say something needs to be done, guaranteed sure there will be one small example that is available in India. The fact of the matter, it's available in India, but then do you see the whole landscape is a desert, but that oasis is always there in India. The thought I want to leave with us is, Sanjay, echoing what you said. How do we synergize to design and deliver quality at scale? That's what each one of us needs to do. Otherwise, frankly, we'll carry on creating oasis. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a wonderful note to end on. I'd like to thank the panel. This was an extremely rich discussion. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. I'm sorry we were not able to get to questions, but
no, actually,
you can always meet them individually.
It has to be questions, of course.
You can meet Deepthi.
It cannot be.
Okay.
We'll have to stick to the time. The reason is that we are going to move upstairs because there are a lot of people waiting for physically getting the exposure of the panelists and talking to them. Maybe we could take these questions offline, and I wanted to request that now we break for tea, and after the tea the session is on the 3rd floor only. So we move straight to the Commission Hall. Thank you, esteemed panelists.
Hello, check. Hello, check.
Request everybody outside to please come inside the hall. We are going to begin with our session. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you all to please come inside the hall? We're going to begin with Virasat, the heritage, vocal for local, go global. It's a very important session, and we would request all of you outside to please come inside the hall so that we can begin the proceedings of the session. Sorry. May I request all the guests outside to please come inside the hall?
Check. Hello, check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Check. Mic check.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're now beginning with our session, Virasat, the Heritage. This is an hour-long session where we are going to have esteemed panelists talk about the traditional clusters, entrepreneurship, and of course the newly launched PM Vishwakarma Yojana. To begin, may I please call upon Madam Veena Swaroop, the former Director HR for Engineers India Limited. She is also the Task Force Chair for the Traditional Cluster Development at FICCI. Can we have a round of applause, please? Mr. Gabriel Bordado, the Skills Specialist at International Labour Organization. Welcome, Gabriel. Dr. Dali Koshi, Chief Mentor at Central Bharat Sevak Samaj. Welcome, sir. Mr. Gaurav Bhatnagar, Sales Head at Amazon India. Madam Meenu Chopra, the Executive Director of All India Artisans and Craftsperson Welfare Association. Good afternoon, ma'am. Ms. Soumya Mishra, Director, Women Ethnic at Myntra. Welcome. Dr. Jagdish Nath, Skill Manager at Assam Skill University Project. Good afternoon and welcome, sir. Please give us a moment. Dr. Rajni is a little delayed, so we'll just see if whenever she joins in. So thank you, esteemed panelists. And now I would request the moderator, Madam Veena Swaroop, to please take on the proceedings.
So good afternoon, everyone. So after a lovely tea, I think it's time that we get back to business. And Deepthi has reduced our time. She promised me 75 to 80 minutes, but she said this is an hour-long session. So I don't know whether she was being kind to you so that you reach your lunch early, or she was being unkind to me, because with 7 panelists and me, I think I'm going to take about 70 minutes at least. Since yesterday we've been talking about skilling, about education, this session is going to be a little different. With India rich in demographic dividend, as we are all aware, a major thrust has been given to skilling, to reskilling, to upskilling. We have all witnessed the skilling ecosystem evolving, the kind of organizations that have come up, the kind of rules, the kind of regulations, the kind of policies. Industry, government, and academia have gone a long way to see that skilling can make a difference towards employability and livelihood. But still, I'm afraid there is a gap, and we all realize that. What should be the end result of skilling is not really happening. This session has been carved out to focus on a special area, and that is skilling through clusters. The heritage skills. The heritage skills, how can we leverage upon them to train people? And this also involves the forward and the backward linkages that are there. How can we walk the last mile with them to see that finally the end result and outcome is livelihood? And we have a whole lot of them, whether in the space of art and craft. We have artisans all over the country in every state, whether in agriculture, food processing. You talk about the historical pickles that we have and the jams that we have. You talk about fabric. And that reminds me, a couple of years back, rather it was many years back, somewhere in 2005, 2006, I was with Oil and Natural Gas Corporation, and we were completing our 50th year that year. And our chairman was visiting sites, and he happened to come across Chanderi and realized that that skill was becoming extinct. And that's when ONGC pitched in through our CSR funds. And we revived that Chanderi fabric and actually used it for all our corporate mementos to promote it in our year of Golden Jubilee. And even today, it's being supported. So that's the kind of initiative which is required to retain. And how can it be done in clusters? So this is something which we are going to discuss now. Because besides imparting training, there are many other factors. So how can we, and my panel is so esteemed, it has a mix of all. We have Dr. Koshi, who's most experienced, and he's been writing books, and he has a book on clusters. He's going to speak on that. We have Gabriel from ILO, who's so passionate about the entire concept of apprenticeship, informal apprenticeship, how that can help. Then we have Meenu, we have Soumya, we have Gaurav, and we have Dr. Jagdish coming in from academia, from Amazon, from Myntra, and all these organizations which would be the ones who are going to provide those various linkages and a platform for people to go ahead. I would also like to mention that this is the right time to discuss this when on the 17th the PM Vishwakarma scheme has been introduced, launched rather, and it will surely give an impetus to this area of skilling. But before I close my opening remarks, I would like to briefly share with you what I'm very passionate about, and that is this Northeast project which FICCI is doing, and I happen to be chairing the task force, where we are skilling through clusters. It's a digital program. We have done 6 batches in food processing, in handicraft, in the area of apparels. 7th batch is starting on, we are starting the 7th batch on the 25th. It's being done by FICCI in collaboration with the Sector Skill Council of whichever skill we pick on. And we have Father George here from Don Bosco, and they are our implementing partners. They are the ones who are helping us in the implementation part of it. And we have been able to touch upon almost 450 to 500 people. And the last batch of pickle making and jam making in the Northeast, it was a sight to see. When all the women, so excited, it was a totally women batch, 57 of them, all excited, sat through all the days, and the input we gave them was domain input on how to make the pickle and jam. We gave them inputs on financial literacy, on digital literacy, on supply chain, on entrepreneurship, on managing of warehouses, on e-commerce. And on the 6th day, which is the way forward, we had someone coming in from Myntra or from Amazon speaking to them, or Flipkart, any one of the e-commerce platforms. We are connecting them with NABARD, we are connecting them with SIDBI, and we are trying our best to see, if not 100%, how many of them we can reach them to funding so that they are able to earn their livelihood or set up their own small business. So with this, I will like to come back to the session, where the structure of the session I like to share with all of you. It's a 75 minutes session. So I would request each of the panelists to be very crisp in whatever you speak so that everyone gets a chance. So we'll have the first opening remarks for about 4 to 5 minutes by each of our panelists on what they think about this cluster development and how does it lead to livelihood. After that, for the next 20 minutes or so, I would be having some questions with them and maybe a discussion amongst the panel. And then for the last 7 or 8 minutes, I will open it to the house for questions. So I will request each one of you to hold your questions till the end so that we have it in a structured and a disciplined manner and we are able to gain a lot. I hope you all enjoy this session and you have rich takeaways. Thank you very much. So can I please invite Dr. Koshi for his opening remarks of 4 to 5 minutes on what you think that cluster, how important is this part of skilling, and do you really think it leads to livelihood? What can we do? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you, Veena ji, because it's such a pleasure. Sometimes you are lucky to get a good chairperson for your panel, because Veena ji and we have been working together, I think, nearly now 12, 13 years with the FICCI Skill Development Committee. You develop strong relationships and friendships, I think, in FICCI Skill Development Forum. So I want to congratulate, Mr. Ramakrishnan, the whole Skill Development Committee of this year, and Veena ji for chairing the session. Now, we just had September 17th, the Vishwakarma Day, and coming soon after today, this particular session, which intrinsically connects to the new scheme, which is a 13,000 crore outlay by the Government of India, which augurs very well for a revival of this, crafts and craftsmanship in India. Why I make a specific difference to crafts and craftsmanship, it is like sometimes we give the wrong nomenclature and we could be left in the wrong trajectory. I was one of the 4 founders when we were setting up the National Institute of Fashion Technology in New Delhi. That was in 1986-87. That original team became about 6 of us later, sent to US in FIT to train ourselves to come back and set up NIFT New Delhi. Why I'm telling this is, in our interview we had a favorite question. We used to ask the potential candidate, if the name of the institute was National Institute of Tailoring Technology, would you have joined this program? They will be looking aghast, and they would almost, would have liked to, throw their chappal. So that way they were so angry. So sometimes, I didn't realize myself till I landed up in 2009 with the Integrated Skill Development Scheme to be implemented by the Apparel Export Promotion Council, that, I was actually working all through in skills, but they were differently nomenclatured. National Institute of Fashion Technology was all about skills. The word haute couture never meant high fashion. It meant finest form of sewing. National Institute of Design was set up in 1961 based on the India report made by Charles Eames and Ray Eames. They were basically furniture designers and skilled artisans. So sometimes these institutes, because they were nomenclatured rightly, they progressed. In fact, there was a decision, I don't want to name the minister at that point of time, who took a decision to close down NIFT in 1993. Just before we were shifting our campus from Indira Gandhi Indoor Stadium to Hoskas. And luckily, that action did not fructify. And today there are 18 NIFTs across the country. So if you have the right terminology, right trajectory, right strategy, it can always produce outstanding results. We changed the fashion landscape in the country, produced outstanding people, like Sabyasachi or Rahul Mishras, and, so many of them, countless, Ritu Berry and several of them. Now the point is, why I have telling this is, there was a book by Jaya Jaitli in 2001, which I had a copy always. It was called Vishwakarma's Children. Vishwakarma's children are Manu, Maya, Twesta, Shilpi, and Viswanya. Now these 5 sons represented, because Vishwakarma himself was the Brahma's son, represented different types of skills. And these Vishwakarma's children, the book was actually funded by one of the UN organizations in India. Now, in that, there is an interesting statement based on a quote from George Birdwood in 1880, I think. In the book, it is said so, that craftsmen are prisoners of crystallized traditions. And therefore, it is very difficult to take them out of that crystallized traditions unless you make very substantial interventions to move them. Now, why do you say this? When I was director of National Institute of Design, Ahmedabad, my room overlooked a large frame of Bhuj or Kutch mirror work wall. And in front of that, there were large number of Bangura horses. The Bangura is a small, it comes from a very small village in West Bengal. But Bangura's horses became world famous simply because it said that it has a unique, elegant stance and unique representation of values. This is what the quote says about Bangura horses. It became a worldwide sensation at one point in time. Similarly, if you look at Kani shawls from Kashmir, which is ordinarily called as Pashmina, was said to be in Napoleon Bonaparte's court where the ladies were adorned with Kani shawls. 17th century travelers, 12th century travelers, 15th century travelers all used to write a very interesting statement that from head to foot, from Cape to China, the women and men were seen to have been wearing products from Indian looms. So obviously we had an outstanding heritage, no doubt about it. Now, Veenaji has focused on clusters. I had this great fortune in bringing out Handmade in India, a publication which I would call as magnum opus. And the faculty members who did that with 400 researchers supporting them, in my opinion, should have got Padma Shri. Not the director I'm talking about the two Ranjan and Aditi Ranjan, who brought out edited the massive publication. It's such an outstanding publication. It has divided the country into 100 meta clusters. And if you go to every meta cluster, you will find totally about 500 to 600 sub clusters. And each one is gone into in great detail about the tools, the techniques, the ethnography, the anthropology, the context of the crafts and how it came about. And just, it was Shankar Singh Waghela was the minister and he released it in Rajiv Gandhi, that Baba Karak Singh Marg auditorium. I was present. I have a copy still, which was given at that time. That was a very expensive copy. Now, why I'm telling this is, these clusters, though it is said in many reports now that there are 23 million craftsmen, and there are some, more than 2,500 clusters, active clusters, and 23 million craftsmen. In my opinion, it cannot be true because there has not been any census. In 2001 book of Jaya Jaitli, it says that there were 20 million craftsmen at that point in time. Why I am very confident that it cannot be true today that there are 23 million is because when I lived in Ahmedabad, I went to Patan, the patola making, about 130 kilometers from Ahmedabad. In that patola making Patan village, there is hardly any family. There were earlier some 5-10 families which were making patolas. Today, hardly there are 2 or 3. The rest have migrated to Baroda and started making more powerloom patolas, which are imitation of the original patolas. I met this main family's young son who said that, sir, I am studying architecture. I don't have any intention to take up this particular patola weaving. Now, this is so true. You go anywhere today and ask the next generation whether you would take up these crafts of their parents. In most cases, they would say no. You go to Kannur, the furnishing looms are lying idle with plastic cupboard. You go to any of the places in many of these traditional Balaramapuram. I went just a week before Onam. Now the main shop which was selling, Kasilingam, famous shop, now they have 2 sections. One section of Settumunda with only made in powerloom. The other section sports the handloom. Now why I am telling this in detail is there was a controversial editorial which was written when I was director of NID when I said that Every kind of university was set up in the post-60s period. There was IIM, there was IIT, there was NID, there was Mountaineering Institute, and a number of institutes. But there was no craft university. There was an agriculture university. Agriculture is the largest self-employed group of people in the country. Second layer of that most self-employed people is craftspeople. Crafts were of two kinds. We published this Handmade in India, where the then Prime Minister wrote the foreword, and there was a preface which was written by me, which said that crafts are the innovations of yesterday, and crafts will require to be continued if you want to continue the innovations of today. Now, I want to just pinpoint this part, and then later, maybe in the second part of this, I'll continue with this. The point is that earlier in 2009, with the first skill development policy, it was a supply-oriented skill system. Whoever had two limbs and, 2 legs and 2 hands were made to undergo some skill training somewhere. But it moved in 2014-15 skill development policy and the skill mission to more demand-oriented skill system. And now what we are now, currently placed is what I would like to call it as innovation-led skill system. Now, in the innovation-led skill system, Vishwakarma scheme being announced makes it very relevant. However, if you purely see it as transactional, with 500 rupees given for RPL training and another 500 rupees given for advanced training and a lakh rupees loan and 2 lakh rupees in the second tranche and given a certificate, it is going to miss the point. The Vishwakarma scheme has to be seen by the craft moving from individual craftsmen to ritualistic craftsmen to connecting to fashion and to lifestyle and to luxury and to brands. This entire strategic perspective, if it is not interwoven at this stage, you will miss the bus as you did in many other schemes. Now you can get it.
Thank you. Dr. Koshi is a wealth of knowledge, and giving him 4 to 5 minutes to speak is very, very unfair. But I have to keep time. Sorry for that, because I have so many panelists waiting to speak. So coming to Gabriel, if you could give your opening remarks, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Veena. And first of all, I'd like to thank FICCI for giving ILO an opportunity to sit in the panel. I was just looking at that poster of Mahatma Gandhi, and my remarks will focus on really question of how do we make sure that Indian craftsmen and artisans have a sustainable, are part of the sustainable development and have decent work as the advocate of ILO. And basically, let me start. I was browsing the internet, and let me start with given the fact that artisans and handicraft persons are part of the culture, I'd like to quote Mahatma Gandhi's statement on culture. It says, "A nation's culture resides in the heart and soul of its people." Meaning this quote emphasizes the importance of culture in the life of a nation. So we really need to emphasize the importance of culture, and that also boils down to the artisans and the craftsmen. And as ILO has been really fortunate that we were invited as guests, international organization in the G20, and I was also fortunate to be part of the culture working group meeting that developed or crafted the draft Banarasi Declaration, which was signed by the Ministry of Culture, and eventually 3 of which were taken in the Leaders' Declaration held in September 9. Why I'm saying this is that for us to make these craftsmen and artisans have a decent work and participate in the sustainable development, is really having a good basis for policy. So I tried to quote 3 sections of that Leaders' Declaration, which really focus on the culture. One is on the section of preparing for the future of work, and it says in paragraph 20, "We commit to address skills gaps, promoting decent work, and ensure inclusive social protection for all in the cultural sector. To towards the aim of acknowledging the economic significance and societal value and culture and creative sector to support an inclusive growth, sustainable development, and decent work. That was the primary paragraph that was taken in the Banarasi Declaration and adopted in the leaders' meeting. So they really had signified or emphasized the importance of how do we strengthen the culture, particularly in the G20 membership. There are two more, but I would not emphasize in that. It's more on recommitting to the achieving the SDG, fostering digital ecosystem, and the salient paragraph on culture as a transformative driver of sustainable development goal. So what I'm saying is that my point in terms of how do we support Indian craftsmen and artisans in making the handicraft sector as one of the contributor in the economic development. As I mentioned earlier, the main intervention is on government policies and schemes. India has really good practices and schemes, particularly bringing in the informal sector to be into a formal sector. I think from the perspective of ILO, given the fact that most of the artisans and handicraft persons are considered part still of the informal sector, the ILO has several instruments that will support and facilitate this transition. One is the basic 8 conventions on fundamental principles in the rights of work. These are 8 conventions, which India has ratified 6 or 7 of the fundamental conventions. The second instrument is called the Convention 169 on Indigenous Persons. I think India has yet to ratify this convention. The third one is recommendation on informality. How do we make sure that informal sector transit into formal sector? And the last instrument that I would like to emphasize in terms of formalizing the informal sector is on apprenticeship, which was approved last June International Labor Conference and was endorsed 181 countries out of the 187 countries that attended the conference. I think that's one. There's a government policy and schemes. I would probably talk later about the apprenticeship. But there are, I think, 3 or 4 suggestions or recommendations and how do we make sure that informal sector like artisans and craftsmen move to the formal sector. One is really we have to consider the importance of the support of the non-government organizations. If you notice, not only in India, NGOs play a major role in terms of hand-holding artisans and craftsmen. The second point is awareness and promotion. In most interventions, there's a need for awareness and promotion of what product are we looking at. The good country that has this one is Thailand, which they have as one town, one product scheme, and it's now an institutionalized way of really looking at the informal sector. And lastly, I was looking at the panel, we have 2 ladies here. So most of the artisans and craftsmen are women. I think we need to empower them. We need to have them equitable access to the support from the government, from the assistance of the non-government organization, as well as any other incentives that are available. By that, I'd like to thank you, Bina.
Thank you, Gabriel. Can I now request Meenu for her opening remarks?
Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I would like to thank FICCI and Veena ji also for allowing me to speak here. So I represent the craft sector. So we've all been hearing so much about the craft sector, and we all know so much about the craft sector. As my esteemed panelist Gabriel also read out a quote from Mahatma Gandhi, which says that the culture lies in the heart and soul of the country. Now, this is a sector which is the actual heart and soul of the country. There are millions of craftsmen who are working day in and day out to carry the cultural heritage forward. we also say that it is the second largest contributor to the economy of India. But have we ever given a thought? What is it that these craftsmen are earning? A meager 5 to 10,000 a month, not more than that. That's an amount which people like you and me don't even think about why when we spend such an amount. But this is the livelihood of so many people, millions of people who've been struggling to carry those cultural traditions ahead. So there is a lot of work happening. When we talk about the government initiatives, there are a lot of schemes that benefit this sector. There are cluster development schemes which have actually benefited the sector. When we talk about skills, there is no dearth of skills in this sector. These people are skilled, they are highly skilled at what they are doing. But yes, the cluster development schemes and organizations like ours, the NGOs that are working with the craft sector, they are just identifying the gap, and where the gap lies. The gap lies in walking in tandem with the evolving market scenario. So we don't need to skill them with what they know. We need to skill them with the additional skills that are required just to match pace with the world, just to understand the fast evolving markets, the design requirements, the quality requirements, and also how to get included in those markets. Because post-COVID, all of us have seen that there's been a shift from traditional markets to the digital markets. And I'm very happy to say that the government has opened its doors, the market players have opened their doors, the academia has opened their doors, NGOs have gone all out to equip the craft sector with the digital skills. There are so many volunteers who are helping them to understand that, but that is a space where we actually need to skill them. That is where the gap lies. But there is something more that we need to look at. Like, these are things, whatever I've said till now, these are the things that we've been hearing day in and day out. All of us are aware of that. But what we need to see is, where does the gap lie? Where do we need to put in our efforts? So as my esteemed panelists also said that there are millions and millions of people, and most of these craftsmen are from the most vulnerable sector. Like, we go and meet them, we work with them, and there are so many stories that I can share here which actually move you. Like, just I asked a lady, like, I was at a cluster and I asked a lady that, how much do you earn in a month? She says, I am a homemaker. I cannot ignore my family because my family comes first. So I can just work for 2 hours a day, and sometimes not even that. And I earn 500 rupees a month. I said, are you happy with that? She says, I'm extremely overjoyed with that. So I asked her, why? What's the reason that 500 rupees make you so happy? She says, initially I was not allowed to speak in my family. If my somebody from my parents' side visited, I was not allowed even to give them 5 rupees as a gift. And I was not even allowed by my mother-in-law to go out and buy a kajal for myself. So she says, this 500 rupees gives me the freedom to go out, buy whatever I want for myself. It gives me the freedom to buy a 10 rupees ka ticket and go and visit my mother, for which I earlier had to, ask my husband or beg my mother-in-law. She says it gives me the freedom to give that 10 rupees to a relative who's visiting me. So that's the freedom that this gives it. This sector is generating livelihoods for people at their doorstep. And government is increasingly focusing on this sector. They are saying go vocal for local. Vishwakarma scheme. I was there at the launch of the Vishwakarma scheme, and I saw so much pride in the Honorable Prime Minister's words when he said that, who are the Bharat Nirmatas? These people who are sitting in villages and who are working day in and out using their hand skills, they are the actual Vishwakarmas of today. They've been the Vishwakarma from generations. So they are the Bharat Nirmatas. So we need to focus more on them. We need to give them more respect. So that is what we need. I do agree with my esteemed panelists that a lot more needs to be done under this scheme, because it's not just recognizing their efforts and just giving them toolkits. It's more about including them in the market, which is evolving every day. It's more about including them in our lives, including their skills in their lives. So when we talk about this sector, name it, and this sector has done it. We talk about apprenticeship, we talk about Guru Shishya Parampara. These people have learned their skills through Guru Shishya Parampara. It's a generational thing which has been carried on. like every person has learnt it from their forefathers. So the Guru Shishya Parampara is imbibed in this sector. There are so many skills, but where are we missing? As Veena ji said in her opening remark, where is the gap? Where is the last mile that we've not walked? So the last mile that we've not walked is the consciousness between you and me, within us. Why can't we take those conscious choices as a consumer? Why can't we endorse handmade? I specifically remember when this film Sui Dhaga was launched. So we had a partnership with Yashraj Films where we actually wanted to give more visibility to our artisans who are actually using a lot of hand skills. So Yashraj Films wanted us to bring at least 1 or 2 artisans for the media launch of the film. So we brought a girl from Gujarat. It was the first time that she came out of her village. She was so overwhelmed with the city. She was so overwhelmed because she got to meet Anushka Sharma and Varun Dhawan. She was shivering, shaking from head to toe. She refused to get onto the dais, but we gave her the confidence. She went up there. She was sitting quietly, and then one media person asked her, "आपको अपने भारत की जनता के लिए कोई संदेश देना है?" And then there was nothing stopping her. She actually stood up and she said, "हाँ मुझे देना है." I want to ask the consumers that when you go to the markets, when you go to the malls, you buy branded stuff. You look at the price tags and you simply pick them up and you go to the billing counter. But when you walk out and you see a small table being set up there where an artisan is selling a product worth 5,000 rupees or maybe 1,000 rupees, you haggle so much. You negotiate so much. You want us to come down 50% on the price. Why? Just because we don't have the tag. So he says, if those brands have the right to earn, then so do we. So this is a food for thought that the last mile that we are missing is the consciousness within you and me. Why can't we open our hearts and souls and actually imbibe the culture of our country and be proud of our crafts? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Meenu. We are almost heading at 1 o'clock. And we still have 3 more speakers, and I thought we'll have a discussion. So I will request the rest of the 3 speakers to be very, very crisp so that we can have a bit of a discussion before we open it to the house. So now coming to Gaurav, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Veena ji. Good afternoon, my esteemed panelists, and of course the audience who's joined us today for a very important discussion today that we have. I think I'm glad that we are participating as Amazon India in this discussion, especially to talk about the vital. Okay.
Speak closer to the mic.
Is it?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. Am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you. So I started by saying that thank you to the esteemed audience for joining us today. It's a very important topic that we are discussing. I'm glad that as Amazon India we are also participating in this important topic of supporting and playing a role in supporting the artisans, the women entrepreneurs in this largest non-farm rural sector that we have in the country today. I think at the onset I would say that we are in complete alignment with the government's Atmanirbhar Bharat movement, and truly it is a movement in terms of moving India towards self-reliance and economic growth. And what we are truly proud of is the initiatives that Amazon has on Karigar, Saheli and local shops. These 3 initiatives have not only empowered artisans and women entrepreneurs by providing them access to all of India local markets as well as global markets, and also played a pivotal role in creating employment opportunities and fostering economic and social empowerment. Very briefly, if I have to talk about, and Veena ji has been very clear, it has to be sharp. So Karigar program in particular has been instrumental in promoting craftsmanship. Over 2 lakh products today feature on the marketplace of over 470 unique craft, art and craft forms of India. benefiting over 16 lakh artisans today. The Saheli program has empowered over 18 lakh women entrepreneurs in across 10 different categories, and it's through a fostering and it's through a collaboration that we have with over 60 organizations and offering over 18 lakh women made products. You know, to me, these platforms are not just for business, they are actually catalysts of social change. And they offer, you know, the four distinct things which we believe what they bring to the artisans and women entrepreneurs is really economic empowerment, skill development, celebrating diversity, and women empowerment. Meenuji talked about women empowerment in a big way, and you know, I have met many such women entrepreneurs who've truly found a voice in their social setup, and not just that, they found their independence in, and we've been able to do a little in terms of contributing to gender equality and social progress. The diversity of Indian land in Indian cultural heritage and craft forms is something which the programs that we have celebrate, and it's not just about, you know, celebrating, but also about making sure that they progress and grow and are cherished worldwide and not just India. So truly making sure that it's, and this, you know, the title of the session is actually Go Global, and we believe that we've been able to do some contribution in that, and of course want to do a lot more. Skill development again is an important part, and that's the cornerstone of these programs, which is Karigar and Saheli, and of course fostering continuous learning within communities. Lastly, economic empowerment is really about developing local economies, right? I agree with my fellow panelists who talked about saying, do we know how much the artisans earn? And how do we make sure that they can directly have access to customers across the country and the globe, so that they are the ones who benefit the most in terms of economic empowerment? So in brief, I would just summarize by saying that we have incredible talent in the country, and we are committed to supporting our local craftsmen and make sure that we can enrich and make our cultural heritage thrive both on scale of India and globally. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaurav, for being so crisp. Thank you. So now next is Soumya.
Runway to Skill DPL. I made a full chapter about what you said about Amazon. Links it to order.
You have to switch it on.
One district, one product.
It's not working.
Generally, that's the problem. I don't get a mic.
Yeah, it's okay now.
Hello? Oh, nice. So, first of all, I'm really sorry for my voice. It's just been a lot of travel and a lot of work. So, please bear with it. Because I'm really trying to speak. And actually, I don't need a mic. But yeah, since it's just a lot of you. So, whenever you feel that you're not able to hear me and you feel that maybe I should speak in my real voice because I believe in reality and authenticity, please call out. Please raise your hand. And I'm looking at all the women sitting here and all the men who are working in this forum, irrespective of men.
Your opening remarks.
Okay, can I talk in my voice because it's a little scary for me?
Whatever you feel. Okay. 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Let's do this. 13:06, 13:10. You say stop. Okay. Hi everyone. I am Soumya Mishra. I am from Lucknow, raised by a single mom. Currently working with Myntra, but I wouldn't want to make this about Myntra because we have Kaustubh Kurde who's joined from Myntra, and I've been with this group for about 10 years. So I can talk about Flipkart Samarth, I can talk about Flipkart, Walmart Foundation, but that's not what I can talk about. That's why we have Kaustubh Kurde who can join us later, right? So since considering the paucity of time, and I knew this would happen, you can see, and I won't even talk. I won't even talk, right? So let's start with Gaurav, right? I think I have a lot of friends in Amazon. I respect Amazon. I have seniors from Amazon. Roy Matthew Thomas, who's done great work in Amazon, was trying to move me somewhere in Amazon, but I like where I am, right? So he spoke about empowerment, skill development, D&I, women empowerment, go global. Here, Calvin Klein bag. Okay, Body Shop. What is that? Body Shop, right? So I don't know about Calvin Klein a lot because I work with Suta bags and handloom bags in life. But Body Shop I will talk about because when I was in their store day before yesterday, they are talking about how one small mosquito can make an impact, right? and I'm that small mosquito here, right? So that's why I will not want to speak on behalf of a certain group because I work there. For that, I would request Kaustubh, but I will talk about things that I have a problem, right? I don't have a name called Samya Mishra because I call myself Mahishasur Mardini Mishra. I have 108 names because I chant 108 names of Durga every day. Right, so if I have a problem with that, I'm okay with
Yeah, but Soumya, I would request you to be on the topic.
Yes, I will.
Please. The topic is
Okay.
about clusters.
So, okay,
Please.
clusters. Coming to clusters. Thank you so much for putting me in check. Thank you. Right. So, Gaurav talked about Atmanirbhar Bharat, Karigar, Saheli. We have programs like that. Then, I want to address the question that you asked. Where is the gap? Right. So, I have worked with clusters, right? Tell me about the clusters of Fulkari, Chanderi, Pashmina, Rakhi, furniture. These clusters I have worked in the last 10 years, wherein for furniture, we have a cluster in Jaipur, Jodhpur, 2 other villages, I'm forgetting the name. I have gone along with my leadership to launch something called Pure Wood, solid furniture. Rakhi in Alwar, Rakhi went on and became such a huge industry in the last 5 years. And women sitting in Alwar, right, women sitting in small houses are benefiting from this, right? These are women who don't earn money, like you said. But this is something that they are looking at. Let's talk about Chanderi, Pashmina, Fulkari that sir was talking about, right? This is what my current projects are, because there are 3 projects I'm working on, and I'll take the name. ISRO, Oppenheimer, Brahmas, and these are my internal names, and Fusion, right? So we can come to it when I come to it, right? Considering the paucity of time. Cluster development has been a project which my company takes very seriously. I personally take very seriously, and the ecosystem I belong to takes very seriously. There is a reason I go around carrying a Suta bag, because there are women like Sujata and Tanya who worked on women empowerment and are trying to solve for women by investing there. There are national brands like Biba who are setting a factory somewhere, which I am not at the mercy of telling you right now, wherein 80% of the women empowerment, right? I can't talk about it. Then I have a lot of information that Kaustubh has spoken about, and he's also asking me, where is the gap? We have Myntra Green, where's the gap? We have Flipkart Samarth, where's the gap? So there is no gap. Personally, I think the right people are trying to do the right thing, right? It's just about imbibing that in your daily life, right? Like when I launch Fusion, I become Fusion. I'm wearing this is a Biba dupatta, this is a kurta I got from Rishikesh for $1,000. Then I'm wearing a chicken curry pant from Lucknow, and I'm wearing a Birkenstock, right? So I am Fusion. So I am not scared of wearing a 500 rupee kurta because it's not branded, because I have branded and I have unbranded. Because we feel, and where is the gap, right? Oh shit. Thank you so much. Yeah,
Thank you so much. So we move on to Dr. Jagdish now.
Thank you, Binu ma'am. I would little bit deviate from what cluster and everything goes, because I represent a region which is culturally very rich and equally diversified. The topic today, Virasat, the heritage, vocal for local and go global, actually resonates very well with my region. Why? Because essence of preserving our heritage while embracing globalization, and it's especially pertinent to this culturally diverse and vibrant region of our country. Assam and the Northeast is bestowed with breathtaking landscapes, diverse ethnicities, and a legacy that stretches back to thousands of years, are truly heart and soul of our nation's heritage. This region has been a melting point of cultures, languages, traditions for centuries, and making it a microcosm of India's rich diversity. When we talk about, vocal for local, I would say that our region is a treasure trove of heritage, and why we need to be vocal about it, because the kind of cultural diversity that we have, the kind of natural heritage that we have, the economic potential that we possess, we are still longing for global recognition, And finally, we are getting some platform like this to be vocal for local. And then I think with the help of this kind of platforms, we'll be able to go to global. One of the speakers have already said that, Mahatma Gandhi said, culture lies in the heart and soul of the country. In our case, I would like to say, culture is in the heart and soul of our people. That is Northeast. So when we talk about, bringing our heritage and developing the skills for making those heritages, marketable, we need to look into three aspects. What everybody now talks about, TQM. I'm sure everybody have heard about it, TQM, Total Quality Management. So when I talk about exploiting our heritage, I also think we need to follow this formula of TQM. When I say TQM, what does it mean? The T represents 4 T's. One, we need to have very good training materials to train those traditional artisans, those craftsmen, and those trades. We need to have equipments for that. We need to develop methods for it, scientific methods for delivery of those trades, education of the trades. And then we must have training of the trainers. And finally, the most important T is touch of modernity. When we talk about our heritage, our culture, our crafts, we must try to give a touch of modernity so that the customers can feel, our customers can, relate to it. It's not an antique piece. It's not something which we should keep only in the drawing room or maybe in the showcases. That is something we can carry on along with us. That touch of modernity has to be there. So these are the T's that I'm talking about. And when I say Q, I'm talking about the maintenance of quality, which is very important. And then how can we scale it up? Quantum. That is, 2 Qs. And finally, the M, which is very important, talks about management. Managing, MENT. M is man. When I say man, it involves all stakeholders which are involved with this, sector. It could be, the traditional artist, it could be the intermediaries, it could be the other stakeholders. So that's man. Next, energy. That is resources. What kind of resources are we going to pump in? What kind of resources are we going to utilize to develop that? And third is N. N is nature. When I talk about nature, I talk about, the circumstances, the demand side of it. Whether we have been able to create that demand or not. If demand is not there, however hard we try, our arts and crafts will not be, sold in the market. They will not be marketable. So we'll have to work in the demand side also, the circumstances, building the environment. And lastly, the T, technology, which is very important. So integration of technology has to be there in this. So with this, I would like to end my opening remark that this is how I think we can go ahead and take our Virasat to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jagdish. Very well said. But coming back to you now, what do you think would be the role of skill universities in having successful clusters? Be very brief, just 2 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am, for the straight question. I think I have answered that in my deliberation itself, that when I talk about T's, the training materials, equipments, training methods, training of the trainers, touch of modernity, then, integration of standards, all those aspects can be taken over by the skill, or that can be taken care of by the skill universities across India.
No, but how will you structure it? I mean, when the clusters are being formed and skilling is happening, it's through the trainers, you mean, that you would be able to reach out to the
No,
clusters?
it will have to be a multi-level approach. You cannot have, approach from one angle only. It has to be multi-level. Like suppose when I talk about curriculum development,
Right.
the curriculum has to have traditional inputs with scientific delivery methods. Like suppose when I talk about a traditional skill of bell metal, suppose, which is very famous in Assam. So bell metal products, basically the traditionally whatever material they use, that material if it is exposed to, means the finished product when it is exposed to the air, it deteriorates very fast. The quality, the surface of it.
So you could give us that input.
Yes.
Right.
So science has to be added. How can we make it, more, the polish remains for longer duration of time. So that needs to be integrated. So it has to be a multi-level approach, and that is where I think skill universities can play an important role.
Thank you. Thank you. Coming to you, Gabriel, would you like to speak a little bit about informal apprenticeship, the projects that have been taken up by ILO, and where does that play a role in successful cluster development?
Yeah. Yep. Thank you very much, Bina. But just to really emphasize that, giving, like Mino was saying, that 5,000 is the lady is happy with that income, or 500 is that you have. But what we wanted is to really provide, this the SDG vision, that leaving no one behind. So we wanted this sector or this cluster to be at par with the other ones. And I'm not saying that training is the solution. What I'm just saying is providing training to upskill or to provide higher skills, like embedding the scientific requirements or the global requirements, is a must for all, and that includes the cluster workers. And one entry point that ILO is advocating is informal apprenticeship. In India, we're trying to select 4 models that we want to replicate in other countries, other states or other regions. We do have an ongoing challenge call on good practices in how informal apprenticeship is working for girls and women, using the digitalization as an entry point, and looking at the culture or these clusters as the qualifications or the occupations. So what we are now in the process is getting into these 4, provide them the guidance in terms of skilling their trainers, enriching the curriculum, and have this replicated in other sectors or other clusters in other states, because it's one of the key point. If you want to really support artisan and craftsmen, you have to create clusters, which I think India is doing, then provide training, and we're advocating for informal apprenticeship as a mechanism. And the other one is which is the key, the branding and marketing of the products. Over to you.
Thank you. Meenu, if I come to you, you've spoken about, in general, what is the role that is being done and the various agencies. Specifically for your company, your agency, what kind of a role do you think, what are the initiatives you're taking, and what would be your role, especially with this Vishwakarma scheme coming up now? Very briefly, if you can just give us an idea. Highlights of your initiatives that you've taken.
So with ICA, what we try to do is we work with clusters, artisan clusters, that we try to ensure market-led growth for them. So it's a 360-degree model where we start developing the skills that they don't have, like the skills to walk in tandem with the market. So we give them all those skills. This could be production planning, quality control, and I think a lot of topics, including digital empowerment. So we also handhold them to, we have a lot of market partnerships. Amazon Karigar is also one of our partnerships. So we help them to onboard on these portals, and we handhold them to understand those portals and to be able to work effectively on them, and then we link them to a lot of markets.
How do you reach out to them? And are they your members? You
They are
invite
our
them to be
members,
members, or how is it?
yeah. So what we also do is we roll out a certification called Craftmark, which gives them a very strong market positioning, because it signifies that the product that you are buying or using or they are selling is authentically handmade in India and has been made using very socially responsible practices. The artisans have been looked after, they've received fair wages, and there's been no discrimination, no child labor. So that Craftmark label also strengthens their market positioning and leads to a lot of sales. And on the other side, we are doing a lot of consumer awareness drives, because until and unless there is demand for their products, no amount of skilling can take them anywhere. So we are working at both ends. We are working on generating demand for them, and on the other side, we are helping them to become strong enough to cater to the demand. So that's the approach that we take, and we work with all sorts of stakeholders. We have government partnerships, we have partnerships with a lot of market players like Kokai, Egypt, Amazon, Flipkart. We have partnerships with all of them.
And with this Vishwakarma scheme coming in, where do you see?
So we also recognize that we need to enhance the social security of these artisans. So wherever we go, whatever clusters that we work with, we link them to the relevant schemes. So in UP, when Vishwakarma scheme was launched, we have already connected more than 500 artisans to that scheme. So now we are going to take it, because now our Honorable Prime Minister has launched it pan-India. Now we work in multiple clusters across India. So now we are going to start these linkages as well. But beyond what is coming in from the scheme, as was very aptly said by our fellow panelists, that a lot more needs to be done. So we are trying to provide that lot more. So whatever comes in through the scheme, that's really good, but then whatever gap is there, we try to address that gap. So through our interventions, we try to take this holistic approach where we pull in support from the government, we get into cluster development schemes, we provide our ESP trainings where we bring them.
Facilitating.
Yes, so we are basically facilitators, but we actually strengthen their market positioning and link them to markets and ensure their market-led growth.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Now, Gaurav and Soumya, coming to you, first to you, Gaurav. What kind of linkages, forward and backward, do you think you could provide, or you are already providing, for cluster development to lead to livelihood?
Sure. Thanks, Veena-ji. So I think, am I audible? Just check.
Is he audible? Not to me actually, Gaurav. That's why I was trying to talk. I am.
You want to speak first?
No. I want you to speak, but it's not audible to me. That's why. So could you probably speak in the mic? This.
Yeah.
Like this.
Okay. Sure. Am I audible? Just checking.
Speak louder.
Okay. Sure. Thanks so much. Okay. So I think firstly, I think the gap is a real gap, right? As Veena-ji, you talked about. But what e-commerce has done is, with the advent of e-commerce, clearly there is this, especially for MSMEs and in the context of skilled, artisans and women entrepreneurs we are talking about, the e-commerce has definitely played, a role in breaking down these barriers, right? I think that is what is definitely has happened, and often it has opened a world of opportunities, of course, to the people we are talking about, and therefore enabling small businesses, these our artisans, women entrepreneurs, to reach the world in many ways. I think just to give a little bit of context of what we are doing, and of course what we should do more. The first thing is that there is a very clear dedicated platform that we have, which is as part of Karigar and Saheli and local shops, where the small sellers are able to display their products and of course thrive in this digital era. So I think that's very clear, dedicated, and that's the first part of forward integration in many ways. I think the second thing is really about how do we do that. We also have a dedicated team which supports and works partners both for Karigar and Saheli, with over 60 organizations which work with Karigar, karigars and artisans of the country, and about 30 organizations per se for women entrepreneurship and supporting that, and a dedicated team which works with these partnerships and build these partnerships. And I think that is important to deliver at scale, because then you can make sure that you can create a large impact per se. The second aspect of, in terms of making sure that how do the products reach the customers. So one of the things that and today we have about 1.2 million MSMEs who sell on the marketplace overall on Amazon. 90% of these are small businesses, and 50% of them, more than 50% of them, come actually from tier 2, tier 3 cities and beyond. What we do is that we have also set up a service provider network which help which has about 1,200 professionals which help these sellers in managing, launching products on the marketplace and helping them grow their business. So that's the important aspect of what the service provider network plays as a key role. 90% of these sellers use the Amazon logistics and fulfillment technology, which is a key pain point as far as some of these are concerned. You have the product, you get an order, but you're not able to ship from a Guwahati to a Bangalore, let's say, right? And it may not be so easy to do that on their own. And therefore what Amazon logistics and fulfillment technologies and network allows you to do is to service to 19,000 plus pin codes across the country. And therefore that's what 90% of our sellers use as they list their products on the marketplace. So that's an important part of it. Additionally, what we've done from a global perspective is that we've very recently signed up an MOU with India Post, which allows us to now for the sellers to export globally using India Post and 100 plus Dak Niryatra Kendra, which are now part of the MOU, and therefore seamlessly do cross-border logistics as well with the help of the government, India Post, and this initiative that we've tied up per se. Equally, in terms of we continue to evolve the Amazon logistics and fulfillment network. We will also first e-commerce company to tie up with the DFC, which is a dedicated freight corridor corporation of India, and currently to make sure that these products right from the hinterlands is available to anywhere in the country. The DFC corridor, for example, is already live from Rewari to Palanpur in Gujarat, which is Haryana or Gujarat. And of course, we'll continue to make sure that as the network scales up, we will continue to partner that with the government and this corporation as well.
So there's a lot of facilitation that you're really doing. Anything you'd like to add on to it, Soumya? Because he's actually covered most of it. Yeah, please. No, I think I'll prefer you to speak, please, because you're from the dais. It's on our mic.
Yeah, so hi Gaurav, and I think whatever you are doing, right, like on Karigiri, I think that's brilliant. I will just add my point of view from a Walmart, Flipkart, Myntra standpoint, right? So we have projects like Walmart Foundation, right, which is a cluster development program. We have Myntra Green and Kaustubh is here for that, wherein we tie up with Tavi, where Diya Mirza is there, and we are trying to do sustainable development. And that's a program wherein we have opened stores offline, right? We have a cross-border initiative which was launched like last year. We have a cross-border initiative which is going to go live, and it's in the work, right? Which will enable all the women sitting anywhere in India to probably export, right? So that is the enablement a Walmart Foundation brings to the table, a Flipkart Samarth brings to the table, and Myntra Green brings to the table, right? Now, going to some numbers and some data just to put and do the market sizing here. Flipkart, December 2014 is when I joined. Flipkart, we've celebrated a lot of anniversaries. Walmart has come, Myntra is there, Cleartrip is there. It's a big group. PhonePe was there. PhonePe is now, whatever. We have a market share of upwards of 70%, right? So that is something we don't discuss. When Kalyan comes, he talks about mini CEOs, right? He talks about ensuring women are so empowered in the ecosystem. And I'm talking about Kalyan Krishnamurthy. CEO of the Flipkart group, he talks about making women so empowered that someone like me, who's a director, like I'm not a very senior person, is asked to travel and do this while there's an entire festive period coming, right? So that's the empowerment I get. I joined as an assistant manager and now I'm a director in Myntra, heading the ethnic category, right? I will talk about the market share we've spoken.
No, I wanted to focus on what are the forward linkages that
Forward
you can
linkages.
do for
Sure.
clusters. Yeah.
Sure. So pin code part I think is covered. The other things that we will do, and this is a big project for us, which is called the next 100 million customers. We spoke about the demand side, right? This is where we'll get the demand. Where are we going to get the demand from? T2, T3. T2, T3. That is what the real India is,
Thank
right?
you. Thank you so much. So now, Dr. Koshi, coming to you finally, before I go back to everyone for their closing remarks, we want to hear a little bit about the book.
Yes, yeah. I think, the model which I was trying to examine in the first part of my comments, I just want to build on that only, and then I'll come to a bit on the cluster. See, basically, Rona Dhona was a word Prime Minister used. I believe that Rona Dhona on handloom had actually led to its complete decimation. That will happen also to craft. If you make sentimental part that, a pura, both the poor, artisan hai, karigar hai, unke paas paisa nahi hai, that's not the kind of thing today's world is asking about. Just look at Issey Miyake. How did he change from just the origami concept of paper folding to one of the multi-billion-dollar fashion industry? You look at Japan, which has taken every original craft of Japan. Look at the Edo period of 1760 to 1780 or something, where there was a two-piece doll, it was a tea-carrying doll, which was at every house of Japanese. They made the doll as a symbol of their computerization, made every machine to be friendly. Now, craft is not to be taken as a craft artifact or object. It is about craftsmanship, it is about a value. It is about the entire DNA of a culture being encoded into a craft product. So it is very important that the craft travels through utility and everyday use items to decorative items which we see often, and then move to fashion, which is the time and context, where time becomes even more important than context. Then move to lifestyle, which is where, a Rudraksh can be made into with gold. And I saw some recent advertisement where it becomes a lifestyle products, which is a traditional thing. Then it moves to become luxury, which is what you just look at, my book, page number 88. This is Maharani Indra Devi of Cooch Behar, wore in 1938 a particular beaded footwear, which was the inspiration for Ferragamo, which became a worldwide bestseller. That is what craft is about. So it is not, if we are going to look at the kind of, very utility items being sold, India will continue to do it. It has been doing. And today, it will be a declining situation as you go along, because as you have seen the Kani shawls, after the COVID, the people are not getting enough of people like Shah Rukh Khan or other people who are buying it in large numbers are not buying, even them. So what is very important is that you need to really look at which are those products which have GIS in India, which are those clusters which have great potential. Look at the Anjar knife example, which I was privy to when I was in Ahmedabad. We brought a Japanese student called Tobias, who was sent to Anjar in the cluster. And he made the entire knives to undergo a change by which they were made to look at a dinner table, entire knife set for the dinner tables in Germany. It became a major cluster development. All the 70 families in Anjar adopted that. It has not happened in Aligarh Law Cluster. It has not happened in Firozabad, where the best glass bangles in the world are made. Today they make the same, glass blowing technology to create liquor bottles. Now from Firozabad's great bangles, which are adorning the beautiful hands of Indian beautiful women, today, if the same technology is used to create liquor bottles for the glass blonde, then it is a sad commentary. Same thing, Kanuj, which is the best perfumes in the world were made there, the Iftar. Today, Grasse, which is the perfume capital of Paris in France, is a worldwide perfume center for people to go and research. Why not Kanuj? So the strategy in this room which are being spoken about, and my mind of that strategy does not really resonate together. I believe that we are in two different zones of time, and we need to look at what is real and how the Vishwakarma scheme can be made into a new trajectory for putting India's global brands in places where it will become a continuum for helping the craftsmen to upgrade their skills. The Amazon gentleman, Gaurav, is sitting here. No disrespect to him. The government of India has put a great scheme, the ONDC, Open Network for Digital Commerce. It's a great platform for every common artisan to join. Amazon, after all, is a very gigantic platform. They are doing great work. But I think ONDC, which is a homegrown brand government of India is promoting, is again a great opportunity for people to take advantage of. So to cut a long story short, I believe craft and craftsmanship and moving from, ritualistic crafts, everyday use crafts, which are, Teyyam or Kathakali. Many things are made around the temples. They are ritualistic crafts. Then there are very, everyday use crafts like salt and pepper. I went to a handicrafts exporter who took me to Jaipur to show me his factory. Entirely salt and pepper ceramic is all what he's making. They are not, in my opinion, the handicrafts of tomorrow. So you have mechanization possible in all those products. Moving that to a different level altogether, like Japan has done in the case of, or the Como of the printing, in Italy, or the design for district scheme by Italy. These are the models on which we need to ride on and take the craft to another level. And I believe we must appreciate the government of India for coming out with the scheme. If it is in the right hands of the right people, moving away from the sentimentality of crafts and crying over the people's plight, that is not going to save the crafts. It is only by elevating it to a totally different level that we can hope the craft to really thrive. And probably the words I mentioned, fashion and design, the words of two institutes I mentioned, similarly, sometimes calling some name need to be very carefully looked at. I don't like the word skill university at all. The NEP, in fact, talks to just the opposite, to come together with education and skills.
I'm sure if we start that debate, we have a skill university.
So I believe that, we should be looking at education only, and education and skills are two parts of the same coin. And skills will be the foundation. Craft is the foundation of skills. Craft is the foundation of design.
You have such a sound vision, Dr.
And bring
Koshi.
this,
You have such a sound vision. I only hope someone leverages on that and can
Thank you so much,
able
Veena.
to leverage on that and bring in all the integration which is required, because I agree with you in whatever you've said just now, and I only hope one day we see it. So now before I open it to the house for question answers, I am going to have a quick rapid fire. 1 minute, one sentence. What do you think is the future of clusters for leading to livelihoods? Each one of you will have to think of just one sentence. A word will also do. Yeah, starting with you. Future of clusters.
I think,
how do you think it's going to lead to livelihoods?
I think the future is clusters.
Good. Gaurav?
I think, sorry, my apologies. Okay, I think it's what really, the clusters will what really make India proud on the world stage. So that's what I feel.
Thank you. Dr. Koshi?
Craft should be brands. Whether it is Darjeeling, whether it is, Kanauj, they should become the brands around which the entire overarching craft is created.
Thank you. Gabriel? Future of clusters.
Yeah, I may speak for the ladies here. I think the key word is women empowerment, because most of the workers in the crafts and artisans are more than 50% female. Over to you.
Thank you. Meenu?
Clusters are evolving fast, being most as contemporary as possible, no sentiments anywhere, but there is nothing stopping them from going global if all of us go local for vocal. Thank you.
Thank you. And Soumya?
My word is Indie Lux. It's a project we are launching in 10 days. It will be Indie Core. The Uber project is Oppenheimer, and it will be Sabyasachi and Tusuta, True Browns, Okai, and all the bigger labels we know in India and abroad, be it CK, be it H&M, be it Sabyasachi, be it Michael Kors, or anyone, name a brand. Right? So that is why Oppenheimer.
Thank you. Thank you, Soumya. So with that, we come to the close of this session. We've had a very, very vibrant discussion, a lot of learning, and I will thank my panelists for being crisp and sorry I had to keep rushing you all up, and the patient audience. Now we open it for the next 5 to 8 minutes before you go for lunch for any kind of question answers.
Yes, I got the question.
And no question means you're really hungry.
Yeah, I got the question.
Please, please.
Yeah, thank you. Today's session was on the Virasat, heritage of the artisans. There are, as it is written in this agenda, the 3,500 clusters are there. Now, in these clusters have the artisans from the various trades. Now, there are trades which are still missing and which are vanishing because none of the, we heard everybody, it was a very informating, a very educative talk.
Can you come to the question, please?
My question is, now I am coming to the question, is, there are some artisans which are vanishing. I will just list it out. Shoe repairers, number one. Number two, कलाई करने वाले बर्तन जो होते हैं दो, और तीसरा है जो कॉटन रुई को धुनाई करने वाले वो वैनिश हो रहे हैं, और चौथे हैं जो लोहार हैं. तो दिल्ली में अगर आप देखें तो जो लोहार हैं सिर्फ इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया के आसपास बैठे हुए हैं. उनको मैंने पूछा, आई हैव इंटरेक्टेड विद देम, दे सेड वी डू नॉट हैव एनी अदर सोर्स देन सिटिंग नियर टू द इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया एंड अनऑथराइज्ड occupation they have done the land, and this is, they don't have any training program all over India. In the cluster also it is not there.
We have noted your point.
So yeah,
we have noted your point, but things are evolving, you see. Now we don't use those bartans which need kalai.
No, in the villages and districts, sir, I beg to differ with you. I have been to the villages in the remote
the new
areas
PM
of towns.
Vishwakarma Yojana takes care of 2 out of these 4 trades. I am Deepthi speaking here. So the newly launched PM Vishwakarma Yojana takes care of 2, the shoemaker and the blacksmith. They are being taken care. इसके अलावा और 12 trades हैं.
But Deepthi, the point is that this session doesn't have a solution for everything, you see. It's been more of a discussion.
I know, but I am making that FICCI should make a note of this and put it to the right platform. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, please. Madam, I have a question. This side. This side.
Where are you?
Yes.
Yes. Can you introduce yourself, please?
I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivare, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. My general question. What specific steps are being taken by the concerned authorities and the government to create the value-based cooperation? I repeat, value-based cooperation to boost the local industries in terms of job opportunities and reducing the country's dependency on similar foreign products.
See, you're talking about government policies. Pardon?
Value-based cooperation.
I couldn't get your question properly. Can you repeat?
Just for the local industries, I repeat the question. What specific steps are being taken by the concerned authorities and the government to create the value-based cooperation to boost the local industries in terms of job opportunities and reducing the country's dependency on similar foreign products?
This question you should have asked to the secretary when he was sitting here representing the government. Unfortunately, none of us are from the government.
Concerned authorities are
so I'm sorry, I don't think we can really answer you on that.
Not only government, the concerned authorities, some in charge.
Okay, I had here from the Ministry of Handicraft, the minister saying, I have 16 interventions for handicraft. So I think if you can just Google it, it's all there, ranging from what we have mentioned about access to assistance, access to schemes, empowering the women, the e-commerce. I think I would not elaborate on that, but I just click it and it's there. So I think, since we're running
Thank you, Gabriel. Any other questions? Yes, please.
Should we not incentivize buying by the governments and gifting for the events, like we give bouquets and also, why don't we give more of these crafts? I'm reading from Shriram.
Incentivize whom?
Incentivizing buying of products like the public sector or the
Public
private
sector is
sector.
always buying these. Either we go to Cottage Emporium or we go to Khadi. You'll see all over.
But many times, ma'am, we give bouquets. So in fact, bouquets get like they're not of any use. So if you buy more, then it will be good. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
Anyone else? Any women over here, participants, would like to ask a question? All very hungry. And Rajesh arranges a very nice lunch, sumptuous lunch, so they're all waiting for it. So no questions. So then we close, and I think we have closed dot on time. It's 13:47. You gave me time till 13:50. So thank you for that. Thank you.
A big thank you to Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, esteemed panelists. We break for lunch and we join back at sharp at 2:30 because we have a great conversation with World Skills champions. 4 of them are here. Talat, Mohit, Sonu, and Saurabh. So we look forward to those delightful conversations with them. placed here will be kept sideways and the people will take up the chairs. So please come inside the hall, grab the seat before it's gone. Some of you may come here on the sofas, please. Please come aage. Come in the front row. At least 10 people can sit here. Come on, boys. 10 of you can sit here. Last and final call for the people who are present outside.
Hello.
We will not be able to accommodate more people. The house is full. Request everybody to grab a place, otherwise you'll not be able to get a space. बच्चों को ले स्पीकर्स Some of you sit here, please. Some of you take these chairs. Sir, if they are not here, how do I help? People are standing, no? Please take seats. Get some chairs at the back. The Panasya team can move back. We're getting more chairs, don't worry. Some of you may come here, this side, 4 or 5 people can be accommodated here. Harish sir, welcome on the dais, please. We are beginning with our session. By the time we are getting the chairs arranged as well. Thank you. So this is a fireside chat with World Skills Champions. Mr. Harish Nachnani is going to take you through what World Skills Championship is all about. And we have 4 champions from World Skills Competition. Mr. Saurabh Agrawal, Mr. Mohit Dudeja, Ms. Talat Razia, and Mr. Sonu Lether. Sonu has been a Medallion of Excellence for Auto Body Repair at WorldSkills Special Edition 2022. Mohit is a silver medalist and Best of Nation in Patissier and Confectionery at 44th WorldSkills 2017 in Abu Dhabi. Talat is an India Skills Competition winner in Fashion Technology and has represented India at 44th WorldSkills Competition held in Dubai, Abu Dhabi. And Saurabh is a India Skills Competition winner in Cooking and has represented India at the 43rd WorldSkills Competition 2015 in Sao Paulo. We also have Mr. Harish Nachnani. He's the head of didactic at Festo India Limited. Sonu has to leave a little early, so over to you, Harish, sir.
Good afternoon, all. After a wonderful lunch, to have an absolute full auditorium. Thank you all for joining on time. And my idea was to introduce you all to WorldSkills, which of course I will do it. But one of the members, Sonu, he has a flight to catch. So I will have to give him the time to speak. What he will do is, he will, in 5-10 minutes, try to run through his journey of what he did to get into the WorldSkills environment, to the competition, and what the life is after the competition. Yeah. So Sonu.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sonu. I am from Jind, Haryana, and I am a competitor WorldSkills Competition 2022 Special Edition, which be held in Bern, Switzerland. And मैं आप सबको अपनी एक जर्नी बताना चाहता हूँ कुछ वर्ड्स में, क्योंकि थोड़ी जल्दी है. मैं ITI करता था ऑटो बॉडी रिपेयर ट्रेड से. तो ऑटो बॉडी रिपेयर में हम कार की रिपेयरिंग सीखते हैं कि कार, कोई एक्सीडेंटल कार है, उसको रिपेयर कैसे करना है. तो वहाँ से मैंने ITI की. ITI करते करते मेरे को पता चला कि कोई WorldSkills कंपटीशन जो होता है, WorldSkills कंपटीशन में मैंने पार्टिसिपेट किया. हम डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल था हमारा, तो डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल हमारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हुआ. तो वहाँ पे हमने सोचा कुछ ऐसे कंपटीशन होगा, इतना सीरियसली नहीं लिया. बट आफ्टर डिस्ट्रिक्ट, जैसे ही मैंने स्टेट के लिए ट्रेनिंग लेना स्टार्ट किया, क्योंकि आफ्टर डिस्ट्रिक्ट मारुति सुजुकी इंडिया लिमिटेड है, तो उसने हमें वहाँ पे गुड़गांव प्लांट में ट्रेनिंग के लिए बुला लिया. तो वहाँ पे मेरे को एक्चुअली उसके बारे में पता चला, क्योंकि वहाँ पे हमारे एक पहले के WorldSkills कंपटीटर थे, और एक्चुअली पता चला कि ये कंपटीशन क्या है. आपने ओलंपिक देखा होगा, जैसे हमारा ओलंपिक होता है, सेम ऐसे ही एक स्किल ओलंपिक है. तो स्किल ओलंपिक है जो 2 साल में एक बार होता है. आपको मौका मिलता है अपने इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करने का इंटरनेशनली प्लेटफॉर्म पे. तो उसके बाद मैंने पार्टिसिपेट किया एंड कंटिन्यू ट्रेनिंग्स रही. सब ने बहुत सपोर्ट किया. तो मैंने डिस्ट्रिक्ट क्लियर किया, स्टेट क्लियर किया, रीजनल क्लियर किया, लेकिन नेशनल में मैं 2018 में रह गया. मेरी कुछ गलतियों के कारण, मेरे ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस या बहुत सारी चीज़ें थी जो मैटर करती थी. बट उस टाइम मैं एलिजिबल था नेक्स्ट बार के लिए. तो मारुति ने भी मेरे को वहाँ पे रखा कि हम इसको नेक्स्ट बार के लिए रेडी करते हैं. एंड मैंने बहुत सबको देखा है कि उस स्टेज पे जाने के बाद जब आप इतनी मेहनत करते हो और पीछे रह जाते हो, कुछ बार बंदे पीछे हट जाते हैं कि नहीं यार, मैंने इतनी मेहनत की थी, कुछ फ़ायदा नहीं हुआ उस चीज़ का. नहीं, लेकिन मैंने अपनी गलतियों को देखा कि मेरी गलतियाँ क्या क्या थी. मेरे सामने भी बहुत सारी चुनौतियाँ आई कि मैं क्या कर सकता था उस बीच में, मेरे को क्या करना चाहिए, या मैं किस तरह अपने हाथ को, अपनी स्किल को, अपने माइंड को कैसे सही कर सकता हूँ. तो नेक्स्ट बार के लिए मैंने रेड रखा. उस बीच मैंने भी डीलर होते हैं जो हमारी मारुति की, वहाँ पे जाना स्टार्ट किया, क्योंकि मेरे को एक्सपीरियंस लेना था, मेरे को काम को सीखना था. क्योंकि बहुत सारी चीज़ें हम मान लो यहाँ पे नहीं सीख रहे हैं, वहाँ पे ऐसी अगर हमारा कार रिपेयरिंग काम है, ऐसी एक्सीडेंटल गाड़ी आती हैं जिनका समझ में नहीं आता कि एक्सीडेंट कैसे हुआ और उनको फिर रिपेयर कैसे करना है. तो वो चुनौती जब तक आपके सामने नहीं आ पाएंगी, तब तक आप उस चीज़ को बारीकी से नहीं सीख पाएंगे. तो नेक्स्ट बार फिर मैंने पार्टिसिपेट किया, वहाँ पे कंटिन्यू मैंने अपनी ट्रेनिंग जारी रखी, बहुत सारी चीज़ें सीखी. सबसे ज़्यादा सपोर्ट किया मारुति ने मेरे को, क्योंकि वहाँ पे जो हमारा इंटरनेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म पे जो हमें चीज़ें मिलती हैं या जो इक्विपमेंट मिलते हैं, जो टूल्स मिलते हैं, वो हमें अवेलेबल करवाए गए. हमारी मेंटरिंग की कि हमें मेंटली कैसे प्रिपेयर रहना है, आपके फिजिकली कैसे प्रिपेयर रहना है, हर एक चीज़ हमारे वहाँ पे ध्यान से देखी गई. तो ऐसे करते करते हमने डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल किया, स्टेट किया, रीजनल किया, नेशनल किया। नेशनल क्लियर होने के बाद मेरे को एक्सपोजर मिला बाहर अलग दूसरी कंट्रीज में जाने का ट्रेनिंग्स के लिए, जो कि मेरे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात थी। मैं कभी भी फ्लाइट में नहीं बैठा था। मैं अगर एक्चुअली बताऊं तो मैं एक साधारण से परिवार से बिलोंग करता हूं। मेरे पापा एक फार्मर हैं, मम्मी हाउसवाइफ हैं। तो मैंने भी कभी नहीं सोचा था कि मैं इतनी आगे तक आऊँगा। और सबसे बड़ी बात मेरे लिए, मेरे गाँव के लिए, मेरे घर परिवार के लिए, मेरे स्टेट के लिए, मेरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट के लिए, और सबसे बड़ी बात मेरे देश के लिए कि मैं इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करने जा रहा था कहीं पे। तो ट्रेनिंग के बाद मैं आफ्टर फिर वहीं पे हमारी कंटिन्यू ट्रेनिंग रही, अलग अलग जगह एक्सपोजर मिला, अलग अलग जगह हम गए। तो एक्सपोजर मिलने के बाद बीच में भी कुछ बार हम खुद ही सोचने लग जाते हैं कि अगर आगे क्या होगा। मान लो हमने कंपटीशन किया है, तो कंपटीशन में अगर हम विन किए तो ठीक है, क्या विन करने बाद क्या होगा, अगर हम हार गए तो फिर क्या होगा। तो वो ऐसी ऐसी बातें दिमाग में बहुत सारी आती हैं एंड बहुत सारी चुनौतियां आती हैं कि हमें किस बात को कैसे हैंडल करना है, क्योंकि आप वहाँ पे टाइम के साथ काम होता है। आप अंडर प्रेशर काम कर रहे हैं, अंडर प्रेशर में आपके हाथ भी चलने चाहिए, आपका दिमाग भी चलना चाहिए। सबसे मेन बात आपकी दिमाग है। अगर हमारा दिमाग सही से नहीं चला तो आप वहीं पे मार खा जाओगे। तो टाइम के हिसाब से स्पीड बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ानी पड़ती है, जिसके लिए आपको फिजिकली एंड मेंटली दोनों तरह से प्रिपेयर रहना पड़ता है। तो वो सारी चीज़ें हमने देखी, हमें प्रिपेयर भी किया गया उसी टाइप से। बहुत सारे हमारे कोचेज वगैरह, मेंटल कोच, फिजिकल कोच, वो सब भी आते थे। हर चीज़ का ध्यान रखा जाता था कि बंदे को कैसे प्रिपेयर करना है, क्योंकि आप इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं कहीं पे। तो वहाँ पे जब भी हम कंपटीशन में जाते हैं, वहाँ पे हमें सोनू मोनू के नाम से कोई नहीं जानता, सिर्फ आप इंडिया के नाम से जाते हैं। पूरे इंडिया की रेपुटेशन, पूरे इंडिया आपके हाथ में है, क्योंकि वहाँ आप इंडिया के नाम से जा रहे हैं। तो वहाँ पे मैंने इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट किया, मेरे को बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी हुई एंड बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटमेंट थी। तो वहाँ पे हमारा कंपटीशन हुआ। कंपटीशन करने बाद हम अलग अलग कंट्री से वहाँ बंदे आते हैं, जैसे इंडिया से मैं गया था, तो ऐसे ही हर एक कंट्री से एक एक कंपटीटर आएगा, उनके साथ मैंने कंपीट किया एंड मैंने वहाँ पे 5th पोजीशन हासिल की, जिसमें मेरे को मेडल ऑफ एक्सीलेंस मिला। एंड नाउ आई एम वर्किंग इन मारुति सुजुकी एज ए ट्रेनर। तो मारुति सुजुकी में मैंने एज ए ट्रेनर अभी मैं काम कर रहा हूँ। वहाँ पे मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगता है, क्योंकि जो नॉलेज मेरे पास है मैं किसी दूसरे बंदे के साथ शेयर करता हूँ, दूसरे बंदे को सिखाता हूँ। और हमेशा कहते भी ज्ञान बांटने से बढ़ता है। तो आपके पास जो चीज़ है, मैं हमेशा हर एक बंदे को बोलता हूँ, हर एक कोई भी पर्सन हो सबको बोलता हूँ, आपके पास जो नॉलेज है प्लीज़ शेयर करें, क्योंकि हमें अपने देश को, अपने परिवार को, अपने घर को, अपने समाज को, अपने डिस्ट्रिक्ट को, सबको आगे बढ़ाना है। इंडिया का नाम आना चाहिए कहीं पे कि हाँ, आजकल आपने देखा होगा कि बहुत सारी चीज़ों में बोलते हैं ना कि इंडिया में वैसा है, इंडिया में वैसा है। तो ऐसे ही इस टाइप में स्किल के मामले में स्किल्ड पर्सन जो होता है, हमें क्या करना, अपने यूथ को आगे बढ़ाना है। हमारा यूथ ही हमारे लिए सब कुछ है। तो जो आपके पास नॉलेज है, प्लीज़ 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 सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है, शेयर करें। ऐसे करते करते मैं भी बहुत सारी चीज़ें सीखता हूँ। जब आप कोई चीज़ किसी के साथ शेयर कर रहे हैं, कुछ चीज़ें आपको पता होती हैं, किसी को नहीं पता होती। तो जब आप दूसरे को बताएंगे, दूसरा आपको बताएगा, तो क्या होगा, नॉलेज हमें ही होगी, हम ही उस चीज़ से आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। एंड थैंक्स टू फिक्की मेरे को इनवाइट करने के लिए। एंड जो आपका ग्लोबल स्किल समिट है, इससे भी बहुत फ़ायदा हो रहा है, क्योंकि जो हमारे स्पोर्टर्स हैं, अब बंदे के पास क्या होता है, स्किल तो होती है, लेकिन वो उसको कहाँ शो करेगा, कहाँ दिखाएगा, या उसको सपोर्ट कहाँ से मिलेगी। कुछ बंदों का आपने देखा होगा, जैसे हमारे समाज में होता है, कुछ बच्चे होते हैं कि जो पढ़ाई नहीं कर पाते, क्या है, फैमिली से सपोर्ट नहीं मिलता। और आपने बाहर भी देखा होगा, बहुत सारे रोड साइड में आपने शॉप्स देखी होंगी, गैरेज वगैरह देखे होंगे। ऐसे ऐसे स्किल्ड पर्सन है जिनको काम बहुत अच्छा आता है। आप किसी भी टाइप का काम लगा लो, कोई भी स्किल आ लो, उनके अंदर बहुत अच्छी है, लेकिन क्या है, उनको कोई प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं मिल रहा शो करने के लिए। तो हमें ऐसे ऐसे बच्चों को आगे लाना है। और जो एक्चुअली ये कंपटीशन है, ये भी उसी के लिए है। इसमें आपको कोई पढ़ाई की जरूरत नहीं है कि कोई 10th पास हो, 12th हो, किसी ने डिग्री की है, नो एनीवन। तो इसमें सिर्फ स्किल को देखा जाता है कि बंदे के पास स्किल कैसी है, कैसा जानता है। तो हम उस स्किल से दिखा सकते हैं कि हमारे इंडिया के अंदर भी बहुत कुछ है। एंड लास्ट में मैं एक ही बात कहना चाहूँगा, nothing is impossible. The word itself says I am possible. Thank you.
वंडरफुल सोनू, इसको बोलते हैं जो एकदम दिल से जो बात की इन्होंने. Any questions for him, because he has to leave, other my colleagues are all will be here, but any questions for him, one or two we can take it.
I have a question, sir.
Sorry.
I wanted actually एक क्वेश्चन मेरा था कि मेरा एक क्वेश्चन था आपसे कि आपने जब वर्ल्ड फॉर्म पे आप इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट किया, हाउ डिड यू फाइंड इट डिफरेंट? द अदर कंट्रीज आर डूइंग डिफरेंट देन अस.
ओके, तो आप कहना चाह रहे हैं कि
हमसे वो भिन्न कैसे है और कैसा अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं जो हम नहीं कर पा रहे हैं.
अच्छा काम वाली बात नहीं होती, आपकी बात सही है, कुछ जगह आपकी बात सही है, कुछ जगह मैं नहीं मानता, सॉरी, क्योंकि स्किल आपके हाथ में है, उनके पास भी क्या है, हमारे पास हम सारे टूल्स इक्विपमेंट हर एक टाइप की चीज है. बात क्या है, हमें अपने आप को फिजिकली एंड मेंटली प्रिपेयर करना होगा. अगर मैं दूसरी कंट्रीज की बात करूं तो ज्यादातर जो मैंने देखा है वो बंदे मेंटली एंड फिजिकली बहुत ज्यादा प्रिपेयर रहते हैं. हमारे में फिजिकली में क्या होता है, फिजिकली में ये नहीं होता कि फिजिकल तो पहलवान भी होता है, रेसलर्स होते हैं. रेसलर्स का ये क्या है कि वो पहलवानी कर सकते हैं, कोई दूसरा काम तो नहीं कर सकते. तो फिजिकली में आप जो काम कर रहे हैं उसको कैसे करना है, फिजिकली आपके जो हाथ की मूवमेंट, हाथ पैर की है, वो कैसे होनी चाहिए. एंड सबसे बड़ी चीज मैं जो मानता हूं, मेंटली प्रिपेयर होना पड़ता है बंदे को. एनी क्वेश्चन? यस.
Sir, during the days of your training, how did you keep yourself motivated, like mentally and physically? जैसे कि अभी आपने बताया कि हमारी हाथों की मूवमेंट, टूल्स को हमें कैसे यूज करना है, तो उन सब चीजों के लिए.
तो सबसे पहली बात तो जब बंदा उस काम में होता है, अगर आप सही से कुछ सोचोगे, अपने दिमाग को सही से चलाओगे, तो हर एक सवाल का जवाब आपके पास खुद ही होता है. कुछ वो होता है और कुछ दूसरे सपोर्ट करते हैं, क्योंकि हमारे से पहले जो बंदे मान लो कंपटीशन में होके आए हैं, हमारे पास वहां थे, तो हम उनसे पूछते हैं कि आप उस टाइम कैसे थे, आपके जो बॉडी थी वो कैसे काम कर रही थी, आपका दिमाग कैसे काम कर रहा था, क्योंकि अंडर प्रेशर कैसे काम करना होता है वो बंदे सही से जानते हैं. तो हमेशा बड़ों की जो पहले इस टाइप से कुछ कर चुके हैं उनसे हम सपोर्ट लेते थे. एंड साथ में जो हमारे मारुति में है वहां पे उन्होंने कोच भी लगा रखा था, एक मेंटल कोच, जो हमारे नीरज चोपड़ा जैसे आपने सुने होंगे, उनको कोचिंग देता था, क्योंकि उनके पास भी उसी टाइप के कंपटीशन होते हैं, उसी टाइप के गेम होते हैं. थैंक यू सर. थैंक यू. एनी क्वेश्चन?
एक क्वेश्चन मेरा है.
यस.
अभी आपने जो अचीव कर लिया, फिर अभी आप मारुति सुजुकी में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हो. तो आपका फ्यूचर एस्पिरेशन क्या है? आप मारुति सुजुकी में रहना चाहते हो या फिर आपके ऐसे और बंदों को ट्रेन करके उनको आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हो?
मेरा एक्चुअली जो एम है, मैं सबसे सही बताऊं, क्योंकि मैंने 5th पोजीशन की थी वहां पे, 5th पोजीशन में, जिसके मेरे को मेडल ऑफ एक्सीलेंस मिला. मैं चाहता हूं मैं बंदे को ऐसा ट्रेन करूं कि वो इंडिया के नाम पे गोल्ड लेके आए. तो मैं एक्चुअली मैं अभी गोल्ड के लिए प्रिपेयर कर रहा हूं.
सर एक्सक्यूज मी, मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है इधर टू यू, राइट. सो आपने अभी तक जो अचीव किया है वर्ल्ड स्किल में 5th पोजीशन आप लेकर आए, उसमें आपका डिसिप्लिन आप क्या समझते हो, क्या रोल प्ले करता है द एंटायर?
नॉट ओनली डिसिप्लिन, एवरीथिंग इज मैटर. तो डिसिप्लिन मैं भी अगर सोचूं, अगर मैं कैसे कहाँ से स्टार्ट किया था, मैंने ना कभी सोचा था कि मैं जा पाऊंगा या ऐसे कर पाऊंगा. तो अभी मैं एज ए ट्रेनर हूं, तो मैं भी पहले वाले टाइम को देखता हूं कि मैं पहले क्या था एंड क्या क्या चीजें मैंने सुधारी. वो बंदे को एक्चुअली अपने आप ही सुधारनी पड़ती हैं. अभी हम डेली बोलते हैं कि हम कल से स्टार्ट करेंगे, कल से जिम स्टार्ट करेंगे, कल से हम भागना स्टार्ट करेंगे, कल से ये काम करना है, मेरे को पढ़ाई स्टार्ट करनी है. लेकिन क्या होता है, सुबह की जो नींद है फिर वो नहीं यार कल से करूंगा, वो फिर कल ही रह जाता है. एक्चुअली जब आपके माइंड में आएगा कि नहीं मेरे को करना है तो करना ही है. उस टाइम भी मेरे साथ सेम सिचुएशन थी. कोई बोलता था कि नहीं ये क्या कर रहा है, इससे क्या मिलेगा, या आपका आगे की स्टडी करो। नहीं, मेरा सिर्फ उस टाइम फोकस एक ही था कि मेरे को मेडल लाना अपने इंडिया के नाम से।
वन क्वेश्चन, मैं ये जानना चाह रही हूँ कि आज आप अपने आप को डिग्री होल्डर्स के मुकाबले कहाँ स्टैंड करते हुए देखते हो?
डिग्री होल्डर के
आईटीआई एक सर्टिफिकेट कोर्स है ना, और कहने को डिग्री और सर्टिफिकेट में बहुत डिफरेंस होता है।
Yes.
लेकिन आज आप अपने आप को कहाँ देखते हो डिग्री होल्डर्स के मुकाबले?
मैं तो अपने आप को बहुत ऊपर देखता हूँ। अगर बात करें तो स्किल की, क्योंकि हमें अपने एक्चुअली हमारे जो बंदे हैं उन्हीं के अंदर है। जो बंदा आप इतने बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म पे जाके, नोट मेरी बात नहीं है कि इतने बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म पे जाके इतना बड़ा काम कर रहा है, तो मैं फिर नहीं मानता कि वो उसके लिए डिग्री मैटर करती है या कुछ और चीज मैटर करती है।
मैं यही आंसर चाहती थी ताकि हमारे बच्चों को पता चले कि आईटीआई वाले डिग्री होल्डर से भी आगे जा सकते हैं।
मैं वही, आपकी बात सही है, मेरे सामने बैठे हैं बच्चे, मैंने भी आईटीआई की हुई है, ओनली 10th 12th एंड आईटीआई, एंड आज मैं इस मुकाम पे, इस स्टेज पे हूँ। कोई नोट मेरी की बात की, लेकिन मेरे को बहुत गर्व महसूस होता है कि मैं एज ए ट्रेनर हूँ, वो भी मारुति सुजुकी जैसी इंडस्ट्री में, जो आपकी कार्स में देखें तो सबसे टॉप पे है, तो उसमें एज ए ट्रेनर वर्क करता हूँ। तो वहाँ पे भी सबको पता है कि मेरे पास डिग्री नहीं है कि कुछ नहीं है, तो आप सब कुछ कर सकते हैं, डिग्री मैटर नहीं करती।
हेलो, मेन क्वेश्चन मेरा भी है इधर। हाय सोनू।
यस।
या फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल कांग्रेचुलेशन टू यू।
थैंक यू
फॉर दो चीज़ों के लिए। पहला तो आपने इंडिया का नाम रोशन किया, दूसरा आप टाटा पे सॉरी मारुति पे हैं, उसके लिए, दोनों चीज़ों के लिए। मेरे दो सवाल हैं जो रिलेट करेंगे शायद यहाँ पे जितने भी बच्चे हैं उनके लिए। मेरा नाम तापस गर्ग है, मैं आईसेक्ट से हूँ। अभी किसी ने पूछा कि आप डिग्री होल्डर्स के साथ में कैसा, आपको क्या फील आता है। मेरा एक सिंपल सा सवाल है कि आप अपने यहाँ पे जो यूथ है, आप उन्हें क्या एडवाइस देना चाहेंगे इस चीज के लिए कि वो स्किल को कैसे देखते हैं? बिकॉज ऑफ दैट वो 90% टाइम कंफ्यूज रहते हैं कि मुझे क्या बनना है, कब बनना है। कब बनना एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल है, बिकॉज वो 90% टाइम अपना ग्रेजुएशन कंप्लीट करने, मास्टर करने, देन वो अचानक से कंफ्यूज करके भैया मुझे एमबीए करना है, कोई अलग विंग वाला कहीं का कहीं पहुंच जाता है। तो आप उनके लिए क्या एडवाइस देना चाहेंगे?
मैं सबसे मेन जो आईटीआई पर्सन है उसके साथ सबसे बड़ी चीज होती है, जो आपने क्वेश्चन किया बहुत अच्छा किया है, वही सोचता है कि हाँ मैं क्या करूंगा, आईटीआई के बाद मेरे को क्या करना है। कोई सोचता है पॉलिटेक करूंगा, कोई सोचता है कुछ ये काम करूंगा। तो जो आपके अंदर स्किल है आप उसको बाहर निकालें। एंड जो आप सोचते हो कि नहीं मेरे लिए डिग्री जरूरी है, ऐसा नहीं है। आपने देखा होगा हर जगह इंडिया स्किल चल रहा है, स्किल इंडिया चल रहा है ये प्रोग्राम। तो ये ऐसे ही है जैसे दूसरी कंट्रीज में होता है। वहां पे अगर कोई बंदा ऐसे ही है कि वो स्किल्ड है, ऐसे किसी कंपटीशन में पार्टिसिपेट कर चुका है, विन कर चुका है, तो उसको ऑटोमेटिकली डिग्री होल्डर ही माना जाता है। तो आप वो मत सोचें। इसके लिए भी हमारा जो इंडिया है, इंडियन गवर्नमेंट है, वो उसी टाइप से काम कर रही है। आप जो अपने अंदर की स्किल है उसको बाहर निकालें, निखारें उसको। और कैसे निखारना, उसके बहुत सारे वेज हैं, वो वेज आपको जानने होंगे। आप मैं हूँ, कोई और है, आप ऑनलाइन सर्च करते हैं, हम फोन चलाते हैं, फोन में बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो हमारे लिए काम की भी हैं, तो आप सर्च करके देख सकते हैं। बहुत सारे प्रोग्राम चलते हैं हमारे। अगर यहाँ की बात करें, जो आईटी वाले बंदे हम क्या करते हैं, मेन काम हमारा क्या होता है, हाथ की स्किल होती है ना हमारे पास। तो हाथ की स्किल बहुत मैटर करती है। वो एक नॉर्मल सी बात करते हैं लोकल में कि जो हाथ का काम सीख गया वो कभी मार नहीं खाएगा, वो बात रियल भी है। ठीक है, तो कभी भी डीमोटिवेट या ऐसा नहीं होना कि मैं क्या करता हूँ, बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं। एग्जाम्पल आपके सामने है।
सॉरी
क्या सर? क्वालिटी और नो उसमें हर एक चीज़ मैटर करती है। अगर मैं आप जैसे कॉम्पिटिशन रिलेट कर रहे हैं, मैं भी कॉम्पिटिशन रिलेट कर रहा हूँ, उसमें आपकी हर एक चीज़ देखी जाती है, क्योंकि आप जो काम कर रहे हैं उसकी क्वालिटी कैसी है, और काम करते हुए आपका जो वर्क एरिया आप उसको कैसे रखते हैं, आपके जो टूल्स हैं, इक्विपमेंट्स हैं, उनको कैसे रखते हैं, और आपकी स्पीड कितनी है, तो उसमें हर एक चीज़ आती है, हर एक चीज़ मैटर करती है।
Sorry, we'll have to stop questions. One, because Sonu has to catch a flight, but also we have other panelists there. It will be nice to have their experience also. So thank you very much, Sonu. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Now, one question from my side to all the students that are here. Before coming into this room, how many of you were aware about world skills? Nobody heard about world skills competition before coming to this room.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
I am from the faculty and world skill competition के बारे में मेरी भी नॉलेज बहुत कम है.
No problem.
मैं एक बार अपने स्टूडेंट्स को लेके जाना चाहती थी, बट पता नहीं कितने नॉर्म्स अड़ गए कि मतलब मैं लेके ही नहीं जा पाई, और आज तक भी उसके नॉर्म्स मुझे क्लियर नहीं है.
That is why this session is about, and we'll try to share. So we should really understand what is world skills. Of course, Sonu shared about it. It is I had a small presentation. If it's possible, just one or two slides that you all understand what it is. And I have a small video from one of the competitions for you all to feel what it is. I mean, we all say skills. Whoever has to involve in skill has to be with passion. World skills is what helps you to drive your passion. And that passion can take you to your career. So this is giving a view of how it is like an Olympics. This is stadium filled of almost 60-70,000 people. Yeah, this is from the Russian competition. And you can see the participants carrying the Indian flag and how it feels. And that has to touch your heart. And that is what we say, what you do with passion, what you do with your heart is what will take you further in your career. Yeah, this is not a professional video, it's a video from my mobile phone. So I wanted to show you something that what one can see as a participant, and what it can really feel for you. I mean, we can stop it. The time is less. So what is world skills? I mean, if you see the foundation of it is to inspire. We heard Sonu what inspiration is about, how the youth can be inspired to a skill competition. It is to develop. When I say develop, it is like we have to develop skills through a global benchmarking. Here we are competing with so many different countries. As of today, there are 86 member countries for World Skills Foundation. So 2/3 of the world population is connected to world skills. So that is how you benchmark your competition. It is about influencing. What we say about influencing, it is about bringing all together. On one side, we have the competitors, you all students who would like to compete, come together. It's the government who would like to create a platform to come together. And then also the industry. Example again, Sonu took name of Maruti. It is the industry to come together. So it is all how this we come together as influence. That's how we say with inspire, develop, influence, and that is how we bring. And how we say world skills, because it is the gold standard. It's the global benchmarking that it is. And we say we improve the world with the power of skills. That is what world skills is about. And that is what we want to see, how you all should try to bring in the competitiveness, but the competitiveness, the base of that competitiveness should be the passion that you have, the passion that you can carry forward. And the world skills as a platform can help you to convert your passion into your career. And this competition is about everything vocational. There are now, the next competition is in Lyon in France. There will be around 64 trades, it would be there. It goes from baking, cooking, gardening, hairdressing, not for me for sure. dressmaking, you take all vocational skills, you take technical skills, lot of skills on car body repair, car body maintenance, even topic like helicopter maintenance. Yeah. And we Festo, I belong to a company Festo. We were the first global industrial partner for WorldSkills since 1991. So we support the trade of mechatronics, water technology, industry 4.0. You name the trade, it's part of the WorldSkills Foundation. And here to compete, you don't need any degree, you don't need any certificate. There is only an age limit defined that you compete. Yeah, that's the platform that it is, that it's without any bias, it's without any restrictions, it is without any reservation for anybody. Yeah. So that's how it's WorldSkills. We heard about Sonu. We have 3 more participants who will be happy to share their journey. We'll try to keep their journey in 2 parts so that it's not very monotonous. They can start with their journey sharing about what it was before the competition, what they did to get into the competition. Yeah. So maybe with Saurabh, can we start with you?
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. मेरा नाम सौरभ अग्रवाल है. Before we start, like how many of you have this page with, I can see with most of them. Like I believe like सबके पास ये page है. So on the second page, like as sir said, we all are like here to understand what is world skills. Just to understand, world skills might be an organization or a platform, what it does. So it's clearly written on the second page of this booklet. If you see, the Honorable Prime Minister has highlighted the skilling, reskilling and upskilling are the mantras for future workforce, and India has the potential to become one of the largest providers of a skilled workforce in the world. So it clearly says the world skills is not only meant, or India skills is not only meant कि हम एक उसका पार्टिसिपेट बने, हम प्लेटफॉर्म पे जाए, इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करें, मेडल जीते या नहीं जीते और वापस आ जाए और आपके सामने बैठो. India skill and world skills is mainly to have a workforce, skilled labor, जिसको हम कहते हैं, हम काम हम सब करते हैं, हम सबके पास हुनर है, हम सबके पास स्किल है. बचपन में कोई पेंटिंग अच्छा करता है, कोई घर में कुकिंग अच्छा करता है, कोई अपने गेस्ट को सर्विस अच्छा करता है, somebody speaks very well, कोई like घर में गार्डनिंग अच्छा करता है. तो any skill you talk about, we all have some skill. So the idea of world skills and the skill India, उस स्किल को एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे उसको और अपस्किलिंग किया जाए, उसको बेटर बनाया जाए, उसको वर्ल्ड बेंचमार्क के काबिल बनाया जाए कि आपको वो एक अच्छा रोजगार दे. जब आपके पास अच्छा रोजगार आएगा तो ऑफ कोर्स आप अपने कंट्री के डेवलपमेंट, लाइक इंडिया के डेवलपमेंट में एक योगदान देते हैं, और एक हम अच्छा लाइक कंट्री के योगदान में उसके साथ इकोनॉमी में लाइक हम पार्टिसिपेट करते हो. दिस इज द एजेंडा ऑफ लाइक वर्ल्ड स्किल्स कंपटीशन. फॉर मी लाइक ऑल्सो जब मैं छोटा था तो अपनी मॉम के साथ कुकिंग मजा, लाइक इट वॉज अ फन, इट वॉज अ एक्टिविटी. आई यूज्ड टू हैव फन विथ माई मॉम. किचन में कुछ काम कर रही है, मैं उनके साथ उनका हेल्प करा देता था, कुछ मुझे बनाने में मजा आता था. सो दिस वॉज अ टाइप ऑफ स्किल आई लर्नड विथ माई मॉम एंड चाइल्डहुड इन माई होम किचन. उसको मैंने अपना पैशन बना लिया, वो मेरा एक एजेंडा बन गया, एक फन वो एक्टिविटी हो गया मेरे लिए जिसको मैं एंजॉय करता था. और सेम ऐसी आई वॉज इन कॉलेज 2015 IHM बैंगलोर. सो माई फैमिली ऑलवेज वॉन्टेड मी टू सी एज अ इंजीनियर, बट शायद मेरा मंत्राज या मेरे सोच ऐसा कभी नहीं था कि मुझे इंजीनियर बनना है, बिकॉज मुझे कुकिंग वॉज अ पैशन. आई केम टू नो अबाउट IHM लाइक होटल मैनेजमेंट कोर्स. आई एनरोल्ड फॉर दैट, माई फैमिली सपोर्टेड मी लेटर ऑन, और वर्ल्ड स्किल्स कंपटीशन के बारे में मुझे पता चला. सो इट वाज अ प्लेटफॉर्म दैट केम इन फ्रंट ऑफ मी. मैंने उसके लिए इनरोल किया, डिफरेंट जोन्स राउंड थे जो मैंने पार्टिसिपेट किया. सो ड्यूरिंग द पार्टिसिपेशन मुझे हर प्लेटफॉर्म पे एक मेंटर दिया गया, और उन्होंने सेम फंडा व्हाट ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर सेज कि द मंत्रास टू अपस्किल. सो एक मेरा घरेलू लेवल तक वो लाइक स्किल था मेरे अंदर कुकिंग का, उसको टेक्निकल वे में हाउ इट कैन बी गो टू द वर्ल्ड बेंचमार्क. एक बेंचमार्क होता है जिस पे वर्ल्ड स्किल्स प्लेटफॉर्म कॉम्पिटिशंस रन किया जाता है. सो मैं अपने आप को कैसा प्रिपेयर कर और अच्छा हो सकता है, हर प्लेटफॉर्म पे मुझे उसकी ट्रेनिंग दी गई, उसका एक असेसमेंट किया गया, उसको इवैल्यूएट किया गया, उसके लिए मुझे प्रिपेयर किया गया. लाइक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन लाइक FICCI, there might be I was not able to make the medal, but the skill which was imparted to me, which was given to me, हर एक टेक्निकल पॉइंट पे, एक थॉट्स पे, एक व्यूज पे, वो मुझे एक ट्रेनिंग दी गई जिसको मैंने सीखा, और एक वापस जब वहां से आया, सो द आइडिया वाज कि आई हैव अ गुड लाइवलीहुड, मैं एक अच्छा जीवन बिता सकता हूँ उस स्किल के बेस पे. आई कैन मेक गुड मनी, आई कैन हैव अ गुड माइट बी जॉब और बिजनेस. सो उस स्किल को मैंने खोने नहीं दिया, उस स्किल को मैं लेकर आगे चला, एंड आई स्टार्टेड लाइक वांटेड टू बी एंटरप्रेन्योर. आई स्टार्टेड इन्वेस्टिंग द सेम स्किल इन माय बिजनेस, और आई स्टार्टेड माय फर्स्ट बिजनेस इज 2020 एज अ फर्स्ट रेस्टोरेंट. 2022 we launched with the first restaurant, and now we are running a 4 restaurant across Delhi, Noida, like NCR. So वो skill मुझे develop किया. At the same time, the success was not meant कि मैं मेडल लेके आया और वो वही खत्म हो गया, चाहे मैंने स्किल सीखा. The success was कि the 45 plus people working for us, they also get the same benchmark or skill, or might be उससे better, because the learning has no limit. So वो उस स्किल को जितना हमने सीखा, मैं उनको सिखाऊं, वो आगे उनको किसी को सिखाए, और the process of success and improvement continue. This was the idea of Skilling India and the skill. So this is how my journey started, and it's continue with my team and everyone who I feel sitting over there. So skill is all, everybody has a skill. They are a mentor, they are a coaching center, they are like people who are behind you and who are there to assess you, help you, involve with you to make your skill reach to the benchmarks, जो एक अच्छा workforce और एक अच्छा like रिक्वायरमेंट, जो सोसाइटी को रिक्वायरमेंट है उस स्किल के मैच करने की, वो हम प्रोड्यूस करें एवरीडे लाइफ में. सो दिस इज द मंत्रास फॉर वर्ल्ड स्किल्स इंडिया.
Thank you, Saurabh. Very interesting about your journey, and also the outcome, what you said, how you are inspiring your people, your staff, how to benchmark their excellence and then take it forward. Now, Talat, it would be nice to have your experiences.
Oh, it's not working. Oh, it's working now. Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Talat Razia. I was a fashion technologist. I'm so sorry. Just give me one sec. So I was a winner for India Skills 2017. I was for the skill fashion technology, and I represented India at World Skills Abu Dhabi. Currently, I am running 2 labels. One is for handmade jewelry and one is for apparels. And my journey has been very, I would say, random. Because when I started out, it was a very silly joke कि let's try, करके देखते हैं, होएगा तो ठीक है, नहीं तो अबू धाबी जाने को मिलेगा. This was a joke कि कर सकते हैं कि नहीं कर सकते. That time we were not even aware about what World Skills was. And when I went for the first round of wild card, yeah, it was a wild card entry, and it was the first round. At that time, I got so inspired by the people I met there, and the amount of enthusiasm there was among each candidate I competed with. So at that time, I got inspired to go ahead and put all my heart and soul in whatever skill I'm learning there. So that's how I started. And then finally the nationals happened, and it was among 3 top fashion technologists in country, and we 3 were competing against each other. And at that time we were so nervous ki I don't know who will go, who will not. So at that time we were just talking to each other कि कैसा होगा, क्या करेंगे आपको, मतलब we were just talking amongst each other कि how will we go about it, इसके बाद हम क्या करेंगे अगर हम नहीं जीते तो. But I think at that time we 3 were there encouraging each other कि चल अगर नहीं भी जीते, अगर हम नहीं भी जीते तो हमने यहाँ पर आके जो सीखा उससे हम आगे बहुत कुछ कर पाएंगे. एंड आई स्टिल रिमेंबर दैट स्पेसिफिक लाइन कि हम आगे भी कुछ कर पाएंगे बिकॉज हमने बहुत कुछ सीखा. एंड टिल डेट दोज एक्सपीरियंसेस आर द things that I still remember. कि नहीं, you have to stop for a moment and think and then go ahead. The thing Saurav said, कि Sonu said, कि you have to be mentally prepared, you have to be physically prepared, you have to take actions in seconds, and you have to, without thinking, there should be a reflex of happening, right? So that is what World Skills was. It is a rigorous competition, but at the same time, it trains you for what life is going to throw at you. That very moment you have to decide कि इस moment में मुझे क्या करना है आगे. So I think that was my journey with World Skills. I didn't bring a medal back, but I got amazing memories, and I met amazing people who are right here with me and few who are not here. But it was really an amazing journey, and I've learned a lot, and I'm really hoping that people who are here and people who might just heard about it or may hear about it in future try to go for it, because it will actually enhance you and your skills, and it will actually inspire you to do something on your own. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Talat. The wonderful learning that we can take from her, not only the competition, but whatever such tasks that are thrown to you in life, is actually preparing for your life ahead, So don't stop learning. In our corporate world, we say lifelong learning now, but with you all students, it's all started. So make that mantra in your life. It has to be now a lifelong learning, COVID has taught us a lot of disruptions come, and that would be the new normal. So keep always learning, and as Talat said, that learning prepares you for the next that's to come in life. So now we have Mohit, who was actually a silver medal winner in Abu Dhabi, and I can remember I was there in the competition, and was also the best of the nation, because there's a marking for each competition that happens, and then they are graded. You heard somebody say getting medallion of excellence. So you benchmark a minimum level of skill set, and then you have a medallion of excellence. The top 3 winners would get the medal way. Yeah, and Mohit has also been a role model since Abu Dhabi, when the participation of India improved, and post Abu Dhabi the winning percentage for India has also improved. So it would be nice to have something from you, Mohit.
Thank you. Hi. I am Mohit. I am from Sonipat, Haryana again. And I would like to start off with, tell you a little bit about my journey, and then we'll talk about what World Skills is doing and how, the whole scenario has improved. So, again, dropped out of college, did not, enjoy studying so much, although I was fairly good, in getting grades. And so, tried 4-5 different things, did not enjoy it as much. Eventually found a 6-month program for bakery and patisserie in Bangalore, where I thought, this is again another 6 months that I can see if I like it or not. And there again, I was sort of the only student where, my college did not help me with an internship because I was the worst out of the lot. And I had to get an internship myself. So I Googled the best pastry chef in India at that moment. He was working in Bombay, in Oberoi. So I called him up. I told him I am from so-and-so college, Lavon Academy, and I would like to work for you. Now, Lavon being Lavon, it helped me get the internship. So next day, he's like, you come on in, start working from the next day. He was the one who actually introduced me to World Skills. In those 4 months, I sort of started enjoying baking as a process. That's where I got really good at it. And he quit his job right after enrolling me for World Skills. He quit his job. So I had to go back to Bangalore for about a couple years to start my journey for training. And that's where, I slowly started getting into the whole process of district, nationals and all of that. And also I got a chance to go to Korea because India did not do very well. We were in the bottom 3 the year before me. So Korea invited the bottom 3 nations to come and work in their kitchens with their best chefs so that, the bottom 3 can perform a little bit better. And there I worked with the guy who was going to compete against me in Abu Dhabi. And now, since I worked with him, I knew how much time he was putting in, what his day looked like, which I started replicating when I came back home. And that was, I think, the part where I thought, something can be done here, because I've worked with the best. And in the finals, I did end up, beating him. He stood fifth, where we got a silver medal. So this was about, the entire process that happened. But WorldSkills as a whole, I think, is a great platform for everyone who's here right now, who is below 21, 22. Because what it does is, the entire the skill set that it gave me was actually of someone, had I worked in the industry, and it would have taken me at least 10, 15 years to get to the same level of skills that I was, when I was 21. So it does fast track the whole process, and it really helps in sort of being independent in what you want to do. So that's what I feel. I mean, whatever skill that you guys have, even if, making it there, not making it there does not matter. But as long as you put your heart into the journey, I think at least a great skill set will come out of it.
Thank you very much, Mohit. So Saurabh and Talat already shared what they are doing now post the competition. About your journey post competition, what it has been for you, and what are you doing currently?
So right after the competition, I always wanted to, become an entrepreneur. And within 2 months, I quit my job, and then I was on the lookout for spaces. I wanted to come up with my own pastry shop. And I was scouting for places in Delhi, Gurgaon, where I stumbled upon Rishikesh for a consultancy project. I liked the market, everything was nice. So Rishikesh was, I got into hotels, we got into retreats, pastry shop, restaurants in the entire thing, and which ran for about 2 years, and then COVID came. We had to shut down. And then we had a lot of equipment and everything, so I had to move back home to Sonipat. And that's where I'm running my new pastry shop now. And we're in the middle of expanding to, more cities soon.
Wonderful. Yeah. So you heard everybody's journey. You heard about they representing the country. Yeah. So it's just not as easy to represent a country. What it goes to represent a country. Now it's like NSGC has the mandate to select who would represent the country. Yeah. And there are sector skill councils who are responsible to conduct the competitions. And the competitions are at a district level, then you have to go to a state level, and there are 4 regional competitions across the country, and there is a national winner from the competition. It is still not a direct entry for the national winner to represent country. The top 3 who win from national competition are again trained for 3 months, and then they are again evaluated, because हो सकता है कि exam में किसी का कुछ खराब दिन हो गया हो. So we think like that, and then the top 3 train for 3 to 6 months, and then they go to multiple rounds of tests and evaluations through different mentors, different trainers, and then somebody represents the country. Yeah. So you have to build into you that fighting spirit, that you would like to do something in your life, and then you can see how the training, the support, and all the academia that should come together, the industry that should come together, and that can help you to achieve the goals, not only for yourself to build up your career, but something what you can contribute to the country as well. Okay. So now looking time, could we throw open for questions that you would have to all the 3 winners.
Yeah. Azia. Hello, Talat.
Hi.
First of all, congratulations for such a brilliant achievement.
Thank you so much.
I have a question basically from my student fraternity who belong to Satyam Fashion Institute.
Okay.
So here I would like to know, when you say fashion technology, so what are the kind of rounds you go through for the world skill competition? Because that will actually
help our students understand the competition better?
All right. So in the fashion technology part, we had first was illustration. You were given different type of elements and you had to come up with a fashion technical drawing. You don't have to illustrate, you have to do a technical drawing of it, and then you have to do an illustration for it. And you had been given a very limited time to do that. That was the first round. In the second round, you were given draping. Again, the questions were not even told to anybody. So there's a complete surprise element. Ki what will you get? And then you will get an image. You have to drape it in a specific amount of time. And then you will go for a pattern making session wherein they will give you different elements. You have to come up with a dress right at the moment. And then you have to illustrate it. You have to present it. And then you have to make the patterns for it yourself. Then you have to lay it. They will judge how you have placed the patterns. How efficiently you have, use your mind, you have made the patterns that the dress can finally come out, right? And then finally the moment of truth, will your pattern actually come out to be a nice dress or not? And then they will judge for, I think, 2 days. 2 days they were judging the dresses, the patterns, the illustration, the draping, everything was judged in 2 days. And then they came out with the result. And for this specific thing, you have to do it in such a efficient manner, and such quick methods you have to use कि कैसे करें नहीं समझ आता उस टाइम. So at that time I was so scared कि मैं कैसे करूँगी. But when I finally got started doing it, and everything just came back to one thing कि how I trained very well. I did the test, which was supposed to be for 3 days. I did it in 1 day. So that's how you're supposed to prepare for it.
Hello. I have a question for Mohit. Here. Hi. Maybe all of you also. First of all, congratulations. And this is actually for everybody in the room who's seeing these role models here. When you were going through a phase when your parents' expectations were different from you, right? And you wanted to take your own decision and follow your dream or your passion, I would like to know, how did you face that phase of your life? How did you deal with your parents, convince them? And the larger society, were there issues like your friends telling you, hey, what is this that you're doing? ये सब क्या हो रहा है? ये तो कुछ ढंग का चीज नहीं है करने के लिए. तो I would like to know little bit on this, because it might help others also, because you will face this phase in your life when you all want to follow your dreams. Yeah. Thank you.
So I mean, initially there was pressure. I mean, my father was sort of okay, my mom was still not. And then extended family is always sort of bothering that this is not the right course of action. But then I've always tend to do whatever is right in front of me. If I think that the thing is, very short term goals. So even with the business, it's not something that I have a plan for the next 5 years or 10 years. I am doing whatever I think is good for the next moment, and then it's navigating from there.
So for me, like, we were two child to our parents. So my father always wanted to see my elder sister as a doctor, me as an engineer. So because this is like three things, like even in childhood, like मैं जब 10th में था तो मुझे पता था कि engineer, CA और medical. Or you can't say engineer, you can say IIT, AIPMT something and CA. These are three words I heard from everywhere. So fortunately my sister made it to like medical. I also cracked All India rank 102 for this AIEEE. I joined Kurukshetra, but I just left the college in 2 days. I came back. I filled the form for IHM without telling anybody, with my own money. So once the result came out, I told my mom first, because I know she will understand and she will make my father convince. Because my father, like, even after joining IHM, he was not convinced for next 5 years, I believe. So I told कि like I never wanted to see myself as an engineer. My dad said कि like बनिया का बच्चा खाना नहीं बनाएगा. So this was the first statement he said कि like बनिया का बच्चा खाना नहीं बनाता है, बर्तन नहीं उठाता है. तो I said कि but I still feel like ki I'm the right person to go for IHM. So even in my college days, my father didn't come to drop me to Bangalore. Once I joined the college, my mom single came because she understood ki they have a discussion what I was knowing. My mom told me later कि dad promise 1 साल दे दो, मुझे पता है कुछ नहीं करेगा, वापस आएगा ये. So my mom was knowing कि ठीक है, at least he has agreed for that time, so वो जाने जाएगा तो he will do something. So I went Bangalore. I was like, कहते हैं ना कि जहाँ प्यार है वहाँ कोई नहीं रोक सकता है, वहाँ passion है. So cooking was my passion. अच्छा करना ही था. इंजीनियरिंग शायद मैं अच्छा करता या नहीं करता मुझे आज भी नहीं पता है, लेकिन कुकिंग अच्छा करना था. सो कॉलेज लाइक इवन आई यूज्ड टू एंजॉय द प्लेस बिकॉज वो मेरा पैशन था, वो मुझे करना था, वो मुझे फन देता था, मैं बोर नहीं होता था उस चीज़ को लेके. और मुझे लगता है कि कभी कोई टाइम बाउंडेशन नहीं था कि ओके दिस इज 8 आवर्स का स्टडी है, आई हैव टू फिनिश इट, आई हैव गो होम. बिकॉज जिसमें आपका दिल लग जाता है वहाँ आप टाइम देखते ही नहीं हो. So I started doing good in college. Teachers started recognizing me. आप कहते हैं ना कि आपके पास हुनर हो, जब आपको आपके लोग उसको पहचान लेते हैं तो वो भी आप पे उतना ही मेहनत करते हैं जितना आप अपने लिए करते हो. So teachers and mentors also शायद उन्होंने मेरे ऊपर ज़्यादा मेहनत की शायद जितना मैं कर सकता था. And in between I was in college second year only. World Skills came. So college में the form came. That was it was not channelized through World Skills. Because it was very initial phase of 2015, 8 and 9 years ago. So the form cost was 500 for the college. So my teachers came and said ki like, Saurav, we know ki you are good in cooking. Why don't you fill this form? And once you will, and 2015 was the FIFA World Cup in Brazil only. So my teacher was also being funny with me. He said ki, तू जीत जाएगा वर्ल्ड स्किल्स तो तुम्हें ब्राजील फ्री में भेजेंगे. तो आई सेड सर मैंने बहुत फॉर्म भरे हैं, वो 100 रुपीज़ का ओलंपियाड कोई नहीं भेजता है कहीं भी, 500 रुपये बर्बाद होगा, मैं 500 रुपये नहीं दे रहा हूँ. सो माई टीचर्स फिल दैट फॉर्म फॉर मी एंड फॉर्चुनेटली लाइक थिंग्स स्लोली द प्रोसेस हैपेंड. आई गॉट थ्रू वर्ल्ड स्किल्स. आई वॉज लाइक so 2015 also I remember July there's a youth day, is Youth Skill India Days, 15th of July. So Honorable Prime Minister launched the Youth India Mission and we were called for the Science Center that time to meet Honorable Prime Minister that time. So that day my father believed कि इसने कुछ अच्छा किया है. That's why people have called up. So he's not shown the trust that time, but he was like backbone. He was supporting me from the back and coming in front of me कि like you are doing good. He still says इंजीनियर होता तो घर में बिजली उजली का काम ठीक करता, पैसे नहीं लगते हमारे. So this is what he wanted to say.
Very nice, Saurav. I think a big hand to all of them because it's not easy to face your parents. Being Indians, all of us, we respect our parents so much. We never try to displease them. But I think, and you see, World Skills also gives you an opportunity to break gender stereotypes and take up things which are non-traditional and non-conventional. Congratulations, all of you.
I'll just still add one thing. Ki I feel ki might be we all have some skills or we like. फॉर एग्जाम्पल लाइक मैंने 10th किया या आप किसी ने भी 10th किया, देयर आर सर्टेन थिंग्स वी नो 12th करना है, कॉलेज करना है एंड ऑल. समटाइम्स यू चूज योर ऑप्शन, समटाइम्स फैमिली चूज एंड समटाइम्स जो फ्रेंड्स चूज यू सी एंड चूज एंड समटाइम्स वी आर नॉट डिसाइडेड कि हमें करना क्या है. जो चलता है वो हम एक्सेप्ट कर लेते हैं, नथिंग इज बैड. बट द वॉट इज मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट इज लाइक जो आपका दिल करता है उसको कम्युनिकेट एटलीस्ट फैमिली से इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू वंस. अगर आप उसको शायद कम्युनिकेट करते हैं सो क्या पता वो आपके लिए लाइफ चेंज इवेंट हो जाए. सो इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू टेल समबडी इन द फैमिली लाइक मॉम एंड डैड इज द मेन पर्सन. टेल देम कि आई वॉन्ट टू ट्राई दिस थिंग, गिव मी अ ईयर और 2 years. इफ आई वोंट बी डूइंग दिस गुड आई एग्री योर डिसीजन बट गिव मी allow me to give me a try. Try is very important. अगर आप कोशिश ही नहीं करेंगे तो आपको पता ही नहीं चलेगा कि उसका रिजल्ट क्या होता आने वाले समय में. So that is very important.
Thank you. Very
Any
nice.
more questions?
Very inspiring.
Yes,
Sir.
that's it.
Hello, very congratulations to all of you here on your right.
One second. Can you please all switch off your mics? Please don't turn them on. Yes.
Is it working now? Yeah. So very congratulations to all of you. I just want to ask 2 questions from you. How did academia of your college or school helped you? And how your teachers? Hello. how the school and the academia shaped you to reach that level, and in this age of Instagram Reels and YouTube Shorts, when the youth want everything in quickly and they can change the scenes very quickly, it's very difficult to focus these days. So what will be your message to those youth who are difficult to find their path towards where they want to go? These are the two questions I just wanted to ask.
See, once you participate or you follow a path of success, anybody who attached to you, everybody sees success on you. So like मेरे सक्सेस में वो सब लोग अपना सक्सेस देखते हैं जो शायद मुझे ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं. So for the college, I believe like it's all about the name and reputation, because if you do good, they do good. Even in family, if you achieve something, your parents and teachers, everybody feels happy. So once for me, like once I participated, the form filled, my teachers, mentors, like everybody helped me. Some like I was put under the trainers, the assessments were done, even the industry, like I was put on in ITC hotels in Bangalore. So my chef used to give me the assessment every day, the training was given. Even the person, like my college teachers used to see what I'm learning, the status of my mental health, how it is good and all. The refreshment time is given to me. The person who, like, even I remember, I just mentioning ma'am today, during my time 2015, I remember there was a person, Mr. Deepak Bura, was associated with FICCI. So he called me a day, like, ki Saurav, you are traveling for the competition to IHM Aurangabad, it was scheduled. So how you are coming? I said, my train is booked by the college. He said, why you are coming by my train? Give me 2 minutes. Just after 5 minutes, he called me. He said, I have shared your tickets for the flights. I don't want to spend like 18 hours in the train and just spoiling your time. You come within 2 hours, take a relax, take a deep breath, take a good nap in the night, prepare for the competition, do good in next day. So this is the like time everybody and effort everybody put for you. So as I said, everybody sees success in you. And even we don't make it to the mark of gold and silver, whatever we do and all, but still they feel good because somewhere they have helped to reach, like make us to reach over there. So this is how it happens, the training, the assessment, the motivation. Even like my mom, she might not be a part of making me understand how the cooking has to happen, but the blessing, like prayer she do, is this also part of my success. So this is how everybody perform their part. And the second question I just missed, you asked second thing. So
this age of Instagram and Reels, and so it's very difficult to focus.
मुझे लगता है ना कि see, everything is important in life. Even Instagram is not bad. Somewhere it teaches you something. Time management is very important. You have to promise yourself at least कि like half an hour spend on Instagram, half an hour WhatsApp. So manage your time. Don't spend like पढ़ना भी इतना ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं कि आप पूरे दिन पढ़ें, इंस्टाग्राम भी इतना इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं कि पूरे दिन इंस्टाग्राम रहें. सो टाइम मैनेजमेंट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. यू स्पेंड एवरीथिंग लाइक अ पार्ट में. लाइक आई ऑल्सो यूज इंस्टाग्राम बिकॉज समटाइम्स क्या ना डिजिटल और सोशल भी बहुत जरूरी है, बिकॉज समटाइम्स इट ऑल्सो गिव्स यू अ गुड आइडिया एंड नॉलेज ऑफ थिंग्स एंड ऑल माइट बी यू डोंट सी अराउंड इन द बुक्स, बिकॉज दीज इंस्टाग्राम एंड फेसबुक इज योर बुक, काइंड ऑफ एक इंस्टेंट बुक है. बट ऑल्सो एट द सेम टाइम you have to analyze and check with yourself and the mentors or the like anybody is available with you कि before you do, जैसे कहते हैं ना कि don't blindly believe on something. Good thing takes time to happen. Nothing happens in a day or just a minute. Things takes time to happen. चाहे fruits को ripe होने के लिए भी somebody has put the seed, the tree has come up, the season has come up for the fruits. It takes another season to ripe. So this is the process. So process has to be as its place. You have to keep performing without getting disheartened. The time will come, you will come with the result. So the result is there. You have to just patience, fulfill the time, and time management becomes very important. As you said, distraction is everywhere, but the distraction should not be that much कि वो अपने time के साथ किसी और काम का भी time kill कर दे. So this is how you have to manage.
Thank you so much.
थैंक यू सौरभ सर. मैं आपसे एक बात जानना चाहती हूँ, जो आपने एक्सपीरियंस किया, क्या आप समझते हैं कि उसके बाद स्टूडेंट्स के साथ साथ पेरेंट्स की भी काउंसलिंग होना जरूरी है?
मैम काउंसलिंग वर्ड है ना, मुझे देखिए ये सब नया ट्रेंड है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है काउंसलिंग एंड ऑल. कम्युनिकेशन इज द टूल. चाहे वो आपका जैसे दो भाई बहनों का हो, पेरेंट्स का हो, बच्चों का हो, कम्युनिकेशन, काउंसलिंग इज अ काइंड ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन. कम्युनिकेशन इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इन एनी रिलेशंस. Until unless we think कि हमने ऐसा सोच लिया था, हमने ऐसा कर लिया था, मेरी मदर ने ऐसा सोच लिया, nothing will happen. So communication is a tool to any kind of doubts and solution. So you feel like you're not right, communicate. Might be your teacher, might be the workplace member, the parents, and also communication is very important, because until unless we won't communicate, the solution won't come, the planning won't come, and nothing will happen. Counseling क्या है कि because एक gap तो हमेशा है, like मेरे पेरेंट्स में, मुझ में, आने वाले जनरेशन्स में, जैसे ही सेट कि लाइक मैं उस जनरेशन में हूं कि वो इंस्टेंट में भी है और थोड़ा स्लो में भी है, 90s के हम, तो वो दोनों के बीच में है. सो आने वाला जनरेशन जैसे बहुत इंस्टेंट है, तो कम्युनिकेशन बहुत जरूरी है. सो इफ यू कम्युनिकेट प्रॉपर टू एनीबडी, यू फील लाइक वी विल अंडरस्टैंड कि वो गैप्स फुलफिल हो सकता है या नहीं भी फुल होगा, तो हम कोशिश कर सकते हैं. चाहे वो आप उसको आप काउंसिल कह दो, लाइक होता है ना कि until unless you don't consider as a situation, like मैं मॉम को, मेरी मॉम को कोई और समझाए कि उसको मौका दो, वो इंजीनियरिंग करेगा, सो माइट भी वो अंडरस्टैंड नहीं करेंगे. बट मैं खुद कम्युनिकेट करूं कि गिव मी अ ईयर्स टाइम, आई प्रॉमिस यू कि आई विल डू समथिंग. अगर नहीं कर पाया तो आपका तो बात मानना ही मानना है, एंड एंड ऑफ द डे यू विल सी कि मेरे बात मान लिया. एंड इफ आई रियली डू गुड, सो यू विल हैप्पी, because I am making money end of the day. So communication is a tool.
Actually, I am in vocational education and fashion designing teacher and cosmetology also.
Okay.
और अपने टाइम में मैं भी ये चीज़ बर्दाश्त कर चुकी हूँ कि मुझे कॉमर्स में ज़बरदस्ती एडमिशन करवाया गया, because that was a question of reputation of the family.
True.
मुझे कहा गया कि अगर आप सिलाई में एडमिशन लोगे तो तुम्हें अनपढ़ घोषित कर दिया जाएगा और फैमिली में हमारी जो रेपो है वो खराब हो जाएगी. और आज मैं फैशन डिजाइनिंग टीचर हूँ, एक गवर्नमेंट में हूँ, मुझे 10 लोगों के फोन आते हैं, व्हाट यू हैव डन, क्या क्वालिफिकेशन ली थी, कैसे आपको गवर्नमेंट जॉब मिली. लेकिन आज से मैं आपको रियलिटी बताना चाहती हूँ, आज से 20 साल पहले मेरी मदर स्टिचिंग करती थी घर में, शी वॉज वेरी एक्सपर्ट, और उसके बावजूद क्योंकि मेरी पूरी फैमिली गवर्नमेंट जॉब में थी, अच्छी पोस्ट पे थी, तो जब रिलेटिव्स आते थे तो मम्मी की मशीन और सारे कपड़े छुपा दिए जाते थे. एंड क्योंकि मैंने वो चीज़ बहुत डीपली फील की है, और मैं वोकेशनल एजुकेशन के आज के दिन सबसे ज़्यादा रिस्पेक्ट करती हूँ, क्योंकि ये आपके हाथ में एक ऐसा हुनर दे देती है जिसके बाद आपको रोटी तो कहीं नहीं गई, और अगर आप अच्छा करते हो, आप अपनी स्किल को, सिर्फ अपनी सेल्फ स्किल को इम्प्रूव कीजिए, वर्ल्ड लेवल पे आपका नाम होगा ही होगा, आई श्योर.
Excuse me, sir.
Hello, please. I have a question.
I just quickly add on this. So even I used to go कहीं पे, I used to go somewhere. People used to say, आज क्या बना के खिलाएगा, मेरे किचन में आलू प्याज है, क्या बना के नया खिलाएगा. So people used to treat like वो होता है. लेकिन my family like wedding gathering and also my father like he was not understanding कि cooking is a really good trait or skill. So he used to introduce सबसे कि बेटी डॉक्टर है, ये है, but he hardly introduced कि like क्या कहेंगे, होटल्स में काम करता है, बर्तन उठाता है, बट नाउ ही प्राउडली सेज कि रन द रेस्टोरेंट, आज के रेस्टोरेंट से खाना मंगाएंगे. So this is a change, ma'am. Like we respect nothing is wrong, nothing is good. It's just a mindset. As long as you do good, people change your mindset.
I have a question here.
One last question. That's
Yes, sir. I have a last question. Please, just in a scientific way. I'm
Mohit,
asking
sir.
this question in a scientific way. What is the best answer for skills? I repeat, what is the best answer for skills? I'm giving some. Okay, effective communication. How many out of 3 agreed?
Sir,
I'm asking what is the best answer for skills? Okay, so you are not giving, so I'm giving one suggestion. Effective communication. Are all you are agreed?
No. I know cooking, मेरा जो मैसेज है आपको समझ में आ जाए, that is a communication. Communication is not like कि आपकी speaking English आपको.
Okay.
What I want to convey इससे पहले चित्रकारी, अगर पिक्चर देख के आपको समझ में आ जाए the thought behind something, you understand that communication is complete.
Okay. Then problem solving.
अरे यार, that's not it. See, I have got a question. अरे यार.
Adaptability.
सर कौन बनेगा?
See, I have got a question, sir. I have got a very relevant question which makes sense. See, typically I want. Hello. Yeah, I have got a very relevant question which makes sense for everybody. I want to know at what time you felt that this is my inner capability. This is my inner capability. I want to use this as a profession. That's more important because that is the mistake most of the children don't try to understand what is their inbuilt capability or which is the trade they should follow. There they make mistakes. So at what time you felt that this is my inner capability and I should take this as a profession?
Oh, I'll take that one. Is it working? Yeah. I think I was 6.5 years old. I used to play with my dolls and I used to be like, oh, इनके कपड़े बनाएंगे आज तो ठीक है. We used to wrap foils and फलाना ढिमकाना stuff on it. When I turned 9, I started sketching. स्केचिंग मतलब ये नहीं बहुत प्रोफेशनल स्केच कर रहे हैं, बस ऐसे बड़ी मुंडी वाली लड़की, टेढ़ी मेढ़ी बॉडी वाली लड़की. एंड फ्रॉम देयर आई स्टार्टेड माई इलास्ट्रेशन से मुझे क्रेज़ हुआ. अब ये नहीं था कि मैं 12वीं के बाद आके सोच रही हूँ कि मुझे फैशन डिज़ाइनर बनना है. इट वॉज माई इनर ड्रीम टू बिकम अ फैशन डिज़ाइनर. एंड टुडे व्हेन आई एम रनिंग माई 2 labels विच आर कम्प्लीटली ऑन हैंड स्किल्स. मैं प्रमोट ही नहीं करती मशीन स्किल्स, मैं सिर्फ हैंड स्किल्स प्रमोट करती हूँ. सो दैट इज हाउ
That's what I wanted. I wanted once we identify the passion and once we identify our passion, if the passion is profession, P plus P is success.
Definitely.
I can give a small demonstration of her skill sets, So you can see how good a drawing she has made just here, So that's what you can say the passion is about, yeah.
I can't do without these.
So looking at the time, we cannot have more questions. So I would like to thank all the 3 of you for inspiring the students all here. And I hope we all take these learnings in our life in some way or the all. And it's not only for the students, we all from industry, we all also as educators, academia, how we can inspire the students around us is also very, very important. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll have a group picture. So I want to take this moment and thank, wow, the mic still works. So how many of you are here from Satyam Fashion? Fantastic. Blossom Kocha? Hi. Venkateshwar? Great. CV Raman? Great. Any other college that are missing? Yes, Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University. Indraprasth College for Women. Kalindi, yes. IMM? Yes, IMM. So, बहुत सारे डेलिब्रेशन के बाद we decided कि हम सिर्फ एक तरह के कॉलेज पे ध्यान नहीं देंगे. From fashion designing to polytechnic to ITI to management, and all of us learned for the first time कि world skills competition क्या होते हैं. और world skills competition होने के बाद में we interacted with the champions as well. So I'm sure this was very aspirational and inspirational. We will now begin with our employability skills workshop. UNICEF के बारे में कितने लोगों ने सुना है? UNICEF and so UNICEF and Magic Bus and FICCI, we've come together to bring this employability skills workshop. तो हमने आपके मन में बहुत सारे inspirational, motivational seeds तो डाल दिए हैं, but at the end we're talking about employability. So how passion and your profession should engage with each other. उसके लिए एक element है which is called the employability skills. And the experts are going to talk to you about what these skills are which make you future ready. So we have Philip, Deepti, Masood, Rajkishore, Gulab, Ashish and Parul. and Jaspreet from the Magic Bus and Yuva team, who are going to take us through the employability skills workshop. So welcome all. Let's give them a round of applause. All yours, all yours. Yes.
Hello everyone, good afternoon, and welcome to the workshop which we have planned for specially students, but at the same time we will request all of you to go back to your younger age and participate fully in the program. So before inviting my esteemed guest, I would like to do a small activity. Are you up for it? For a small, physical kind of activity at your place, nothing else. Are you okay for it? So few actions: eyes, nose, ears, chin. तो आपको वो जो मैं कहूँ वो आपको करना है, जो मैं आपको कहूँ वही करना है, जो मैं करूँ वो नहीं करना है. ओके, रेडी? आईज, ears, nose, chin, nose, ears, ears. Okay, ठीक है. Ears, nose, chin.
No.
Okay. Chin, chin, chin. All right. Head, head, nose, ear, chin, eyes. Okay, I think everyone is awake. So, yeah. So I will like to introduce Miss Dviti Priya Sanyal. She is mentoring and evaluation expert at UNICEF. So I will request her to come and speak about what she does. Okay, she will come later. And then I have Jasmeet Kaur with us, and I have Philip Matthew from Magic Bus, and Raj Kishore Prasad is one of our employer who works with Magic Bus, who gets candidates from Magic Bus. I have Ashish Kumar, one of our alumni, who is not at the stage now, but yeah, Ashish. So I have Parul Tripathi, who is senior manager at Magic Bus India Foundation, and I am Masood Akhtar. I head the training and capacity building of Magic Bus staff. And also I have Gulabsha with us, who is our alumni from the program, who has been a part of Magic Bus program, and she is now working with a company which is called Advanced Estimator. So we will hear from all of them. So right now, let me call Mr. Mr. Dviti Priya Sanyal, and she will talk about UNICEF and about her work and what UNICEF does.
Thank you for the introduction, Masood. We saw a lot of raise of hands when we asked how many of you are familiar with UNICEF. How many of you are familiar with Yuva? Okay, it's just one. All right, so I will take the opportunity to welcome you to this workshop, which is co-hosted by Yuva and by Magic Bus, and give you a brief introduction into who we are as Yuva. So we are a section within UNICEF, and we primarily work as a public-private youth partnership to empower young people like you in different areas which range from employment to skills to civic participation. What makes us different is that we not only work with different stakeholders, different organizations which are both government, private, CSOs, but we work with young people like you. We want to understand that what your aspirations are, what you want to do, and how can we make that available to you. So especially in terms of employment, we understand that, just connecting you to opportunities, job opportunities or internships and apprenticeships, that may not be enough. Although we do a lot of that, we also understand that it is important for you to have that kind of job support when you're applying for a job, to have career guidance, and also for you to be equipped with certain skills which will help you not only do well in your jobs, your chosen profession and career, but also in life. We have a lot of initiatives that we do with our partner organizations, one of them being the Passport to Earning platform. So it's a digital platform which helps you get those kind of skills which are not just 21st century and life skills, but also digital literacy skills, skills for financial management, and also we'll be very soon launching entrepreneurship skills. So if you want to get onto that entrepreneurship journey, how do you get onto it? What are the avenues that you look at? What are the skills that you require? So the P2E platform or the Passport to Earning platform helps you do just that. In addition to learning these skills, we also have other programs that we do with our partner organizations, which help students with their career journey. So for career guidance, for career awareness, we have sessions with the Ministry of Labour as well as with Asman Foundation, where every week there is a new career that is posted, and young people like you get to know what are the different career options, what are the different career paths. It's not just about what is the salary, about how you're going to make, but what is that entire journey going to look like. So it helps you make those informed choices and informed decisions. So when you go to a career portal or you go somewhere to apply for a job, you know whether this fits for me, whether this works, what I can expect from it, what are the skills that are needed for getting these jobs. We also work with organizations like Pratham, CSCs, NCS centers, as well as with our partner Magic Bus in having these kind of job support sessions where we kind of get into details of how do we kind of excel or how do we kind of get that support for the career that we want to get into. So these are all provided in hybrid models. So we have not just in-person sessions, but like this, but also we have digital platforms where you can access these. So we'll be happy to discuss more. There will be a feedback form, I guess, after this session. So if you want to learn more about UVA, how you can also participate and also be a part of Passport to Earning or learn about these different services that you can avail to kickstart your career, and as well as think of the different avenues that are available to you, please feel free to reach out to us. So over to my colleague from Magic Bus to take.
Thank you, Dviti Priya. I will request Mr. Philip Matthew to come and talk about Magic Bus.
Good evening all. I'm not taking much time because we planned this as a workshop, not as a talk. In the beginning, we asked the FICCI team. First of all, let me thank you, FICCI team, to give this opportunity to talk to the young people who are presenting here. And I think this is the time of this Global Skills Summit where the majority youth are going to listen this. And this is a workshop we planned. And since it is a workshop, we're supposed to be move around, or some kind of activity we plan like that, but the space constraints, we cannot move like that. We are not doing that way, but we will try to be participatory as much as. Let me take 2-3 minutes. I hope you all know that Magic Bus, we are going to celebrate our silver jubilee next year. Started in 1999, especially focusing on the adolescent youth in the life skill training and equipping them to stand in their own feet. We used to say that is enhancing the youth agency. And we are a life skill organization. 2015 we started, we found that not only adolescent, there is a transition from adolescent to the younger age, where people always look at the job that is very important for them. So 2015 we started our livelihood program, where we started to provide the life skill plus employability skills to the young people who wanted to get the job. Mostly majority are from the first time job seekers and from the economically poor sections. We have now currently more than 100 livelihood centers across the country and more than 800 colleges we are working. And last year we could able to give the employment to the 1 lakh youth in the country. That is the scale. This year we are planning 1.5 lakh, and our plan is within 5 years we wanted to reach out minimum 5 lakh in a year. We believe that we can do it. That is the efficacy belief we keep it. And one more thing I would like to share this. When we talk about life and employability skills, we add one adjective, that is the transferable life and employability skills. If somebody is reaching to us for job, we may say no, because job may not give, like the fish and fishing, right? Somebody reaching to you, give fish, or will you teach them fishing? Because fishing will give a permanent food. That way we don't provide a job in that way, rather than we will teach them how can they survive in employable situations, so the ladder of the career will be improved. So we have two kinds of program. One is 2-month course for the people who pass third standard, and we have another program for the graduates for college-based programs. These are the two types of program we introduce to the young people, and especially I told you in the beginning, we are mostly focusing on the agency of youth, and some of the sessions we planned here, actually it is a full day workshop. We are going to constrain to 90 minutes. Already 10 minutes gone, so remaining 80 minutes, we hope that we can do the justice. Some information, and we have our partners, that is what we have, more than 4,000 employer partnership, and McDonald is one of the partner for us, regularly taking our youth for employment, and especially he is participating. He will share in between. And we have two alumnus also, those who undergone the life skill education from us, and now they are performing in their own organization, where in their workspace. Their sharing also will be there. Thank you very much for FICCI and Yuva for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. I will request Ms. Jasmeet Kaur, who is Economic Opportunities Officer at UNICEF Yuva, to come and talk about her role and about the program.
Thank you, Masood and FICCI, for giving us an opportunity to come here. So, युवा एक जैसे युवा आपको शब्द का मतलब पता होगा, हमारा यूथ, तो जनरेशन अनलिमिटेड एक प्रोग्राम है, एक ग्लोबल इनिशिएटिव है जो कि यूनिसेफ द्वारा अपनाया गया 3 साल पहले, और युवा उसका इंडियनाइज्ड नाम है, जिससे यहाँ के यूथ जुड़ पाएँ. तो युवा में हम काफ़ी सारे प्रोग्राम्स करते हैं जो कि स्किलिंग, एम्प्लॉयमेंट को लेके, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप को लेके, अप्रेंटिसशिप को लेके, और उसके अलावा सिविक एंगेजमेंट को लेके भी होते हैं. सो उनमें से कई सारे प्रोग्राम हैं जो कि हम मंत्रालयों द्वारा करते हैं. उनमें से एक प्रोग्राम है करियर अवेयरनेस सेशन, जो कि हम मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ लेबर एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट के साथ में करते हैं. और वो सेशन हर संडे को सुबह 11 बजे आपको एक करियर अपॉर्चुनिटी के बारे में बताता है और इसके बारे में इंसाइट देता है कि ज़्यादातर लोग हम में से अगर कोई करियर जानना सोचते हैं तो हम सोचते हैं कि 50,000 की जॉब मिल जाए या 10,000 की 20,000 की जॉब मिल जाए तो सेटल हो जाएंगे, बट करियर क्या होगा, हम में से बहुत लोग कंफ्यूज रहते हैं। बहुत सारे लोग अपने रिलेटिव से, अपने गाइड से, कोच से इन्फ्लुएंस होकर करियर अपॉर्चुनिटी चूज करते हैं और बाद में दे सीम टू डिसलाइक इट। तो वो मिथ दूर करने के लिए ये पर्टिकुलर प्रोग्राम डिज़ाइन किया गया। इसके अलावा जैसे ही फिलिप ने कहा, अभी टीच हाउ टू फिश रादर देन फिशिंग। सो हम आपको डायरेक्टली जॉब तो नहीं दिलवाते हैं, बट हम आपको इस पर्टिकुलर वर्कशॉप के द्वारा हमने देखा है कि काफ़ी सारे लोग अपने जॉब प्रोसेस या जॉब एप्लीकेशन प्रोसेस के थ्रू लॉस्ट हो जाते हैं, क्योंकि इतने सारे जॉब पोर्टल्स डाउनलोड करने पड़ते हैं आपको। उसके बाद आपने 200 जॉब के लिए एप्लीकेशन किया और एक का भी कॉल नहीं आता। वो काफ़ी सारी रेलेवेंट स्किल मिसिंग होने की वजह से होता है, और वो हम इस प्रोग्राम के द्वारा आपको सिखाने वाले हैं। सो थैंक यू एवरीवन। माय कॉलीग मसूद विल टेक इट फॉरवर्ड। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू जसमीत। सो लेट अस टेक इट अहेड। अभी हम क्या करेंगे, एक पोल करते हैं कि आपको हम 3 सवाल पूछते हैं। आप 3 सवाल के आपके पास ऑप्शंस होंगे, आप उसके जवाब दीजिए। पर वो आपको मिलेंगे कैसे? आपको 3 सवाल के लिए menti.com पर जाना होगा और एक कोड हम आपको बताएंगे, वो कोड आपको एंटर करना होगा, तो आपके सामने वो सवाल आएंगे। तो आप सारे आपने अपने फ़ोन पर menti.com www.menti.com पर आप प्लीज़ जाइए और फिर वो आपसे कोड पूछेंगे। देन वी विल प्रोवाइड यू विद द कोड एंड देन यू कैन आंसर द क्वेश्चंस और यू कैन स्कैन इट। हाँ, कोई दिक्कत तो नहीं है किसी को? सब लॉग इन कर पाए? वो menti.com मिल गया आपको? ऑलराइट, प्रॉब्लम
Menti.com, open in Google Menti.com, give this number or you scan it.
अच्छा ठीक है, जिनका नेटवर्क है वो लोग करिए, जिनके पास नेटवर्क नहीं है आई थिंक ओके। ऑलराइट, सो आपको फिलिप, कैन वी गो फॉरवर्ड, कैन वी आस्क क्वेश्चंस? सो दिस इज द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन एंड यू कैन select your option.
Give the number. Oh, the number.
आप सबको ये सवाल दिख रहा है?
One more time. Sir, I will repeat the number 79072685. 79072685. Okay, since we don't have time, we will go forward. Please poll it.
No response yet, Philip?
Then we are failing. We are failures then. No one is polling. No, it's not reflecting there. It's supposed to be there.
अब जब आप कोई ऑप्शन सेलेक्ट करोगे वो यहाँ पर दिखेगा।
Done?
किया आपने? Philips, I think results are withheld.
Okay. Your computer is connected with the laptop. Sorry, network, no? It's okay. Okay, everyone finished. Then we'll go to the next. We'll show you the result last.
Okay. Next question. Next question, please.
Click next.
If you are placed at a job with a good employer at a good salary, what will be the 1 or 2 things you would be anxious about?
Refresh your Mentimeter. There is a refresh button. refresh it. It will come the second one.
सेकेंड क्वेश्चन आ रहे? Can we go ahead for the third question?
The last question.
You can show like this so that we can move forward. Yeah? Okay. All right. So next question. According to you, what is that one essential skill which is critical to sustain in a job? ऐसा कौन सा स्किल है जो बहुत ज़रूरी है आपको जॉब में बने रहने के लिए? आपके पास 5 ऑप्शन है, उसमें से आप कोई भी एक सेलेक्ट कर सकते हैं.
Wait, I don't know why it is not coming. Wait.
Press H to show results.
What?
All right. So here are the results. Adaptability 28, communication 43, problem solving 36, teamwork 28, 13 is time management. There was one.
Shall we do it from the beginning?
Yeah, right from the start.
Go back.
So the first question was about interview round and how will you prepare for it. So 52 people said that critical thinking is important, 23 said interview preparation is important, 48 people said professional appearance is important, questioning skill, and then resume writing. So this was the response to the first question. The second question results are anxiety about performance management, interpersonal skills, and onboarding or training skills, adaptability and career growth. So what are we talking about? तीनों सवालों में आपको क्या लगा? किन चीज़ों की बात हो रही है? जॉब्स और जॉब्स के लिए क्या चाहिए? कुछ स्किल्स चाहिए. अभी हम अलग अलग तरह के स्किल्स की बात कर रहे हैं. अभी हमने बात की वोकेशनल स्किल्स की बात की कुछ देर पहले. अभी हम कुछ अलग तरह के स्किल्स की बात कर रहे हैं जिसे अलग अलग नाम से जाना जाता है, जिसके बारे में हम और डिटेल में आगे चलकर जानेंगे. तो ये अभी आपके रिस्पॉन्स है. Philip, I would like to keep it there itself for some time. Parul, I would like to take over and ask the employer.
So before we so good evening everybody. मेरा नाम पारुल त्रिपाठी है. मैं मैजिक बस के साथ कार्य करती हूँ, मसूद एंड फिलिप के साथ. So जैसे कि हम लोग ने इंट्रोड्यूस किया, we have Mr. Raj Kishore with us. He is one of our very prominent strategic placement partners. As we said कि हम डायरेक्टली हम युवाओं को ट्रेनिंग देने के बाद डायरेक्ट उनको सिर्फ जॉब नहीं देते हैं, हम उनकी ट्रेनिंग करते हैं, उनको इंटरव्यू क्लियर करना होता है एंड देन दे गेट प्लेस्ड. सो वी हैव मैकडॉनल्ड्स के हमारे पास सीनियर पीपल HR डिपार्टमेंट के हैं एंड ही विल टेल यू कि एम्प्लॉयर का पर्सपेक्टिव क्या होता है जब आप उनके पास इंटरव्यू देने जाते हो, किस बेसिस पर वो आपको हायर करते हैं, वो क्या चीज़ होती है जो वो देख रहे हैं या आपके रिजेक्शंस होते हैं. Yes, Mr. Kishore.
Thank you. Let me introduce myself first. I am Raj Kishore Prasad, working in McDonald's India North and East from last. Okay. I hope I am audible now. Okay. So my name is Raj Kishore Prasad, and I am working in McDonald's India as a senior manager HR, and I'm also the business partner for the whole operations department of North and East India. Right. So now, what the critical thing that we are. What is the things that we are looking for a candidate while hiring, right? तो एक जॉब फ्रेशर्स, राइट, एक फ्रेशर्स से हम कुछ भी नहीं देखते, राइट? उनका एटीट्यूड देखते हैं, पॉजिटिव बिहेवियर देखते हैं, बट हाउ कैन दे कैन परफॉर्म in our organization. Their good behaviors, little bit communication skills, right, and adaptability into the situation, right. So we generally conduct the personal interview session. Prior to the interview, we conduct pre-placement talk, right. PPT वगैरह दिखाते हैं, उसके बाद ये बताते हैं हमारे कंपनी में क्या काम होता है, राइट, एंड पर्सनल इंटरव्यू करते हैं. और उस पर्सनल इंटरव्यू में वी सी कि कौन एम्प्लॉय, कौन कैंडिडेट ऐसा है जो हमारे काम से रिलेटेड काम को अपना इंटरेस्ट मानकर या उसमें कैरियर अपॉर्चुनिटी ढूंढ कर देख कर हमारे इंटरव्यू सेशन में बैठा है, राइट. फर्स्ट हिंड्रेंस वो होता है. सेकंड, दैट वी सी द अडेप्टिबिलिटी, राइट, कि जब हमारा 2 राउंड का इंटरव्यू होता है, एक ऑन फ्लोर कैंपस राउंड हो गया, पर्सनल इंटरव्यू हो गया, एंड सेकंड इज द क्रू ऑडिशन. ऑडिशन उनको, क्योंकि वी हैव अ बिग रेस्टोरेंट्स, राइट, सो करीब 200 रेस्टोरेंट है हमारे, और उसमें हमें वैसे अडेप्टेबल एंड फ्लेक्सिबल लोग चाहिए होते हैं जो उस तरह का काम कर सके. लाइक इन मैकडोनल्ड्स, हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू हैव वेंट टू मैकडोनल्ड्स? ऑलमोस्ट एवरीवन, राइट. Karthik Aryan meal is going now. Yeah. So तो मैकडोनल्ड्स में आप देखेंगे कि एक एम्प्लॉय जो होता है, एक क्रू मेंबर जो होता है, वो सारा काम करता है. वो किचन में रहता है, वो बर्गर बनाता है, वो डिलीवरी करता है, और कस्टमर से बात करता है, कैश काउंटर पे होता है, राइट, एंड कस्टमर की क्वेरी भी हैंडल करता है, बर्थडे पार्टी सेलिब्रेट कराता है, एंड मैनी मोर थिंग्स ही डज, राइट. तो ऐसे इन्वायरमेंट में जो लोग अडेप्टेबल होते हैं, जो फ्लेक्सिबल होते हैं, और जो पॉजिटिव माइंडसेट के साथ में आते हैं, हम उनको हायर करते हैं. सो अडेप्टेबिलिटी, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल, पैशन फॉर योर जॉब, एंड क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग. बर्गर बनाने में बहुत ज़्यादा क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग की रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं होती है, इसलिए वी डोंट जज इन टू दैट. सो वी जज ओनली फॉर द पीपल हु वांट्स टू डू द जॉब एंड ग्रो इन टू द कैरियर. दैट्स ऑल. बाकी चीज़ें हम सिखाते हैं. वी हैव अ रोबस्ट ट्रेनिंग सेंटर दैट डू अ गुड जॉब टू ट्रेन पीपल फॉर नेक्स्ट 5-6 मंथ, एंड उनको फिर प्रमोट कर देते हैं. सो अडेप्टेबिलिटी एंड फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी दैट वी चूज. लुक.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. So now we are getting into skills, understanding what are life skills. So Philip also mentioned, and Yuva and UNICEF also mentioned that there are skills beyond vocational that are required for a person to, get employed and sustain in a job. So what are those skills? So उसको बहुत सारे नामों से जाना जाता है. 21st century skills कहते हैं, अलग अलग तरह से लोग उसको जानते हैं. So let us now learn about those skills. So we'll start with Philip. Can we have that PPT, please? So what we do in Magic Bus, we work with people who are 10+2, between the age group of 18 to 25, and basically fresher होते हैं ज़्यादातर लोग. तो उनके लिए हम देखते हैं कि किस तरह के स्किल्स रिक्वायर्ड है कि उन्हें एक जॉब मिले और वो जॉब में सस्टेन कर पाए. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So we have bucketed our core skills into 3 major components. One is socio-emotional, the second one is cognitive and metacognitive, and the third one is work readiness. So these are the skills which many of the organizations working around the globe thinks are important for a young person to get employed and excel in the job. So what are those? So we'll see what is social and emotional skills. So please one. So when we say socio-emotional, it is about self-awareness, communication, interpersonal and collaboration. So I think आपको ये इतना तो पता है, self-awareness के बारे में आप जानते हैं क्या होता है? हम क्या क्या जानते हैं, हमारी मतलब हमारी स्ट्रेंथ क्या है, हमारे ऐसे एरियाज हैं जिनके ऊपर हमको और काम करना है, ये सब चीज़ों के बारे में हमको जानकारी होनी चाहिए. तो एक सेल्फ अवेयरनेस उसके बारे में. कम्युनिकेशन, आप मानते हैं कम्युनिकेशन ज़रूरी है? तो कम्युनिकेशन जैसे भी पिछले पैनल ने कहा था कि कम्युनिकेशन का मतलब ये नहीं होता है कि हम अंग्रेज़ी या हिंदी में बात कर लें तो वो कम्युनिकेशन स्किल हो गई. कम्युनिकेशन कब होता है? जब हम अपनी बात किसी को समझा पाए, सही तरीके से पहुंचा पाए. मैं पहुंचा पा रहा हूँ? ओके, थैंक यू. ऑलराइट. सो उसके बाद हम कहते हैं इंटरपर्सनल स्किल्स. डू यू बिलीव दैट इंटरपर्सनल स्किल्स आर इम्पोर्टेंट इन अ वर्क प्लेस? वाई? Okay, all right. Some other response? Interpersonal skills. Why is it important? What is it? Interpersonal skills का मतलब क्या है कि हम इंटरेक्ट करें, बात करें लोगों के साथ. और ये वर्क प्लेस में क्यों जरूरी है? You can switch on your mic.
Because at workplace we have different mindset people with different behaviors, with different thinkings, and with other skills also. So if we have multiple people around us, then we can learn from them various types of skills and other things.
Very good. So हम अकेले तो काम नहीं करेंगे, टीम होगी, टीम के साथ बातचीत करना होगा, उनके साथ कैसे व्यवहार रखना होगा, क्या बिहेवियर रखना होगा, क्या सीख सकते हैं, क्या सिखा सकते हैं. So it all depends on how good we are at interpersonal skills. Collaboration. You understand collaboration? What is it? Working as a team, working unitedly, working as a team, as a unit. है ना? हम अकेले तो काम नहीं करेंगे ना, टीम होगी. ठीक है? So please एक स्लाइड आगे जाइए. So these are social and emotional skills. And self-awareness, we have spoken about it. Go ahead, please. आगे. Communication, we have spoken about it. Interpersonal, we have spoken about it. Collaboration, we spoke. Now, cognitive and metacognitive. Do you understand what is cognitive and metacognitive? What is cognitive? Cognitive क्या होता है? जी? Cognitive माने thinking skills ना? Cognitive is thinking skills. And metacognitive means how to learn new things. So do you think this is important in a workplace? Huh? Okay. And how it is important? Yeah. So you will always be, in some kind of situation in a workplace where you will require some thinking skills which are important and which will help you overcome those challenges. So there are these things which falls under cognitive and metacognitive, which is creativity, adaptability, thinking skills, problem solving, and financial literacy. Okay. So these are the few buckets and sub competencies under cognitive and metacognitive. So please, creativity is creating newer ideas and solutions to address workplace challenges. Next. Adaptability is important because someone said that adaptability is one of the key thing that we need to adapt to the newer situations and newer work environment, right? Yeah. Thinking skills अभी हमने बात की. उसके बाद problem solving. So is it important problem solving at workplace? Workplace पे ज़्यादा होता है, घर में ज़्यादा होता है, बाहर ज़्यादा होता है, कहाँ होता है problem solving? Everywhere. सब जगह problems है. So this is applicable to every situation at workplace, family, everywhere. Okay. Next, financial literacy. So we think that anyone who joins a fresher should know how to open an account, how to invest or save money, basic concept of money, budgeting and saving. So this much they should know. So this is what we teach them. Next, work readiness. So in work readiness we talk about career management, we talk about workplace ethics, digital literacy. डिजिटल लिटरेसी एज अभी कुछ समय पहले लोगों ने बात की कि समय के साथ चलना चाहिए. आज के समय में डिजिटल लिटरेसी इम्पॉर्टेंट है, बहुत ज़रूरी है क्योंकि सारी चीज़ें अभी डिजिटल हो रही हैं. तो वी नीड टू बी मोर अवेयर एंड बी अडेप्टेबल टू द न्यूअर टेक्नोलॉजीज. एंड कम्युनिकेटिव इंग्लिश इज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट. या so this is what is career management. It is about strategically planning and advancing our career by setting goals and also acquiring new skills. आप एक ही जैसे तो नहीं रह सकते ना, हमेशा आपको अलग अलग समय पर अपने स्किल्स को बढ़ाने पड़ेंगे, तभी आप प्रोग्रेस करोगे अपने करियर में. सो दैट इज career management where you have to learn new things on the go. Yeah. Workplace ethics, we will talk about it in a later session. And next, digital literacy, we just spoke about it because nowadays there are सब जगह पर technology आ रही है. What is the newest technology we are having now? AI. So are there any apprehensions about AI? डर लगता है AI से? हाँ नहीं, जॉब ले लेगा हमारी.
No sir, it's an effective.
तो अभी हमको क्या करना है, हमको AI को हमको सीखना है ताकि हम उसका फायदा उठा सके.
Hi, I do apologize for this. So yes, obviously एक बात का डर लगता है because सबने AI सीख लिया. Then what is the guarantee that all 100% students or all 100% candidates who have learned AI, they will get the job, because AI itself automation.
Someone is saying AI should be banned.
Yeah, use it, Mike, please. Thank you.
See, it is not about, every era, every, phases of growth comes in with their own innovations and their own challenges. But कभी कोई व्यक्ति रुका नहीं है, कभी दुनिया थमी नहीं है, हम उसके साथ अडेप्ट होते गए हैं, चीज़ों को हमने मतलब अपने हिसाब से इस्तेमाल किया.
By God grace ना रुके तो अच्छा ही है. Thank you.
So नहीं, आप वो यही है कि आप कैसे उसको अपने लिए और अपने समाज के लिए अच्छे से उसका यूज़ कर सकते हैं. So the next is communicative English. As I spoke that अभी हमारे पास जो बच्चे आते हैं वो ज़्यादातर they are 10+2 और कॉन्फिडेंस लो होता है कि हम कैसे बात करें इंटरव्यू में, है ना सर, कि या वो किस तरह से हम बात करें, इंग्लिश में बात करेंगे तो हम कैसे बात कर पाएंगे, नहीं कर पाएंगे. So there is a basic element of communicative English which is important for everyone to be on, because technology also requires English. So you have to be बेसिक इंग्लिश तो सबको आनी चाहिए. तो दिस इज व्हाट वी आर.
बेसिक इंग्लिश तो सभी को आनी चाहिए. अपना इंट्रोडक्शन दे सके, किसी से बात कर सके. आई
दूर है.
या बेसिक इंग्लिश सभी को आनी चाहिए. अगर नहीं आती है तो स्किल सेंटर्स आपको सिखाएंगे. एंड वो एक अपने आप को बताने के लिए, या फिर कोई भी गेस्ट आता है या कोई भी कस्टमर आता है तो उसको जानने और समझने के लिए थोड़ी बहुत इंग्लिश की रिक्वायरमेंट होती है, उसी को हम बेसिक इंग्लिश बोलते हैं. राइट. हाय हेलो बोल दिया, हाउ आर यू पूछ दिया. बहुत फ्लुएंट नहीं होना है, बहुत सेंटेंस नहीं लिखने हैं, बहुत लंबे लंबे जार्गन नहीं लिखने हैं, बट बेसिक इंग्लिश इज रिक्वायर्ड.
ठीक है.
थैंक यू.
सो व्हाट वी हैव, हम 5 साल से काम कर रहे हैं, 7 साल से हम काम कर रहे हैं लाइवलीहुड डोमेन में. मैजिक बस 20 साल 24 साल पुराना ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जिसने शुरुआत की थी चिल्ड्रन और एडोलेसेंट के साथ। पिछले 7 साल से युवाओं के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, बेसिकली रोज़गार पर काम कर रहे हैं। तो हमारा जो अपना एक अनुमान है, हमारा जो अपना एक एनालिसिस है, वो ये है कि अगर आप ये स्किल्स आप बच्चों को युवाओं को देते हैं तो वो अपने निर्णय खुद ले पाते हैं, वो सक्षम होते हैं ताकि वो अपनी लाइफ को अपने हिसाब से जी सके। हम स्पेशली उनकी बात कर रहे हैं जो अंडर सर्व्ड हैं, जो मार्जिनलाइज्ड हैं, ऐसे लोगों की बात कर रहे हैं। और पर ये ऐसा नहीं है कि सिर्फ हम इंडिया में मैजिक बस के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में बात कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि यही सारी चीज़ें ILO भी कहते हैं, MEPSC कहते हैं, ऐसे दुनिया के कई सारे फ्रेमवर्क्स हमने छान मारे हैं जो लाइवलीहुड पे काम करते हैं। तकरीबन 17 ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, 17 फ्रेमवर्क्स हमने देखे हैं। उसके बाद हमने देखा है कि जो हम कर रहे हैं बाकी लोग भी उसमें से कुछ ना कुछ कर रहे हैं। तो दिस इज़ एप्लीकेबल फॉर ऑन अ global standard what we are doing, and it is applicable to everyone. And we say that these are transferable skills because it does not require, it is not limited to one trade or one job. It can be transferred to any job. आप ये स्किल सीखोगे ना तो आप कोई भी कर सकते हो ना। आपको तो ये, आप बैंक में हो, आप मैकडोनल्ड्स में हो, या आप सर्विस इंडस्ट्री में हो, कहीं पर भी हो, आपको ये सारे तो आपको कहीं ना कहीं काम आएंगे ही, और आपके पर्सनल लाइफ में भी काम आते हैं। सो या आई थिंक आई एम done with this. So these are the skills which we have developed our content, our curriculum, and we deliver this program to, as Philip said, that around 1 lakh youth per year, and we are hoping to reach out to 5 lakh unemployed youth in the next 3 years and get them employed. Now I would like to invite Parul to introduce our alumni to all of you, and you can have a chat with them. Yeah.
Thank you, Masood. I hope I'm audible. No? Now? Okay. So to move in this session further, we have invited our 2 alumni. So जैसे कि आपने सुना हमारे पास नंबर बहुत ह्यूज है, बट हम 2 लेकर आए हैं, and it is our pleasure to introduce our very own Gulafsha here, who's sitting by my right side, and Ashish, who's sitting by my left side. Both have completed their learning journeys from Magic Bus. Both come from very humble families in Delhi itself. Gulafsha, just last year she was awarded by Princeton's Trust International Award, and she attended King Charles coronation this year in London. She was a special invitee there, and she will share her journey, and likewise Ashish will share his own journey. Yes,
Hello everyone. My name is Gulafsha. I am working as a senior estimator, grade level 1 at advanced estimating since last around 2 years. Before some times ago, I have joined Magic Bus India Foundation Get Into program, and there I have learned some of the skills which are very helpful to get placed in advanced estimating. Some of the soft skills, I would say, communication skills, goal setting skills, and decision making skills. I have learned from here. I will explain decision making skill, how decision making skills help me to get placed in advanced estimating. So everyone take decisions, but they cannot follow. They cannot take that decision in a proper way. For example, सबको पता है, सब अपने अपने डिसीजन लेते हैं, बट कोई भी उस डिसीजन तक पहुंच नहीं पाता। तो उसके लिए क्या होता है, कुछ रूल्स होते हैं जो हमें फॉलो करना पड़ता है। लाइक हमने कोई एक डिसीजन लिया है, ठीक है, तो उसके बाद अब हमें उस पर रिसर्च करनी पड़ेगी कि उसके क्या क्या अल्टरनेटिव्स होंगे। कि अगर हमने कोई डिसीजन लिया, लाइक मुझे एक जॉब करनी है, ठीक है, ये हमारा एक डिसीजन हो गया।
अब ये है कि आपको किस सेक्टर में जॉब करनी है, ठीक है, तो आपको उसके अल्टरनेटिव चाहिए कि हमारे पास क्या स्किल्स है। लाइक मेरे पास स्किल्स थी, मैंने डिप्लोमा कर रखा था आर्किटेक्चर से, तो मैं ये चाहूँगी कि मुझे आर्किटेक्चर से रिलेटेड कुछ मिले, मैं उसकी टाइप की कुछ जॉब करना चाहूँगी, लेकिन उसमें भी हमारे पास बहुत सारे अल्टरनेटिव्स है कि हम क्या क्या कर सकते हैं। तो हमें अल्टरनेटिव्स चूज़ करने हैं, उसके बारे में जितनी इन्फॉर्मेशन होगी, उसको रेलिवेंट इन्फॉर्मेशन उसको गैदर करनी होगी। अब जैसे मैंने फॉर एग्जांपल मैंने अब 3-4 कंपनी सेट कर ली कि मुझे आर्किटेक्चरल फील्ड में एक तो ऑटोकैड डिपार्टमेंट में जाना है या तो फिर एक एस्टिमेटर डिपार्टमेंट में जाना है। तो मैंने ये 2-3 कंपनीज चूज़ की, उसके बाद फिर मैंने अप्लाई किया कि मुझे किस में जाना चाहिए, एक्चुअल में किस में जाना चाहिए, ये मैंने मतलब खुद डिसाइड किया। तो फिर ये डिसीजन मेकिंग थी कि मैंने जिसमें मुझे जाना चाहिए था, जो मैंने सोचा था कि मतलब मुझे इस कंपनी को ज्वाइन करना है, तो वो मैंने एक स्पेसिफिक चूज़ किया कि अब मुझे एस्टिमेटर के अंदर ही जाना है, ठीक है। तो फिर डिसीजन मेकिंग के बाद हमने सीखा कि गोल सेटिंग कैसे करनी है, कि लाइक आपने सोच लिया कि आपको इस कंपनी में जाना है, लेकिन कैसे जाना है, किसके थ्रू जाना है, आपको क्या क्या सीखना पड़ेगा जिसकी वजह से आप इस जगह जा सकते हो, ठीक है। तो गोल सेटिंग में ये लॉन्ग टर्म भी हो सकता है, शॉर्ट टर्म भी हो सकता है। तो मैंने अपना एक गोल बनाया कि मुझे विदिन 3 मंथ्स, मतलब 2 मंथ्स का कोर्स था, विदिन 3 मंथ्स एटलीस्ट मुझे इन एज अ एस्टिमेटर प्लेस होना है कहीं पर। फिर ये गोल सेटिंग मैंने यहाँ से सीखी, तो उसमें मैंने कुछ चीज़ें थी गोल सेटिंग के अंदर जो हम सीखते हैं, उसके थ्रू मैंने अपना गोल सेट किया। लाइक मैंने 1 मंथ्स में कम्युनिकेशन स्किल सीखनी है, फिर रेज्यूमे मेकिंग स्किल सीखनी है, फिर उसके बाद मुझे कैसे एक्सप्लेन करना, मतलब इंटरव्यू फेसिंग स्किल सीखनी है। तो आफ्टर 3 मंथ्स आई गॉट, जब मैंने इंटरव्यू दिया एंड आई गॉट प्लेस्ड। सो दिस इज़ गोल सेटिंग स्किल्स आई लर्न फ्रॉम देयर एंड दिस इज़ वेरी हेल्पफुल टू गेट अ जॉब। After that, there are some more skills I have learned from there, which are growing up me in my career growth, in my career. So some of the skills are like communication skills, which is very important. Every time you need to speak in front of other people. In meeting हम ऐसा नहीं कर सकते कि हम किसी को डिसरिस्पेक्ट करके अपनी बात को रखें। तो ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि आप अगर कम्युनिकेट कर रहे हो किसी से, तो किसी को डिसरिस्पेक्ट ना करो और अपनी बात को बहुत अच्छे से कन्वे कर पाओ। तो कम्युनिकेशन स्किल मैंने यहाँ पे सीखी, जो कि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट थी, मेरे लिए बहुत हेल्पफुल भी थी। फिर था ये कॉन्फिडेंस। मैंने यहाँ पे सीखा कि कॉन्फिडेंटली अपनी बात रखो, किसी से डरो मत, लेकिन एक रेलिवेंट, ऑब्वियसली मतलब बदतमीजी ना करो, एक रेलिवेंट बात रखो अपनी, ठीक है। फिर मैंने यहाँ पे सीखा कि टीम वर्क, जो कि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट था। टीम वर्क से क्या होता है, हमारा जो काम होता है वो बहुत आसान हो जाता है और बहुत सारे व्यूज़ हमें एक ही चीज़ पे मिल जाते हैं, तो काम बहुत गुड वर्क निकलता है, गुड क्वालिटी ऑफ वर्क होता है। तो मेरे कंपनी में भी टीम वर्क बहुत ज़रूरी होता है। समटाइम्स क्या होता है, हमारे पास टाइम लिमिट बहुत कम होती है, टाइम लिमिट होती है, तो उसमें हमें अपने वर्क को करना होता है। तो ऐसे में टीम वर्क हमारे लिए बहुत ज़रूरी हो जाता है, ताकि हम एक इफेक्टिव वर्क उनको दे पाएँ। फिर है टाइम मैनेजमेंट। मैंने यहाँ से सीखा कि कैसे हम अपने टाइम को मैनेज करके एक स्टेप बाय स्टेप एक ग्रोथ ले सकते हैं। तो टाइम में अभी हमारी कंपनी में क्या होता है, एक ड्यू डेट होती है, एक बिड डेट होती है कि इस डेट तक आपको ये काम डिलीवर करना है। अगर यही काम डिलीवर नहीं हो पाता है बाई चांस, तो वो जो बिड होती है ना, वो उनके हाथ से निकल जाती है, वो लाखों में बिड जाती है। तो ये होता है कि अगर आपके पास डेट है कि वो 18 तक जानी है, तो आपको एटलीस्ट 16 तक उसको कवर करना है। तो ये टीम मैनेजमेंट से, वो टाइम मैनेजमेंट से और टीम कोलैबोरेशन से हम इसको कवर कर सकते हैं, ठीक है। फिर है हैंडलिंग रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। सो हैंडलिंग रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी मीन्स हम अगर कुछ भी काम करते हैं तो हम उसको ये नहीं कह सकते कि अगर हमसे कोई काम गलत हो गया तो हम किसी और पे डाल दें, ऐसा भी नहीं कर सकते। तो हैंडलिंग रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, अगर आपने काम किया है और आपने अच्छा किया है बुरा किया है, आप उसकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दो कि हाँ मैंने किया ये काम। तो अभी वर्क प्लेस पे क्या होता है, जैसे अगर मेरे सीनियर कोई बाहर किसी छुट्टी पे चले जाता है, तो फिर अगर मुझे काम करने की ज़रूरत पड़ती है, एक्स्ट्रा काम करने की ज़रूरत पड़ती है, इट्स नॉट लाइक कि मैं नहीं करूँगी क्योंकि ये मेरा काम नहीं है। तो आपको ये रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेनी आनी चाहिए कि आप काम को अच्छे से डिलीवर कर पाएँ, आप रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लें, उस काम को पूरा करें. थैंक यू फॉर लिसनिंग टू मी.
Okay, hello everyone. As they have already said that my name is Ashish Kumar and I have also completed my 2 months course from Magic Bus and I am grateful for that. So मेरी 12th पास करने के बाद मैं यहाँ वहाँ घूम रहा था. मैं सोच रहा था क्या करूँ. यहाँ से कोई ये बोलता था कि मैं क्या करूँ, यहाँ से वो बोलता था, तो मैं बीच में फंस गया था कि मैं क्या करूँ. तो मेरे एक दोस्त ने बताया कि एक मैजिक बस नाम का वो NGO टाइप है, तो उसमें जा. तो मैं गया उसमें. तो after going that I thought yes, it is a kind of place where I will grow in my career. So I have completed that and basically I took admission in that and then I started learning and I have learned many skills like being assertive, being confident and working with the team and many more. And after that I gave an interview in Drop the Queue and what happened? I got selected. Then I went to my village due to some personal reason. After that, when I came back from my village, then I gave another interview which is name is Pace Setter and I also get selected in that because of my learnings which I got from Magic Bus. But after 1 week I left that job because I didn't like that. So what happened after few months, I gave another interview which is Tata Trent and right now I am associate in Tata Trent and in maybe in upcoming few months I will be promoted associate to officer just because the learnings which I got from Magic Bus. And sometimes we need to show some those learnings to everyone. Thank you.
So to summarize what Gulafsha and Ashish said, that they have learned multiple skills and those skills are applicable at your workplaces. You know, no skill goes in vain. आप जो कुछ भी सीखोगे वो आपके कार्य के स्थल पर या आपकी पर्सनल लाइफ में दोनों जगह एप्लीकेबल है. जैसे कि मसूद बोलते चले आ रहे हैं ट्रांसफरेबल एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी स्किल्स. सो इट गेट्स ट्रांसफर्स फ्रॉम वन सेक्टर टू अनदर सेक्टर टू वन जॉब टू अनदर जॉब टू it is applicable at anywhere wherever you are going as an individual. So yeah, thank you Gulafsha and Ashish. Thank you.
थैंक यू गुलफशा, थैंक यू आशीष, थैंक यू पारुल. तो आप देख रहे हैं ये हम स्किल्स की बात कर रहे हैं, तो कहाँ कैसे ये दिखता है, कैसे समझ में आता है, हाउ इट प्लेज अ इम्पॉर्टेंट रोल इन अ पर्सनस लाइफ. सो नाउ टू गेट अ मोर इन डेप्थ अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ व्हाट आर एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी स्किल्स. ना स्किल्स तो बहुत सुनते हैं, वोकेशनल, लाइफ स्किल, एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी. सो व्हाट आर दोज? सो आई विल रिक्वेस्ट Philip to take us through what are those skills and how it helps us to get a job.
Thank you. Thank you, Masood. I will take another 10 minutes. This is going to be input session. You will get 10 minutes for question answer after this. I would like to get questions. If you don't ask questions, I will ask questions. Is it okay? So, not during my presentation, otherwise already Deepthi told me by 5:15 we need to close the session. So, during my session, if you ask questions, it will go beyond that. We don't have time. But if end of the session, you may get 10 minutes of questions. Of course, I know that many questions may come. As much we can answer, we will do it. What is work readiness? This is a question. How do we equip ours? We told that we are building the agency of individual. What is agency? It's not placing youth in a job, because placing a job means if he or she doesn't like it, they will say goodbye, right? Will go and sit at their home. The confidence will go down, right? Another interview will go. May get, may not get. Further confidence will go down.
But agency, we are enhancing the agency means at any cost, the belief that nothing impossible, we can achieve it, yeah, can do. This is attitude we are building, and at the same time some of the capabilities also. These are the 4 areas which I am going to run through, not walk through. I am going to run through because I don't have much time, almost 30 slides. Those who would like to get pictures, you can take pictures because I may not be able to explain everything within 15 minutes. Okay. Resume building. What is the importance of resume? Yeah, use mic and talk.
Sir, actually resume shows your career growth, your knowledge and your experience.
Okay. You want to talk? Okay. Anyone else? Yeah. This is what is it? A summary of your experience, qualification and skills. Then why is it important? Why it is important? Whether you need resume for getting job?
Yes, sir.
How many of you have resume? Okay. Yeah, there are number of tools available for making resume, and if you have a good sample copy, copy that. Otherwise, there are online tools are there. I think after this UNICEF fellows will explain some of the, otherwise FICCI also will give you some tips after the sessions because they are planning to send you some link and all, you will get that. Okay. To apply for the job, you want that. That is what I asked. It is very important to get a job. Then show why you are best for the job. That is very important. It is actually a pamphlet of you. Who are you? How competent are you? What is your experience or what is your experience? How skillful you are? It's a kind of 1 page or 2 pages of, no, I am something like that. We used to give the pamphlet, right? Leaflet. Your leaflet. Let me say your Facebook, not the other Facebook. Because somebody is going to read it, it will give you an impression that, yeah, so-and-so person is so-and-so areas, coming from so-and-so area, skillful for the job which I am going to offer. I am going to talk that later. Then show why you are best for the job. Second, you can get more options suited to your skills and experience. This is I am not going to talk about this because now we are more on the digital world. We will get lots of samples. This is one of the sample. Is how the one good resume looks like. It gives a complete picture of who are you and what you have done. In case of freshers, maybe you need to talk about your education, and if you are doing any internship, because you don't have experience, but you may get internships. That is important. Which area you are going to do, whether it is linked with your education or not, whether it is linked with your aptitude or not. In case you are not experienced, first time job seekers, keep the internship, very important, or your hobbies, or your some social involvement, or maybe some other volunteer involvement. This all will wait. The employers will gauge it. Okay, I don't have time to explain everything. Top 10 soft skills. Again, before explaining this, don't claim anything fake. Because those who are taking the pictures of this, careful. Sir will ask you, if you are going to say adaptability, in the interview board, sir will ask you, what will ask? Check it, cross-checking. That is a competency-based interviews. It's not a simple question answer. You need to explain whether if you are claiming in your CV or resume adaptability, he or other she or who are going to be interview will ask you how competent that. So usually we list out 10 competency skills. That is what I listed out. Those who want to take a picture, it's okay. I'm not explaining everything. It's already talked here. Then as a fresher, that already I mentioned, think of any project or sports items or activity done during college, including your internship. Don't forget it. Very important, because that is now everyone, internship or apprenticeship, that is already promoted by government also. Or what skills helped you to balance study and extracurricular activity? This all you can mention if you are a fresher. Then you can list out experience, skills, education, then language you speak, hobbies, achievements, all for a freshers, because I think 50% of the youngsters who are listening me doesn't have a resume. So it will help you when you develop your resume. Please keep this in your resume. This is a question. Again, this is some tips for the making the resume. There is a two words I am keeping here. How an employer will pick the correct person, no? Maybe if one position, maybe 100 application will come, right? How he or she will pick the correct person? How as an employee, a first time employee, how do I should be selected? Because I need to decide. If I am a first time employer, I should decide that I should get this job. Don't send it simply the resumes. It should be with the wish that yes, I will get it. It means you need to work home, you need to do the homework. Then only it will be selected. That is a tip we wanted to say. Don't apply anywhere everything like our very common resume or CV. What is the meaning of resume? Why we talk resume instead of CV sometime? What is the difference of CV and resume? I will take more time. Sorry, I am not going for that. Resumizing your CV, that is a resume. It means with resumizing with what? With what? Huh? Job description which you are going to apply. If you don't spend time linking your experience, even changing the words in the CV or in resume, that is what resume we call. Resumizing the CV as per the demand of the job description. And now you are talking about the AI. No one is going to, if 1,000 application, do you think that human being can sort it? Who is sorting it out? AI, any computer will do it. Okay, let me say computer. How computer will do? Computer will take each and everything like, no, then how computer will use it?
It can match keywords on
that
about
word is
section.
important. That word is enough for me.
Yeah.
Keywords. The keyword, where will get it? Not in the resume.
Job description.
In the job description, there are keywords. Then there is an employer will keep that these words are reflecting in the CV or resume or not. Only that will be selected. Simply sending 1,000 of applications not going to work. Everything should be resumized. That is the skill actually. That is what we are talking. This is really little, I am taking little fast because we need to explain this more, but I don't have time. This is a process actually. You need to spend some time before you are applying anywhere. There is a general CV or resume. It's a very common. It may not be applicable to everyone. When you are applying for some marketing position, may not necessary to promote that you are a computer applicant. So marketing is different. So, but marketing skills you have, of course you can say that. See, job description, then there is identification of application criteria. It is reflecting your resume. Then there is identification of hiring criteria. Hiring criteria coming from job description. One is from your resume, other one is from job description. That will be matching with both should match, and then you need to revise your resume, then you apply. Apply jobs if your application criteria and hiring criteria matching each other. Otherwise, it is a waste of time. Unnecessarily, you are going to put your self-esteem down because they may not select. Okay, then customization of resume in line with the JD is a must. Then use appropriate keywords in resume. These are already I talked. 3 mistakes some people will do it, but we need to be careful about it. Applying to job where they don't meet any minimum hiring criteria. Don't apply it. That's very important. Then using the wrong job platform because we know that many fake platforms. Don't apply that. Be careful on it. Then the being unprepared for interviews. If you are not prepared, don't go for that. Then preparing for questions, this is very fast. Let me put that. There are some questions you can ask. What did you do in your last job? This kind of questions you can expect, especially those who are already worked. And why did you apply for this job? And questions about the nature of work. How do you work as part of a team? I'm just putting some of the questions which you can really think about it. Then questions about ambitions, aspirations, and your flows. This will be also important. You can expect in interviews. Then I'm talking about some of the tips for the interviews preparation. Then it may be how do you be ready for the interview. That is very important. Your attire is very important, and how you needs to be get across ready and ironed. One day preparation should be there, and even I always tell people to go in front of mirror and start to ask questions and answer questions, because interviewer and interview, both of you are prepare like that, because it will create a confidence. Then during the interview, before entering any room, always ask, may I come, sir, because without permission, because that also giving a kind of good behavior from us. So these are some of the tips. Then importance body languages should be always smiley, not very serious and all, and it should be pleasant. We looks like very pleasant, and a constant state should be there. Looking at watch frequently, no, don't do that. Because it is all giving some kind of meaning to the interviewer. Then there are dressing sense, there is a communication skills and clarity of speech. Then self-awareness, that is very important, the self-awareness, last one. Always be confident. That confidence which you are going to express in front of an interviewer, that is important. Am I right, sir? The person is not confident, will you take? You don't take it, right? If the person is not confident, will you take? No.
No.
Yeah, that is very important. Then non-verbal behavior, that is another area which is important. Since not time, so I am skipping this kind of information. And you can also ask questions. But here we are just listing some of the questions, but be careful. What is a careful? Sometimes employer may not like the questions. That depends upon appropriate timing, appropriate context. Only you should ask questions. Just I want to ask a question, don't ask questions. You feel that and the time is correct, you should ask questions. Am I right? Not every time. You can share.
Yeah. So whenever an interviewer is saying, do you want to hear anything from us or do you have any questions, then ask questions. Otherwise not. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, then there are, just I want to introduce you for the job platforms and the professional links. How many of you have a LinkedIn account? LinkedIn account, again 50%. Okay, no bad, you can start today. We'll tell you how to do it. Okay, that is very important.
Yeah, Philip, just a second. If you don't have LinkedIn account, I would request, please get created, right? This is a very good job platform, right? And people and the recruiter like us, we publish most of the jobs in LinkedIn, right? So create your account over there.
There are job platforms, there are hiring drives, then recruitment agencies, referrals. There are different forms of recruitment processes happening in our country. And if you look at, there are more than 100 plus job portals and 25,000 more recruiting agencies and more than 40 crores job seekers. And some of the things we were trying to list out, Naukri, LinkedIn, Apna and all. And you know that Naukri is very generic, and we are categorizing it like maybe above 2 lakh per annum kind of job. You can of course go and check the Naukri. And this Apna, maybe it is a blue collar job. And if you are really wanted to be professionally grow, LinkedIn is the best, because that is what sir was telling. They will advertise in the, they will keep it in the LinkedIn. So LinkedIn account is very important. LinkedIn is not a job seeking platform alone. It is a professional platform which will give you your professional skills. So you can sell it that way. It's not like a Naukri. It is something different. It may be you can say it's a social platform for your professional career. And LinkedIn, I am just keeping some of the key information why we should start a LinkedIn account. It is very important. Those who are not there, please start today itself LinkedIn. It is not very big, difficult things. And it is a networking platform. It is a job search platform. It provides you some kind of insights, and it is actually a personal branding. I told you resume is your, it's a kind of branding material for you, right? The resume is a branding material. It's a pamphlet for talking about you. But in somebody wanted to check, and sir wanted, you applied to McDonald's, he wanted to check. Where he'll go and check? They will ask you, do you have a LinkedIn? Then they will check it with the resume and LinkedIn, whether he or she is telling correct or not. And how many people, what kind, again, don't go like a Facebook. I'm not against Facebook, please don't sue me. Because Facebook, we need thousands of friends. But in LinkedIn, go for and make all friends. Yeah, it should be professional. They will check who are you are connected, what kind of people. Very important. Don't keep it as a social network like a Facebook or, am I right or not? If I'm wrong, you have to correct me.
No, Philip, you are very, very correct. Very correct.
So LinkedIn is a kind of branding material, branding platform for youth actually. That is what I wanted to say, nothing else. Then then there should be a good photographs. We are creating a compelling and effective LinkedIn profile. Your profile is your online first impression. First impression should be last impression. Okay, last impression in that way. It should be best impression also. Yeah, creating a LinkedIn profile picture is must. Then there should be a summary. Can you describe, because in the practical session we used to ask people to write one sentence about you, which is going to sell you. Don't write now, we don't have time. One sentence, can you describe you, which is going to be, if sir is going to read it, he will offer you job. Can you read it? Can you write like that? Are you confident to write like that? Don't write now. He is not going to offer any job now.
Yeah, not now.
Skills and endorsements. That's all will come as a part of LinkedIn. We don't have time to explain everything. I was talking about the photos. There should be a good professional photograph of you should be in the LinkedIn. Then research shows that profiles with pictures are 7x, 7 times it is, in the search it will come. People will look at that. Then again, Sohail and Arjun, which should be the best one? Arjun profile or should be the Sohail? Sohail. You can understand what is the difference. So building a professional network, connect with the colleagues, classmates and industry peers. I should say industry peers and industry seniors also important. And networking, especially communities. What kind of community you belongs, that is important. It doesn't mean that you need to go on membership, get the membership for all communities. That is not going to help you. Whether your skills, experiences, and your competency linked with that community, that is very important. People will look at that. Using LinkedIn in job search, that is very important. There are a number of jobs. If you are open to your profile for a job, you will also get calls from different employers, not from LinkedIn, like in Naukri, but this is from employers you will get. Yeah, create your LinkedIn profile. I hope FICCI will send you a link for it. Am I right, Deepthi? Yeah, please send a link to everyone who is attending today. Those who are not having LinkedIn profile, please start today. Then this is the little, we need to be beware some of things. So just I want to close it with this. There are lots of fake employment, employer opportunity firms kind of things, which will fake, it's a kind of, they tell us, okay, they are the original, but actually it is not going to have. Platforms are fake also there. Please understand that. And see, fake jobs means company details not disclosed. You can compare it. And location not shared. No trace of company on Google. Be careful on that. Then real job means mention company details, location shared. It should be in the Google or it should be in the platform. How to spot fake recruiters asking for money. Somebody is asking for money. You should say yes or no, that job.
No.
You should very much say, underline, no, big no. It means it should be fake. No companies, usually in majority company will not take any money. They will disclaim in the advertisement itself, we don't charge any money. Very important. You can look at the sum of the advertisement. Then this is a Priyanka story, and she applied, then they asked 5,000 rupees. She reached to the office as per their information, but actually that office was not there. Then she called the person not switched off the phone. Hey, she lost money. What happened? Loss of money, wastage of time, demotivation, self-doubt, and trust issue also. I'm telling that our own beliefs, self-efficacy, we used to say, our own confidence will go down. So don't be in the trap of any fake platforms. Thank you very much. This is I really done a run through rather than a walk through, and thank you very much. And I'm giving mic to Masood. Questions.
All right, so I think we are on time, Dipti. So we have around 8 to 9 minutes. So if you have, whatever we have discussed, if you have any questions around it, you can please go ahead and ask your questions. So switch on your mic and please ask questions. Yeah. Sorry, come again. So, all right. How to test adaptability? So adaptability, see, these are life skills, these are certain competencies which are hard to measure, So, yeah, so it is hard to measure or put it into one frame. It always comes out in a situation where you are, and it shows up in a particular condition. So for an example, if I am now working with Magic Bus and now I switch to another job, how quickly I settle down in that environment, in that work culture, that will show my adaptability. How do I adapt to different climates or weather? So this is a very softer aspect of a competency which cannot be measured like, on a scale of 1 to 10, but it comes up.
We teach that with the activity. We give scenarios to people to act, especially young people to act, different scenarios, not the same scenario, and we'll discuss that how they are adopting in the particular situations. And so that will, usually we used to give the scenarios from the employment sector or workspace situations. So that will help them to cope up. That is what she was trying to explain, when how she is behaving or how she is experiencing that in the workspace.
And I think any other panelist can also answer.
Yeah, I just wanted to add over here. All right. It is visible, quite visible from the employee that he is adaptable into the situation or not. So his happiness, his eagerness to work, his eagerness to support, his eagerness to learn, all these things are the sign of adaptability. And to measure, definitely we are not measuring that, but we are asking people whether they are comfortable working all these things or not. And to find the similar kind of people, we in our organization we do crew audition, and that audition is on the floor test, where all for 45 minutes he will be placed in everywhere, right, in all of the stations, and if he like it, he will continue the job. If he not, he can simply say that no, I am not liking it, I will not do it, so I will not continue. So that's how we got to know that, the people are adaptable into the situation or not.
Yes, sir. I have a question. Please, this side. What is the key difference between professional skills and career skills?
Professional skills and career skills. Professional skills So you have to be very communicative, very articulative, very presentable, right? And definitely the growth knowledge of the work that you have done. Second was the career skill. So professional skills are, these two things are not very different, right? Career skills are, yeah, I mean, the key difference is that how you have learned the things, right? What was your education background, how you learn, and how you try to, like, you mean to say the subject matter expert, that expertise will give you a career growth. That expertise is the difference between professional and the career. Hope I answered.
Sir,
If not, then you can
simple answer is career means only related to the career. An example, if an engineer in a particular sub-engineer, of course, my vision will be to the executive engineer, maybe chief executive engineer. That is my career growth I am planning. So I need to look at only that. Professional means maybe you may turn to, and if you are from the government side, I don't know whether it is your background, you may go for deputation. In that case, your engineer skill may not help there. You may need a management skills. In that case, that is a professional skills. I should put professional skills than little above than the career skills. Why? That is what we call transferable employability skills. For us, that is a professional skills. But if we talk only employability skills, that is only career skills. Because if I am an associate, only I need to look at my next level of growth in the career. But if I am a professional, I may become the manager of the company also. Otherwise, I may end up in a kind of cluster manager or something like that. That is the difference, nothing else. But I keep professional professional skills will be a little higher than the career skills.
All right. So, any
young people, we would like to get some questions. Otherwise, we will ask questions.
Yes, sir. Hi, sir. So, since we already discussed about like there are many recruiting apps these days for all the companies, if we come on to the government jobs, what all the portals we can get on to get our jobs to be secured, as we say. Like right now, I'm a PGDM student, but I still want to switch to a government job just for my own knowledge. So what all apps government is providing us, which we actually should be scrolling up? Like for example, there was Yuva we already discussed about. They are promoting about the government jobs. Apart from that, any specific yojana or an app happening up?
Sure, I would like to take that question. So there is an application called National Career Scheme, which is a portal of Ministry of Labor and Employment. So there you can find government jobs as well as private jobs even. And apart from that, you can search government jobs even on portals like Naukri. There are some of the positions which by which you can work with government, but you would not be a government employee. Basically consulting roles kind of thing. So you can work closely with the government, you can work in the ministries, but you would be consulting them. So these are kind of portals where you can find it, and Sarkari Naukri, as you know.
I just want to add
Exchange is also
things.
one of the thing where you can follow, right? Employment exchange, yeah.
So we have
In
time,
in the lower level, it is employment exchange at district level. At state level, it is PSC, Public Service Commissions. And at national level, there are key two agencies. UPSC, everyone knows it. Other one is the I forgot. There is one more commission is there to give the staff selection commission. Yes, staff selection commission. Staff selection commission give the grade A, grade B like that, and UPSC always with IAS and that kind of jobs. And staff selection commission will provide the military and paramilitary also, not military, paramilitary.
all right. So we have time for only one question. Piche, please. उनको चांस देते हैं.
Hello, sir.
Hi.
So my question is, as a recruiter, are you more inclined towards hiring someone who's experienced but is somewhat rigid in their field of work, or someone who's adaptable and but a fresher with no experience?
Adaptable? Adaptable is the main question, main answer, right? So whatever you have done, and if I am finding you very positive, right, and you have a very positive skill, and your attitude is very positive, and you are presentable, you know what you have done, then we believe that you can also learn and done the new things that we will assign to you, right? So flexibility and adaptability and explaining what you have done. I mean, explaining means the communication, right? So these two things make a person absorb into the job. I
All
hope
right.
I answered your question.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you for question also, and thank you, sir. So we will quickly end our session, but with one activity. Would you like to? Are you up for one more activity? Yeah.
They came for workshop, but because of the constraints, we could not do the workshop properly.
And because,
Activity based.
Yeah, we believe in experiential learning. We believe in activity based learning. So it is about Simon Says. Have you played that Simon Says? Yes, so let us play one more time. So whatever Simon says, you have to do. If Simon doesn't say anything, you don't have to do. All right, simple. जो Simon बोलेंगे वही करना है. जिस पे हाँ, तो अगर Simon ने नहीं कहा, तो आपको वो नहीं करना है. ठीक है? So Simon says, अपना हाथ दायां हाथ उठाइए. दायां, right hand up. Simon says, left hand up. दोनों हाथ नीचे. Simon didn't say. So got it? जब भी Simon बोलेंगे तभी आपको करना है. Okay? All right. Simon says smile. Smile. अच्छा, stop it. Stop it. अच्छा, Simon says stop it. Simon says sing a song. Whatever song you know, sing a song. Simon says sing a song. Simon says loudly. Okay, stop. Okay, stop. Simon says stop. All right. Okay, so we have this much of time. So thank you so much for being so attentive and asking questions and all. Nikki, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, UNICEF. Thank you, Yuva and Magic Bus for this amazing 90 minutes. We have a quick 5-7 minute session with Mr. Varun from SEMCA. He's going to talk about a very interesting tool which is called Skill Profiler. This is the Global Skills Summit, so obviously there are a lot of conversations around skills. So may we have Mr. Varun? So SEMCA is the Commonwealth Educational Media Center. Varun is here with us. Thank you. Very warm welcome, Varun. Over to you. You can use the podium, please.
Very good evening to all. Good evening to everyone. I'll not take much time. I'll take very less time. So we Commonwealth Education Media Center for Asia, we have developed a skill profiler for age between 14 till 20, particularly for class 8 and 10 students. In this regard, we want your participation, but this skill profiler not just only for the students, whoever want to know about their ability, where they can fit in, how can they choose the career, after the choosing career, whether they have to enhance their vocational skills, or whether they need to have an academic course need to take up. So this will help them to guide overall. So earlier we used to when we want to choose a career or a vocational courses, we always go with the suggestions of for the either from the elders or in the home or from the peers. So when you are all in a stage of little bit of confusion, you can take up this test, and you can go through the options which is you strongly feels it comes from your side.
May I request everybody to please take their seats? Do not clutter here, please. Thank you. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Varun is speaking.
May I? Yeah. Okay. So these career streams and the academic streams and the vocational streams all suggested by National Education Policy 2020. So these I'm just listing down what are the career domains which we are having. The domains are the doers, the scientific thinkers, the creators, the helpers, the persuaders, then the organizer, then the leaders, and the earth lovers. So these are the career domains. For each domain you have a different careers. Then you will have a career academic course which related to that career, and also vocational course which related to the career. So we will project the QR code which has you can scan through it, or there is a web link also, or there is a the web link is called profiler.simca.org. So you can enroll yourself and see what kind of career characteristics you are having, or domain characteristics which you are having, and what kind of career you can choose, and what kind of academic course which you can opt, what kind of, even once you are already in academic already you are you have taken doing some kind of course or a graduation, you can also substitute, okay, if this academic is not fit for me, but what I can do else. So there are some vocational course which suggest. So these days you can enroll either in a distance mode, or you can learn take up vocational courses through online also. So there are you can use this QR code, and also the web link is profiler.simca.org. If someone is there to take me, I can quickly go through how this works, the skill profiler works. Someone is Chrome doesn't work. Okay, so so the web link is profiler.simca.org. You can note it down, or we are also circulating that QR code paper. You can use the QR code paper and use the web link. It asks only a few basic informations, which is about your email ID, your name, and if you are enrolled in some college or school, it will ask, and password. And we will give it's a free report. You will get a free report, and also it is based on self-assessment. So you need not require any guidance. You can opt n number of options which come, not necessarily one. There will be 10 sections. Each section has some 10 statements, and you can opt n number of statements. If the statement, all 10 statement fits you, you can opt all 10 statement in the across all the 10 sections. Or these statements are very simple, like, do you like to do painting? Do you like to do working with numbers? Do you like to do serving with animals? So it is all a variety of questions which test across all kind of intelligence in you. This is quite validated profiler. It is validated for among some almost some 500 students. So which helps you, and which helps us also to enhance much more in a standard form. Yeah, that. If you have any questions also, you can ask, in case if you are already taking up. So again, I repeat, the web link will be profiler.simca.org. profiler.cemca.org. You can take it now, or maybe you can take it a little bit of later, whenever you have time. You like to? Okay. So this academic careers skill instrument, it measures your values, what you value really in your life. Second, it measures your skill, where your skill it lies. And third, it measures your interest, what you really interested in to do. And fourth, it measures your personality. So it is not a psychometric or a psychometric test. It is generally an instrument which get you through what really you like to do in your life. So you can do it whenever you are in a dilemma to choose an academic stream or a vocational stream, or even in your career. It helps you, or it takes you through. Is it working?
So I think we'll do that offline. The SEMCA team is here. They'll coordinate. Varun,
Yeah.
we would like
Thank-
to close now.
Thank
There are
you
a lot
very
of
much.
people waiting outside.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Varun. Thank you, Team SEMCA. We are formally coming to the closure of our 14th Global Skills Summit. May I now request the chair to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of FICCI and FICCI Skill Development Committee, I would like to thank the partners and the sponsors of this two-day event, GIZ, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Government of Kerala, SEMCA, Indo-Euro Synchronization, Maruti Suzuki India Limited, Festo, ETS, ISECT, Trident. We would also like to thank the exhibition partners who put up very nice stalls outside, Tilotama Crafts, Viklang Samiti, Hastakala, Pearson View, Norca Roots and ETS. We would also like to express our sense of gratitude to the various industry speakers, the officials from the Government of India, the Skill Committee, FICCI Skill Committee members, the co-chairs, KPMG, who is our knowledge partner, and the 50 plus speakers from the vocational education training space. We would also like to thank the leadership at FICCI for their motivation and support. Sri Subrakant Panda, President, Sri Manav Majumdar, Dr. Ragesh Pankaj, Dipti Singh, and all the team members who worked along with Rajesh, Dipti, to make this event a big success. We would also like to thank all the vendors and suppliers who also contributed their might to making this event so effective and so memorable. And lastly, thanks to all those who participated, including all the young students who were here. Your participation, your questions were all well taken, and on this occasion, we would like to wish you all the best in your life, in your career. May God bless you with success in life, and as all the speakers told you, if you have the will, you have the ability, you can achieve everything. So wish you all the best. Thank you. Jai Hind.